Chapter 1 from Krypton. The origins of a universe elude comprehension, presenting only an endless void before all forms of life, a darkness so profound it chills the very soul. Gazing upon the celestial expanse, the ignorant marvel at its beauty. The explorer, however, is filled with reverence, relentlessly seeking the truths hidden within. In the vast and desolate depths of the cosmos, an infinite emptiness stretches forth, boundless and immeasurable. Deep within this resplendent tapestry of twinkling stars, a comet streaks across the heavens, trailing a luminous tail as it pierces into the solar system. Destination: Earth. Kryptonian escape pod. He awakens from slumber, his eyelids fluttering. Beneath long, slightly curled eyelashes lies a strikingly handsome visage, a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western features. The unique allure of his mixed heritage manifests in sharply defined, deep-set facial contours, a chiseled jawline, a prominent nose, and a broad forehead, exuding an intoxicating and rugged sense of security. Particularly noteworthy is the vertical scar etched into his left cheek, a remnant of a desperate attempt by Fiora to end his life, which adds an air of unspoken ruthlessness to his charm. But as he slowly opens his eyes, his pupils draw one in like black holes, captivating and mesmerizing. It is this remarkable appearance, an alluring gaze that allowed him to ensnare various women on Krypton, employing cunning schemes, deception, betrayal, threats, and even murder, ultimately becoming the most wanted fugitive on the planet, thereby securing his passage to Earth. The connection between his rebirth on Earth and his existence on Krypton may stem from the fact that his soul, originally belonging to an Earthling, encountered a malfunction within the embryonic incubation facility on Krypton, resulting in a visage that set him apart from all others. Once deemed a defective product of genetic engineering on the verge of obliteration, he ultimately showcased a vitality so profound, coupled with an appearance so unlike any Kryptonian, that the genetic engineers, momentarily softened by his tenacity, spared his life, allowing him to survive. Bamulo Emperor June Tratuscu. His name may appear peculiar, a mere string of characters plucked from a dictionary by his cruel adoptive parent, representing nothing of significance in the Kryptonian language. It is neither a name that carries the weight of ancestral glory, nor one that embodies the hopes of kin. It is merely a collection of arbitrary symbols, deemed worthless by his guardian. Those familiar with him affectionately refer to him as Badi. He was once the most elite and promising warrior on Krypton, having matured through trials and tribulations, displaying a maturity beyond his years. He rose to prominence, standing alongside Hale as one of Krypton's destined dual stars, earning widespread admiration from his compatriots. He was hailed as Krypton's most exceptional warrior and military commander. It was precisely this status that allowed him to draw near to the upper echelons of Kryptonian society, only to betray them all. With great love comes profound hatred. At that time, Fiora truly desired his demise, leaving a deep scar upon his face as a constant reminder of her disappointment and sorrow. Badi has never regretted his actions, but on Krypton, the scope was exceedingly limited. The future of the universe will be the epicenter of countless wars spanning infinite multiverses, all revolving around Earth battles between ancient and new deities, various pantheons, and an array of extraordinary powers. Only on Earth could one radiate influence across the cosmos. Only on Earth could the Kryptonians unleash their most formidable powers, capable of annihilating worlds, shattering stars, and extinguishing suns. On Krypton, however, there would be no favorable outcome on the brink of destruction. It offered only a path to demise. For this reason, he was willing to pay any price to arrive on Earth. His pupils focused, and his consciousness gradually awakened as he lay within the Kryptonian escape pod. His body felt slightly heavy, a remnant of the deep slumber from which he had emerged, as his muscles and blood began to regain vitality from their leaden state. Through real-time holographic projection technology, he beheld the celestial expanse before him, a dazzling cosmos where the orange sun illuminated a small, azure planet orbiting it. Virtual imaging technology utilized principles of interference and diffraction to record and recreate the true three-dimensional images of objects, synchronizing with the external world. Thus, he had indeed arrived in the solar system. In that instant, his body stiffened as the thunderous beating of his heart reverberated in his ears. His blood surged like a torrential river, and he held his breath in exhilaration, exhaling deeply with a heavy sigh. The blood within him surged with uncontainable excitement, and he clenched his fists, striving to suppress the fervor ignited by his racing heart, yearning to cry out in triumphant exultation. Earth! At long last, he had arrived on Earth. His pupils dilated, overwhelmed with exhilaration. The intensifying heartbeat and accelerated metabolism compelled him to rise and declare his existence. To proclaim to this world his arrival, T.O. announced to this world the desires he embodied. Yet, the moment had not yet come. He had not yet set foot upon that land, that planet. He had not yet basked in the sunlight, powerful enough to obliterate worlds and conquer all. After the initial thrill, he exhaled softly, calming his heart and the tumult within his veins, silently meditating on the techniques learned from the Kryptonian Meditation Guild, striving to control his emotions and bodily sensations, seeking tranquility. After a considerable time, the Kryptonian escape pod continued its journey toward Earth. He regained his composure, his expression devoid of emotion, lips pressed tightly together, eyes gleaming with intensity, reclining within the escape pod as he gazed upon the holographic display of the solar system. He extended his hand, reaching into the solar system as if to touch the tangible. The solar system diminished, gently rotating in the palm of his hand. He felt like a sovereign of the galaxies, the solar system cradled within his grasp, toying with it at will, capable of obliterating entire systems. Soon, I shall reign over this world. His gaze sparkled with fervent ambition, and a haughty, sinister smile curled at the corners of his lips. The scar etched across his face seemed to shift in tandem with his expression, revealing a persona that exuded an air of dominion over the world and the cosmos, all beneath his cold, mixed Western and Eastern features. Suddenly, he clenched his hand, scattering the solar system to the winds. In the darkness, tranquility gradually returned, and he once more succumbed to slumber, still distant from Earth. Nevada. When discussing Nevada, one cannot overlook its renowned reputation both in the present and the future, particularly the infamous Area 51 military base located in Lincoln County, southern Nevada. Established in 1950 as a nuclear test site, this location was designated as Area 51 on maps. Over time, due to the frequent occurrence of mysterious and anomalous events, it became colloquially known as the no-go zone. Whether or not extraterrestrials truly exist, Area 51 has become synonymous with UFO sightings, making it the most famous military base in Nevada. In stark contrast, other military installations in the state remain obscure and neglected, overshadowed by the spotlight on this legendary site. The reconnaissance satellite application has designated one such base as Area 18. Today, in 1980, a reconnaissance satellite detected a small spacecraft descending from space. Chapter 2. Discovery. At the Nevada Area 18 military base, the control room for the reconnaissance satellite was enveloped in an eerie silence as photographs displayed on multiple large screens captured the attention of the operators. The screens revealed a blurry image of a white object hurtling toward Earth, propelled by a comet-like thrust of intense flame. The brightness of the flames rendered the image somewhat indistinct, yet the silhouette and the elongated trail of fire provided enough detail to discern its true form. Several white-coat specialists in aviation stood wide-eyed, their hands gripping the control desk as they rose in astonishment. This is a spacecraft. A small, white spacecraft. A science fiction vessel. A ship capable of traversing the cosmos. Where did it come from? A spacecraft from an interstellar civilization has arrived on Earth. There exists more than one intelligent race in the universe. Some have developed interstellar travel technology, and they are now approaching our planet. Instantaneously, the expansive control room erupted with fervent excitement, hearts racing. Each individual was consumed with exhilaration, their eyes glued to the screen, fists clenched tightly in anticipation. This was an unprecedented and monumental discovery. In the boundless cosmos, humanity is not alone. Other forms of life exist. Now, they are on their way to Earth. One of the white-coat operators, his face aglow with excitement, commanded, calculate the landing position of a spacecraft. This is a groundbreaking discovery. Humanity's contact with interstellar beings will be initiated by us. A discovery worthy of being inscribed in the annals of history. A discovery destined for eternal renown. Every member of the staff was filled with fervor and enthusiasm, visibly embodying the excitement of pioneers on the brink of unveiling the mysteries of the cosmos. They had taken the first step in exploring the boundless expanse of the starry sky. Their efforts had led to the initial contact with extraterrestrial beings. It echoed the sentiment expressed by Armstrong on July 20th, 1969, when he proclaimed, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." The dazzling heavens awaited their encounter, and the allure of the unknown stirred their hearts, compelling them to venture forth with reckless abandon. With fervent determination, the staff, based on the trajectory of the spacecraft's descent, deduced that it would soon plummet into a grove of giant sequoias, a mere 300 kilometers away. Nevada, known for being the driest state in the United States, predominantly features arid desert regions. With few expanses of large forests, it was a fortuitous coincidence that the spacecraft would land amidst the towering sequoias at such a close distance. It felt as if fortune had struck them directly, igniting jubilant cheers throughout the control room. If all went according to plan, they would soon behold the extraterrestrial beings aboard the spacecraft and perhaps even study the advanced technology of the alien vessel. The thrill was intoxicating, a compelling desire to witness it all. Amidst the euphoria in the control room, a commanding voice abruptly quelled their exuberance. "Delete it." General Vic, standing tall in the control room and observing the large screen alongside the staff, spoke with authority. In his 40s, General Vic, a Caucasian in the prime of life, bore an eagle-like nose and a gaze that exuded both authority and menace. His imposing presence made it evident that he was a man of unwavering resolve. The cheers in the control room ceased abruptly, silence descended, and the staff was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. This was a monumental discovery. Why would they erase it? A few astute researchers wore expressions of dismay. General Vic was notorious for his hardline tactics within the military. His reputation was cemented during the Vietnam War, which concluded 5 years prior in 1975. Dissatisfied with the North Vietnamese victory, he had ordered the massacre of numerous villages, resulting in the deaths of thousands, only to face a superficial reprimand from a military tribunal, a mere formality to placate other nations while he remained unscathed. It was evident that he wielded formidable power and instilled deep-seated fear. Logically, such a significant discovery involving an alien spacecraft should be reported to the National Defense, the Department of Information, and ultimately the President. That would be the appropriate protocol. Now, with General Vic demanding the deletion of this information, his intentions were all too clear. He sought to monopolize any data pertaining to the extraterrestrial spacecraft. In the control room, the silence was palpable without a doubt. General Vic was the ultimate authority here, a figure whose word was law within this military base. The multitude of staff exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. "General Vic, this is inappropriate." A middle-aged researcher in a white lab coat, his forehead lined with wrinkles, murmured. The imposing presence of General Vic made beads of sweat appear on his brow. This formidable general seemed intent on concealing the recent discovery. The control room fell into a hushed silence, the fervor surrounding the alien spacecraft dissipating. "Execute the order, soldiers." Erase the records of Observer 14. Among the two colonels, a man and a woman, one stepped forward, his eyes glinting with menace as he surveyed the staff, issuing his command in a low, resonant tone. He was a towering figure, characterized by sharp, Western features and a rugged visage. His calm gaze, coupled with his military attire, made him appear even more imposing than General Vic, instilling a sense of dread. Colonel Slade Joseph Wilson, a ruthless man, had once followed General Vic during the Vietnam War, having annihilated entire villages. His penetrating gaze swept across the control room, akin to a blade slicing through the frigid air, chilling the hearts of those present. Some of the staff, unable to withstand the psychological strain, felt their legs weaken, trembling uncontrollably. They harbored no doubt that any act of disobedience would lead to dire consequences. "I understand, General Vic." The staff complied, trembling as they obeyed the general's orders to delete the records of the alien spacecraft, simultaneously altering previous records to replace today's data as per his command. "Rest assured, everyone, the research on the alien spacecraft will involve all of you," General Vic declared, turning to leave the control room with the two colonels in tow. Upon hearing the general's words, the researchers in white coats turned ashen. Their freedom had been stripped away. Soon after, armed soldiers surged in, further thickening the oppressive atmosphere. General Vic departed the control room with heavy footsteps. Colonel Slade followed closely behind, accompanied by another blonde-haired, blue-eyed female colonel. He harbored some doubts about General Vic's actions. As his confidant, he had a vested interest in supporting the general's endeavors. Yet the decision to withhold the discovery of the alien spacecraft was undeniably alarming. Any misstep could lead to severe repercussions from the state. Both the general and his colonel title could be deemed treasonous, leaving them with nowhere to hide in the entirety of America. General Vic momentarily slowed his pace, seemingly sensing Slade's weighty apprehensions, and spoke in a commanding tone. There will be no issues. The number of satellites capable of instant communication is limited, and other trajectories do not intersect with this one. Furthermore, I can manage the reconnaissance satellites later under the guise of meteorites. Colonel Slade voiced no objections, responding resolutely. The general's directives are the unwavering course of my actions. He was merely a subordinate, tasked only with execution. General Vic nodded with satisfaction, pausing for a moment before stating with piercing eyes, what I am about to share with. You must remain confidential. Colonel Slade raised an eyebrow in intrigue. This is not the first extraterrestrial to set foot on Earth. General Vic continued. Area 51 is indeed what it claims to be. Colonel Slade halted in his tracks, realization dawning upon him as he hurried to catch up with General Vic. The revelation was utterly astonishing. Intelligent life beyond humanity had already graced this planet. Even more surprising was the fact that these beings, capable of traversing the cosmos, had neither annihilated humanity nor enslaved it, which left him in a state of disbelief. Chapter 3. The disappearance of the Pulitzer Prize in Nevada in the town of Staun. This town was unremarkable, ordinary, much like countless others, lacking in notable architecture, picturesque landscapes, or historical landmarks. The distant giant sequoia forest could be considered a unique feature. The sequoia, the most massive of all trees, boasts records of heights reaching up to 110 meters. In the woods not far from this town, while there were no towering giants of 100 meters, numerous trees stood at heights of 60 to 70 meters, stretching skyward like stars scattered across the night. Most of the town's structures were constructed and reinforced with sequoia timber. The continuous wave of logging in the town showed no signs of abating whenever a household required reinforcement, fencing, or firewood for warmth. A group of vigorous middle-aged men would gather to fell trees. Toppling a sequoia, which could reach heights of 60 meters and was nearly impossible for 4 or 5 men to encircle, would send a cascade of soil flying and cause the ground to tremble, bestowing upon them a sense of monumental achievement akin to toppling giants. While sequoia wood is resistant to decay, it is prone to cracking and brittleness, rendering it unsuitable as a building material. As he gazed through the window at the large planks of timber being dragged past his door, Mike silently scoffed at these unsophisticated country folk. Although they had aided in the construction of his own home, it did not prevent him from looking down upon them as thoughts. Little did he know, however, that the sequoia wood, when crushed into pulp and then synthesized into timber, exhibited remarkable resistance to decay and possessed exceptional compressive strength. Once the last of the planks had passed his doorstep, he finally opened the door and exhaled a sigh of relief. These lumberjacks held no newsworthiness, and each time they encountered him, they would jovially exclaim, "Mike has grown up. Mike is going places. Mike is a journalist. Mike, you ought to cover the town. It has a warmth amidst its simplicity." Thus, Mike had no desire to engage with them, finding their enthusiasm unwelcome. Who could fathom what was worthy of coverage in their minds about the town of Staun's unremarkable nature? If it were not for the holidays and family visits, he would not have set foot in this town devoid of any journalistic intrigue. He should conduct interviews with business magnates and celebrity singers in the city of Nahino, aiming to capture the essence of Pulitzer Prize-winning journalism. After all, he graduated from Nahino University and has now become a formal reporter at the Nahino Daily, a rising star destined for greatness. He yearned for this moment to arrive swiftly, his heart ablaze with fervent aspirations. It felt as though the heavens themselves conspired in his favor. As the sun sank in the west, the evening glow gradually surrendered to the encroaching night, and the stars began to twinkle in the firmament. A streak of light traversed the night sky in an arc. A meteor, with his hands tucked into the pockets of his black sweatshirt, Mike gazed upwards, captivated by the luminous trail. The meteor appeared to draw nearer, its blurred outline becoming discernible, a fiery front surging forth with a brilliant red glow. Suddenly, what he had assumed to be a meteorite erupted with a thunderous explosion, jolting Mike with a start in the next heartbeat. The tail of the meteor belched forth thick, dark smoke, careening into the giant sequoia forest before his very eyes. Mike's eyes widened as he followed the trajectory of the meteor. The sequoia forest erupted in a violent plume of black smoke, indicating that the meteor had indeed plunged into the woods, scraping against the ancient trees with a sound so jarring that he could almost envision the intensity of the collision. A resounding explosion shattered the tranquility of the night in the small town. That's a meteor. A meteor has struck the giant sequoia forest, engulfed in flames. Call the fire department. Notify the police. Alert the entire town, there's a risk of wildfire. The giant sequoia forest is not far from the town the fire could spread. Everyone should be prepared to evacuate. An experienced middle-aged man shouted commands, directing the townsfolk emerging from their homes to mitigate the potential wildfire threat. While the sequoias themselves are resistant to flames, this wildfire could easily ignite from the surrounding vegetation, threatening the predominantly wooden structures of the town. A catastrophic disaster in the making. The billowing black smoke rising from the sequoia forest sent waves of panic through the community. Mike felt a jolt of realization this was certainly not a meteorite. What it truly was remained a mystery. This could very well be something extraordinary, a sensation that stirred within him, awakened by the instincts of a burgeoning reporter from the Nahino Daily. The Pulitzer Prize called out to him, igniting a fervor within his soul. His skin prickled with excitement, trembling with anticipation as the heat of his passion surged through his veins. He withdrew his hands from his sweatshirt pockets and dashed homeward, disregarding the crowd preparing to evacuate and a middle-aged man urging him to alert others. The thick smoke billowing from the sequoia forest likely did not signify a fire. Rather, it was the dense smoke of a mechanical explosion, not the haze of burning vegetation. Breathless, he flung open the door and dashed to his room, extracting his cherished Pentax K1000 camera from the wardrobe. With fervor, he swiftly loaded the film, slung the camera around his neck, and without a moment to bid farewell to his parents, he leaped down the stairs in a flurry of excitement, grabbing his mountain bike from the garage. Despite the ache in his legs, his exhilaration propelled him forward as he pedaled furiously, panting heavily, captivated by the billowing smoke emanating from the towering sequoias. The frantic little town behind him faded into oblivion, overshadowed by the flush of exhilaration on his face. As he drew closer to the sequoia grove, his conviction grew that the wildfire had not spread. The dense black smoke was merely a byproduct of the mechanical explosion. Approaching his destination, he abandoned the mountain bike on the steep slope, his exhaustion momentarily eclipsed by the adrenaline coursing through Hyman endless surge of energy from a body otherwise unaccustomed to such exertion. His palms and knees grazed and bled as he ascended the hill, nearly slipping back down, yet the thrill of anticipation drove him onward. He traversed a stretch of soft, muddy path, his limbs numb from overexertion, a testament to his limits being exceeded. Tomorrow would surely bring aching muscles that would tempt him to remain in bed. The last time he felt this way was during a fiercely competitive rugby match at the University of Naxino, where he had been mercilessly tackled. Yet this time, he was not to be disappointed. As he had anticipated, the Pulitzer Prize in journalism was beckoning to him, a discovery worthy of such a monumental accolade. A vast expanse of the sequoia bark had been stripped away, revealing the deep, fleshy interior. He held his breath, eyes wide, gazing at the white spacecraft billowing thick black smoke, exuding a strikingly futuristic allure. Half of it charred. It released plumes of dark smoke, while scattered sparks around it did not ignite a wildfire. A figure hung precariously from the spacecraft, the violent descent having rendered him unconscious. This mixed-race man radiated an unusual beauty, a deep scar running vertically across his left cheek, lending him an air of chilling intensity, a rugged man of rare charm. He could easily captivate the whimsical students of Naxino University. Mike stepped forward, intent on rescuing him, but was forced to retreat by the choking smoke, tears welling in his eyes as he covered his mouth. That it was only upon brushing against the camera hanging from his neck that realization struck him. What am I doing trying to save someone? I must take a photograph first. He quickly raised the camera to his eye, the clicks of the shutter igniting his imagination with visions of Pulitzer glory. Each row of the film advancing deepened his reverie. He lamented inwardly. Had he known he wouldn't be going on a date, he would have purchased the latest Canon A1, his current entry-level Pentax K1000, lacking automatic exposure and focus, felt inadequate for a Pulitzer Prize winner. As he completed the final shots, he lingered momentarily, savoring the taste of his cracked lips. That moment, he finally remembered the urgency of saving a life. With the dense smoke dissipating somewhat, he moved to a corner, fanning away the encroaching black smoke in an attempt to rescue the man suspended from the spacecraft. He's incredibly heavy. As Mike grasped the man's hand and pulled with all his might, he was astonished to find himself unable to budge him. He felt as though he was trying to lift an iron weight. It wasn't that the man's body was trapped, rather, it was as if his physique possessed an unearthly density. Mike was taken aback, realizing he exerted every ounce of strength yet achieved no movement whatsoever. This is certainly not the weight of a human. He is not of Earth. Mike stared in disbelief at the man dangling from the spacecraft, filled with shock. Suddenly, shadows emerged silently from the woods surrounding the area. Startled, Mike then spotted a tall and robust figure clad in the uniform of a colonel. Upon recognizing the soldier, a guardian of the nation, Mike breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes lighting up as he urgently called out, "Come quickly to assist. He's so heavy. He doesn't appear to be from Earth." Colonel Slade's gaze sharpened as he focused on the man hanging from the alien ship, realizing that this was indeed an extraterrestrial being bearing an uncanny resemblance to a human. He stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Mike. In the latter's wide-eyed disbelief, Slade's right hand moved with astonishing swiftness, a blur in the night, striking at Mike's carotid artery with precision, rendering him unconscious with just the right amount of force. Chapter for the worst beginning. General Vic emerged from the night, stepping forth from the shadows of the towering sequoias illuminated by the silvery moonlight that bathed the area around the alien spacecraft. The piercing gaze of his hooked nose was alight with an ambitious desire, and his lean figure exuded an air of authority born from long tenure in power. The black smoke from the spacecraft was gradually dissipating, with sporadic sparks landing on the lush, verdant leaves without triggering secondary explosions or igniting wildfires. His trusted aide, Colonel Slade, stood vigilant, having neutralized any threats, and nodded slightly to indicate safety. With ambition gleaming in his eyes, General Vic surveyed the wreckage of the partially destroyed spacecraft. His gaze lingering on the face of Badi, he subtly gestured for Slade to approach for a closer inspection. Acting on the command, Colonel Slade moved toward Badi, peering through the dimming glow of the dying flames to glimpse the alien's visage. An unsettling chill crept over him. He sensed that this seemingly sunny-faced being, with a high bridge of a nose and broad forehead, bore a depth that contradicted his appearance. The deep scars etched into Badi's cheeks conveyed a fierce, ruthless essence, reminiscent of the most elite and battle-hardened warriors of his own kind. Perhaps he too was a formidable fighter. Colonel Slade speculated as he approached Badi, gripping his arm tightly in an attempt to extricate him from the wreckage. To his astonishment, Badi's muscular arm felt as unyielding as steel. Drawing upon his strength, veins bulging, Slade pulled at Badi's arm, but the effort yielded only slight movement, causing his expression to shift in surprise. This being was indeed heavy. The accounts of Mike, whom he had incapacitated, were not exaggerated. This alien was akin to a humanoid mass of iron. He estimated Badi's weight to be around 400 kilograms. He questioned whether his own formidable strength could rival that of any human, as he was among the most elite warriors, his physique honed to its utmost limits. To lift 400 kilograms in one motion posed a considerable challenge. With a grunt of exertion, he summoned all his strength, engaging his legs, back, and arms to lift Badi from the wreckage. However, the effort was not sustainable. Soon his arms trembled with fatigue, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He staggered to one knee, lowering Badi to the ground, exhaling heavily through his nostrils as he reported, "General, he is indeed an alien, weighing 400 kilograms." The surrounding soldiers looked on in astonishment. The alien appeared to be of a stature similar to Colonel Slade, yet weighed an astonishing 400 kilograms. Could it be that his muscle and organs were composed of steel, coursing with iron-like blood? General Vic's eyes sparkled with surprise, but more so with a fervent ambition. The more extraordinary the alien, the better. He could hardly conceal the wild excitement in his gaze. "Good," General Vic exclaimed approvingly, gesturing with his right hand. "Take him with us." Following closely behind him was another officer, a strikingly beautiful blonde woman with porcelain-like features, who responded with an impassive expression before stepping forward. She approached Colonel Slade, crouching down, her arms slipping beneath the alien Badi's neck and behind his knees, attempting to lift the nearly 400-kilogram being in a princess carry. Colonel Slade cast a sidelong glance, ready to voice his objections to Vale Reeve's audacious act. The sheer weight of 400 kilograms was certainly beyond the capacity of an ordinary woman to lift with ease. Even a man of his considerable strength found it laborious to hoist the alien, his arms trembling under the strain. How could a mere woman dare to attempt such a feat? It was indeed hard to believe, as Colonel Slade knew little about Major Vale Reeve, a trusted aide of General Vic. He only knew that she had appeared unexpectedly after the Vietnam War, becoming an integral part of the general's inner circle. Slade had never exchanged a word with her. From the moment she, with her golden hair and cerulean eyes, akin to a porcelain doll, graced General Vic's side, he had gleaned little more about her. His previous attempts to converse with her had met with silence, as she would disregard anyone who spoke to her, save for the general's commands. Over time, Slade ceased to pay attention to the unresponsive Major Vale Reeve. However, the sight that unfolded before him shattered his perception of humanity. The soft earth sank beneath Vale Reeve's military boots as she straightened her back, her expression still as stoic as ever. Effortlessly lifting Bartai and the Princess Carrie and turning towards General Vic, each step pressing into the yielding ground. Slade was rendered speechless. Astonishment evident in his wide eyes as he watched Vale Reeve, devoid of any expression, carry the alien away. He could only speculate on the extent of her strength. But to lift a 400-kilogram being and walk with such ease, she must possess a force nearing 1,000 kilograms to accomplish such a feat. Slade's worldview felt shattered. This seemingly emotionless colleague harbored a strength surpassing even his own, forged in the crucible of warfare. He found himself questioning the very nature of reality, aliens arriving in spacecraft, and a fellow human endowed with extraordinary power that transcended human limits. It wasn't until General Vic instructed him to transport a segment of the alien vessel back to the underground base and report after handling the scene that Colonel Slade regained his composure, albeit still plagued by myriad doubts. As for Bartai, he had already accompanied General Vic back to the underground base. After concluding his tasks, Colonel Slade crushed Mike's camera. Uncertain of how to process his thoughts, he merely pondered briefly before privately keeping the film within. The fragment of the alien spacecraft was transported back to the underground facility. As all matters were addressed, Colonel Slade descended to the deepest level of the underground base, a highly confidential facility accessible to only a select few. The Research Institute, with its steel-cast and frigid metal walls, exuded an air of stark severity. Within the confines of a 40-square-meter white chamber, an alien, shackled with iron handcuffs and leg irons, was affixed against the steel walls. It resembled the scientific research facilities depicted in numerous films. General Vic raised his hand to halt Slade's report, eager to attentively listen to the elderly figure before him, a bespectacled man in his 60s with keen eyes and a flushed complexion, Director Bori of the Institute. Slade nodded, his gaze briefly flickering toward the ever-present Valef, standing on General Vic's left side, a hint of trepidation crossing his eyes. He repositioned himself to the right of General Vic. Incredibly, our personnel found it impossible to extract blood with a conventional needle, it bent upon contact, necessitating the use of a steel needle to painstakingly draw a minuscule sample for analysis. Our preliminary tests revealed his physical strength, muscle contraction, fiber and cellular vitality, bone density, and cardiac pulse, leading to a singular conclusion. The gravity index of his home planet is 10 times that of Earth. Director Bori exclaimed with palpable excitement. General Vic's gaze turned steely as he regarded the alien, bound and imprisoned against the wall. This implies he possesses a strength of at least 4,000 or 5,000 kilograms, 10 times stronger than a human? Vic inquired succinctly, while Slade felt a shiver of apprehension, his eyes mirroring the focus on the extraterrestrial. Director Bori adjusted his glasses, which threatened to slide down his nose, and clarified, such calculations are not that straightforward. They involve Earth's gravity, gravitational pull, muscle elongation, and bone strength. His strength is at least 10,000 kilograms, approximately 10 times greater than that of your companion Valef. Both General Vic and Colonel Slade gasped in astonishment. A force of 10,000 kilograms, equivalent to 10 tons. This being resembled a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Was this still a human? While General Vic felt a surge of fear, he could not suppress a burgeoning excitement at having stumbled upon a treasure. With the looming threat of nuclear weaponry between nations, the prospect of large-scale warfare was diminishing, perhaps even becoming obsolete. Since the Vietnam War, he had increasingly sensed this shift. The future would undoubtedly favor small-scale combat, focusing on individual or team operations, making the combat effectiveness of state-sponsored soldiers indispensable. Such a being, possessing the strength of 10,000 pounds, akin to a humanoid behemoth, who could withstand it? Without deploying substantial military forces, they would be entirely unchallenged. Should a serum be developed to mass-produce warriors of such unparalleled strength, they would be invincible. 17 hours later, Badi felt as if he were engulfed by a fever, his body utterly fatigued, his eyelids heavy as though laden with metal. With great difficulty, he managed to open his eyes, only to be greeted by a blindingly white environment that made him feel as though he had ascended to paradise. Upon gazing at the reflection of himself in the one-way glass, his spirits plummeted to the depths of despair. He had greeted the most dismal of beginnings, captured by humanity for research. Chapter 5. 3 months. General Vic, a formidable and ambitious military man, presided over the situation. Director Boli, an elderly figure, was the highest authority overseeing the research on him in the underground facility. Dr. Jenny, a strikingly cold and scholarly biologist, stood as the foremost researcher beneath Director Boli. Then there was Valiv, a blonde beauty with an emotionless visage, serving as General Vic's bodyguard, often stationed at his left side. Bart felt an unsettling impression that she was not entirely human. Colonel Slade, a trusted confidant of General Vic, was responsible for the security of this underground base. These details had gradually emerged over the past 3 months, pieced together from their fragmented conversations. Bart had been trapped for 3 months, initially awakening in a frenzy of madness and dissatisfaction with his confinement. Some of his outbursts were feigned, yet they contained grains of genuine emotion. From the outset of his delirium and daily raving, he had slowly come to accept the grim reality, adopting a state of resigned despair. He had perfected the art of concealment, transitioning from desperate struggle to a heart that felt as though it had turned to ash. Had he appeared too calm upon awakening, exuding an air of dominance even while restrained, it would have alarmed them into increasing their vigilance tenfold, a risk he could not afford. The room remained starkly white, with only a single piece of one-way glass embedded in the wall reflecting his figure. He could well imagine a cadre of white-coated figures observing him from the other side. His body was still affixed to the wall in a cruciform position, feet suspended, hands shackled by steel manacles, utterly powerless against the pull of gravity. His wrists and ankles were bruised and bloodied from his struggles, a testament to his futile attempts at escape. Bart hung his head, eyes closed, appearing utterly exhausted as though on the brink of unconsciousness. In reality, he was acutely aware of the pain seeping from his wrists, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. All he knew was that he was in an underground facility, deprived of sunlight, and the scant information he had gleaned about the people around him only fueled his agitation and ire. After enduring countless trials to reach Earth from Krypton, this was the welcome he received? He gritted his teeth in frustration. He possessed grand ambitions and the capability to reshape worlds. How could he have journeyed to Earth merely to be reduced to a mere specimen for scientific examination? No, he must break free, bask in the sunlight, tread upon the earth, and grasp the stars, extinguishing the sun if need be. Yet, the current scene before him felt nothing short of a dead end. Every day, he was administered a dose of anesthetics 10 times heavier than an elephant, accompanied by muscle relaxants to prevent excessive power, which left his muscles sore and fatigued. Over the course of 3 months, his once robust physique, characterized by explosive muscle mass and a mere 5 body fat, was reduced to a state of weakness and lethargy. Before being exposed to the sun to activate his Kryptonian genes, he was utterly powerless, easily susceptible to mortality. The sun. It was only under its rays that he could awaken his Kryptonian heritage, thereby acquiring the strength necessary to escape the confines of this underground base. However, it was not merely a matter of basking in sunlight to gain the formidable powers akin to those of Zod and Farah in cinematic portrayals. Rather, it was the activation of his Kryptonian genes, enabling him to harness solar energy to enhance his physical capabilities. This exposure would lead to a remarkable transformation in his visual acuity, olfactory senses, auditory perception, cognitive processes, and cellular vitality, akin to a profound evolution, resulting in unparalleled changes within himself. Despite being the most rudimentary warrior template of Krypton, possibly even flawed, the essence of his Kryptonian genes remained intact, allowing him to gradually absorb solar energy and grow stronger. What resources could he leverage? With his head bowed, he pondered relentlessly, striving to alter his predicament. He refused to resign himself to passively being subjected to research, waiting for a serendipitous accident in the underground laboratory to provide an escape route. Badi harbored no belief in such cinematic turn of events. Had fortune favored him so generously, he would not have faced a shipwreck, only to be captured, and even worse, rendered unconscious by the explosion's impact. Given the immense strength he possessed upon arrival on Earth, along with the combat prowess of Krypton's finest warriors, it seemed inconceivable that he could be subdued and reduced to his current plight. His luck had been exhausted the moment he traversed dimensions, post-arrival. He was merely a base genetic soldier, and his presence on Earth was a result of relentless effort and cunning strategies. Luck? It was a mere illusion. Everything depended solely on his own resolve, regardless of the sacrifices made, betrayals endured, or schemes employed. He must find a way out. General Vic, Dean Bori, Dr. Jenny, Valiv. Colonel Slade. With his head lowered, the indomitable will forged in the crucible of Kryptonian training melded with the meditative techniques acquired through deception in the Kryptonian Guild, fueling his cognitive faculties and propelling his mind into a fervent quest for escape. He believed he would not meet his demise, whether through biological or scientific understanding of extraterrestrial civilizations, the reasons behind his arrival on Earth, and myriad other factors. His existence held far greater value than that of a lifeless object. Badi's mind raced with the information he had accumulated over the past 3 months. In his mind, he first dismissed General Vic and Verliv. The former was evidently ambitious, likely elated to have stumbled upon this opportunity, laughing in his dreams, while Verliv appeared robot-like, obediently following General Vic's orders, offering no hope. As for Colonel Slade, Badi felt a sense of familiarity with the name. It was also the name of the Grim Reaper. Could this fellow be Slade Wilson? Regardless, in his current state as a captive, he would derive no assistance. Dean Borey. If he were to receive help from this individual or secure a promise regarding biological genetic research, no, that old fox was cunning and deceitful. Badi sensed that he would only siphon off the knowledge from his mind, perpetually imprisoning him. Badi, with his head bowed, slightly opened his eyes, his hair cascading before him, exuding a sense of despondency and despair. Dr. Jenny, presumably in her mid-20s, was excessively youthful, second only to Dean Borey as the authoritative biological expert in this research facility. A young woman, yet remarkably knowledgeable, she held a doctorate at such a tender age and occupied a prominent position beneath Dean Borey in this underground research institute. Badi intended to exploit her as a potential gateway. Achieving a doctorate in biology by the age of 25 or 26 and serving as the second-in-command in such a significant research facility indicated that her intellect, knowledge, and possibly her connections were formidable. Only in her did Badi perceive a glimmer of opportunity. Perhaps he could leverage her to glimpse the light of day. He hoped her emotional intelligence was not exceedingly high. Chapter 6. Opportunity. Everything unfolded as Badi had anticipated. The underground research base found itself ensnared in a conundrum. The spacecraft was far too advanced for its time. In the year 1980, with technology lagging significantly, there was simply no feasible approach to study this star-faring vessel. The first personal computer, the IBM 5150, would not emerge until 1981. The Motorola 8000, the world's first mobile phone, characterized by its cumbersome brick design, would only debut in 1984. It wasn't until 1985 that systems began to take shape. This illustrates that even a research base with technology surpassing civilian advancements was unable to decipher an alien spacecraft. This also elucidated why General Vic had decisively abandoned the pursuit of the spacecraft, directing Dean Borey to focus on extraterrestrial genetic research. Within Area 51, numerous talents were engaged in technological research, and progress in technology was not easily attained. Moreover, the extent of damage to the spacecraft rendered it virtually unapproachable. Nevertheless, biological genetics could empower General Vic. Despite this, he had not entirely relinquished his ambition for the alien spacecraft's findings, choosing to pursue both avenues, perhaps anticipating unexpected rewards. Certainly, if a person accustomed to an advanced technological environment were to elucidate even a fraction of future applications, it would catalyze their growth exponentially. Coincidentally, Badi was alive, and not to exploit this opportunity would be a disservice to his existence as an extraterrestrial being. With a profound understanding of the situation, Bartai commenced his genuine performance. Only through interaction could true opportunities manifest, and now, such an opportunity lay before him. On a particular day during the 4th month of his confinement, the underground research facility selected a middle-aged woman, certified as a teacher, to instruct Bartai in English. Their intent was to enable Bartai to communicate in English and, in turn, extract more knowledge from him. However, Bartai remained utterly indifferent in the presence of the chosen English instructor, perpetually with his head bowed and eyes dull, devoid of interest in engaging with them, let alone in learning the language. This disheartened Dean Borey immensely. In truth, they had chosen the wrong person for the task. The woman before him, clad in black stockings, with stout calves and a comfortable life, complete with a career, children, and a husband, was far from his aspirations. She held no potential for exploitation. Bartai was acutely aware of this. What he required was a woman capable of weaving sympathy into the fabric of his fabricated language. One who, through their interactions, might become enchanted and even fall in love with him. Although Bartai was not a prince, this detail was inconsequential. He was adept at fabrication and deception. Such women could never be those who were settled in life, with children and families. They were too burdened by contemplation and worry, lacking the impulsiveness he sought. What he needed was a young, passionate heart. Were this middle-aged woman 20 years younger, perhaps Bartai could manipulate her affections to orchestrate his escape. Yet, she was not that version of herself. For his target, he meticulously constructed a perfect blueprint in his mind, contemplating countless enchanting phrases and scenarios designed to captivate and seduce an intellectually formidable woman like her, all to draw her closer to him. His goal was a female biologist, around 25 years of age, whom he sought to charm. After a month of indifference towards the middle-aged teacher, his yearning finally bore fruit when the desired individual appeared. On the second day of the 5th month, Barty had been silently calculating the duration of his captivity. Dr. Ginny replaced the researcher originally scheduled to administer a muscle relaxant injection. Wendy, Dean Borey hopes you will first teach him some scientific terminology, Dr. Ginny stated as she withdrew the steel needle from Barty's arm, leaving tiny red spots on his skin. Inserting the needle into his robust muscle proved somewhat challenging. After placing the syringe on the tray, Dr. Ginny's expression remained aloof as her gaze shifted to the middle-aged woman, Wendy, who was monotonously feeding English vocabulary to Barty. Wendy furrowed her brow, slightly impatient, and slipped her hand into the pocket of her lab coat, muttering, "That old man Borey. I have already experienced enough trouble. Teaching students is a task I undertook 2 decades ago, and now I find myself instructing an extraterrestrial. I yearn to hide in the laboratory rather than confront a block of wood. This alien is no diligent student, having never heeded my words." As I spoke, she gaped in astonishment, pausing her murmurs of discontent, gazing incredulously at the alien before her. After such a long wait, Barty finally seized the perfect opportunity to enter Dr. Ginny's line of sight, to execute his own designs. The moment he heard Dr. Ginny's voice, he raised his heavy head, his deep black eyes revealing a mixture of surprise, shock, sorrow, melancholy, and affection, as if witnessing and hearing her was an overwhelming, complex emotion filled with both joy and sadness. Oscar could not match his depth of feeling. When Dr. Ginny met his profound gaze, she felt as if a message was being transmitted to her heart, and she stood stunned for several seconds before recovering from Wendy's playful banter. "Ginny, has the alien fallen for you at first sight?" Wendy mused with curiosity. Having taught the alien for over a month, she had never observed any reaction from him until now, when Dr. Ginny merely spoke a few words and captured his attention. Truly, a middle-aged woman could not rival the allure of a youthful maiden. Even an alien could be smitten. Ginny and the middle-aged Wendy shared a close bond, and after exchanging a few playful remarks tinged with Ginny's peculiar curiosity, she departed under Barty's disconcerting gaze. As Ginny's silhouette faded from view, Barty indulged in a performance of sorrowful reminiscence, heavily bowing his mournful head, casting a melancholic atmosphere over the white room. Wendy regarded Barty with puzzlement, continuing her monologue of instruction. After a while, Barty's reactions exasperated her. "This is absurd. You gaze deeply at a young maiden, yet ignore a middle-aged woman. In my youth, I was a rose in bloom. How about this, Mr. Alien? You learn English with me, and I shall help you woo Ginny," Wendy tempted, extolling Ginny's splendid figure, her long legs, her slender waist, moving with an elegance that resembled that of a fairy, a true gem among mortals. Barty felt an impulse to lash out. In his current state, even if he resembled a wretched creature, he must seize any opportunity to escape this place, indifferent to legs or waists. At that moment, Barty could only hope that Ginny's emotional intelligence was negative, allowing her to be drawn to him. Finally, when he slapped her forehead in realization, remembering that this alien did not understand English and thus could not communicate, cursing the old fool Borley for assigning her such a troublesome task. Chapter 7. The Kryptonian Guide to Courtship. For several consecutive days, the underground research remained unaltered, with the middle-aged woman, Wendy, persistently waving images adorned with English letters before Barty. Her voice, tinged with a sharpness, monotonously reading aloud the letters on the cards. Not only was Wendy exasperated, but Barty too felt an increasing impatience, a tempest of irritation brewing within him. In his pursuit of mastering English, Barty discerned their intentions. They sought to elucidate the various operations of a small spacecraft, yearning for the knowledge housed within his mind. Their eagerness was palpable, even if it manifested in a rather forceful manner of instruction. The singular explanation for this predicament was that, given the current state of technology, they had exhausted their means of research. The spacecraft was remarkably advanced, and with its incomplete structure, they found themselves helpless, in dire need of his assistance. To be treated as a prisoner while they sought to extract the knowledge from his mind ignited a fierce anger within Barty. He swore that one day, should he gain his freedom, all within this base would meet their demise. Yet, he was compelled to suppress this inner turmoil, continuously practicing meditation to calm his spirit. He could not afford to display any emotions, should they perceive that he could communicate with others beyond Ginny. His carefully orchestrated plans to position Ginny in a unique light would undoubtedly falter. Prolonged absence would diminish the impression he had left on her, ultimately failing to stir her heart. In matters of love, excessive emotional turbulence from one party can lead to catastrophic failure. He had experienced this in his past life and was now living through it once more. Perhaps Jenny was indifferent to the depth of his feelings and the stories worth exploring, or perhaps he lacked the allure to provoke her curiosity about his innermost thoughts. The most disheartening possibility was that she was already occupied, entangled in flirtations, with no time to engage with the narratives he wished to share. For over 7 days, Jenny had not graced him with her presence, casting doubt upon whether the emotions conveyed in their previous gaze were misinterpreted or if Jenny's rationality outweighed her sensibility. Badi pondered deeply, recognizing the likelihood that, at her young age, she occupied a significant position within this underground research facility, where rational thought would predominantly govern her actions. As he meticulously contemplated, he began formulating plans for their next encounter, striving to leave a lasting impression upon her heart. For Badi, the initial moment of their gaze had nearly ended in failure. On this day, once more, Jenny appeared in the stark, white room, administering a muscle relaxant injection to Badi. Kryptonian genetics endowed him with formidable recovery capabilities, far surpassing those of an ordinary Earthling, even in the absence of sunlight. This muscle relaxant facilitated the easing of protein between muscles, enabling easier extraction of deoxyribonucleic acid from within the cells for research purposes, serving not merely to aid Badi's muscle relaxation for cellular restoration research. As Jenny entered, her high heels clicked rhythmically against the floor, reminiscent of her previous visit to administer a muscle relaxant to Badi. She possessed a statuesque elegance, exuding an air of cool sophistication. After casting a fleeting glance at Badi, her eyes drifted away. Ever since their last encounter, when Badi had gazed at her with a complex expression, she found herself both intrigued and unsettled. The alien, who had never responded before, seemed to recall something upon hearing her voice, evoking memories of a bygone era, igniting her curiosity as a fervent biologist. What experiences lay behind this enigmatic being? Men with stories tend to captivate women effortlessly. Moreover, the fact that this alien reacted solely to her piqued her interest further. Badi, with his head bowed, felt an unexpected stir within as he caught sight of her slender legs, yet he refrained from looking up. He had resolved to be an alien prince who would react only upon hearing Jenny's voice, and his astonishment during their last encounter had been genuine. After exchanging greetings with the middle-aged woman, Wendy, Badi finally lifted his gaze toward Jenny upon hearing her voice. In that moment, it was as if he glimpsed the shadow of a past lover in her eyes, an expression mingling affection, sorrow, and despondency, only to realize that the woman before him was not the one he longed to see, which filled his eyes with a sense of disillusionment. When Jenny met his gaze, she felt a pang in her heart, as if something was lodged within, resonating with the emotions conveyed in Badi's eyes. The stories hidden within that gaze overwhelmed her, leaving her momentarily stunned until Wendy's voice broke the spell, prompting her to tremble as she prepared the injection for Badi. As she placed the syringe back on the tray, a swirl of complex thoughts filled her mind as she regarded Badi for a moment longer, before resolutely turning to leave. "May I hear your voice once more?" Badi's voice suddenly echoed through the vast, white space, striking a jarring yet mysterious note. He spoke in Kryptonian, leaving both Jenny and Wendy baffled, enveloped in an aura of enigma. They stood frozen in astonishment, realizing the words were directed at Jenny, piercing deep into her heart. Wendy, filled with a sense of wonder akin to that of a researcher encountering a novel phenomenon, felt a thrill at the revelation that this alien could speak, recognizing that perhaps their methods had been flawed. But then, Badi's eyes clouded with sorrow and disappointment, conveying a silent message that seemed to say, "You are not her." He once again bowed his head, revealing profound despondency. Witnessing such an expression, any woman would experience an emotional jolt, feeling a mixture of confusion and empathy for Badi's misidentification. It stirred within her a sense of "this isn't my fault," yet a longing to understand why he mourned for someone who was not her. Often, it is the exploration of a man's past that ensnares a woman's heart. Badi employed a similar method, which inherently necessitated an awareness of women's nuances and allure. As a Kryptonian, an extraterrestrial being, his presence in the underground base was already a significant attraction. His striking appearance and the emotions he conveyed made it easier for him to capture the attention of women. Thus, he resorted to this approach. Should it fail to yield the anticipated results, Badi would abandon the tactic, seeking a plausible excuse to study English before them, ultimately assisting them in unraveling the mysteries of extraterrestrial technology, thereby gaining a modicum of freedom and autonomy. As long as they desired technology, he could formulate his strategies. Provided they remained oblivious to his ability to grow stronger through sun exposure, all his plans would hold potential. Badi contemplated this with a calm demeanor. With minimal information, he could deduce personal insights, exploiting them to their fullest potential. This was his forte. Badi's scheme commenced successfully when Dr. Ginny, appearing somewhat dazed, stepped out of the room. Following the directives of Dean Boley, "Ginny, starting tomorrow, you will instruct the alien in English," Dean Boley remarked, gazing through the glass wall at Badi, whose head hung low. He mused analytically. Since his fall to Earth, he has endured imprisonment and the loss of freedom. He has struggled, despaired, and felt profound bitterness, ultimately succumbing to a state of emotional desolation. It was only upon hearing your voice that he responded. Your voice evokes memories of someone familiar, prompting such a strong reaction. Through you, we may glean insights into his past, his planet-esque culture, and technology. Dr. Ginny felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of exploiting such a deeply emotional man. Chapter 8. Wrath. The following day, upon seeing Dr. Ginny replace the middle-aged woman Wendy as his English instructor, Badi sensed the possibility of freedom, a cold, sardonic smile playing upon his lips. Even in stringent confinement, the human spirit could not be easily subdued. As long as desires lingered, this imprisonment, akin to experimentation on lab rats, could never truly bind him. He would gradually share the knowledge of extraterrestrial spacecraft technology with them, fearing they might not live to witness the dawn of this technology. Initially, Dr. Ginny mirrored Wendy's approach, presenting illustrated cards with English translations for him to view, her crisp voice reading the words aloud, embedding them in Badi's memory. With each word she pronounced, Badi would subtly react, his demeanor seemingly stirred by her voice, revealing a spectrum of emotions. His gaze would soften, flicker with sorrow, or drift into memories of a bygone era, all of which were merely facades. Yet, not entirely false, for he had experienced profound love and heartache. Every performance in his eyes was substantiated by his past, deeply moving in its authenticity. At first, Dr. Ginny maintained a poised and aloof demeanor in her teaching. But as she observed the emotions emanating from the intriguing extraterrestrial before her, an insatiable curiosity stirred within her, compelling her to uncover the entirety of his story. She is inherently an expert in biology, possessing an ardent spirit of inquiry into the corporeal genetics of both extraterrestrials and humans. Furthermore, the profound emotions exhibited by the aliens towards her have inadvertently ensnared her in the virtual sentiments crafted by Badi, evoking tenderness, warmth, sorrow, and reminiscence within her. From a young age, she immersed herself in the wondrous realm of biological research, dedicating herself entirely to her studies throughout high school and university, devoid of any romantic entanglements. Even now, she remains the subject of jest among her university peers, labeled as the doctoral candidate untouched by amorous experiences. In the sexually liberated cultures of Europe and America, her lack of such encounters renders her a target for ridicule. Yet, despite her limited emotional experiences, she finds herself irresistibly drawn to the alien creature Badi. As her research gradually transforms into a deeper understanding of the intricate blueprint he has meticulously designed for her, leading her into a spiral of emotional entrapment. Even with her exceptional intelligence, she is oblivious to the fact that Badi is playing a game of seduction, weaving an intricate web to ensnare her heart, all while plotting to exploit her affections for his own ends. Beyond the one-way glass, Dean Boley, clad in a white lab coat, smiles with satisfaction, hands tucked in his pockets, nodding approvingly as if envisioning the imminent breakthroughs Badi would facilitate in the realm of science, propelling Earth into a new frontier of knowledge. Recently, he has been quite pleased with the progress Dr. Ginny has made in teaching the aliens. They have finally begun to accept reality and have learned a considerable amount of English vocabulary and grammar, likely poised for effective communication within a month or two. Standing beside him, Colonel Slade peers intently through the glass at Badi's occasional expressions, his eyes narrowing with vigilance. His keen intuition perceives Badi as a solitary, cunning, and dangerously wrathful beast, unwilling to submit, an instinct honed from surviving countless bullets on the battlefield. This extraterrestrial is indeed perilous. Dr. Ginny's passion for studying alien life forms is evident. Colonel Slade's gaze shifts from Badi to Dr. Ginny, who has devoted herself entirely to biological research since her arrival at the underground facility. She often presents a stoic facade, indifferent to others. However, the Dr. Ginny within is imbued with gentle anticipation, her striking features softened by a tender gaze. Each time she holds a card to teach Badi a new English phrase, a flicker of joy dances at the corners of her lips upon his responses, while she eagerly draws another card in hopes of his engagement. Dr. Ginny's fervent love for extraterrestrial beings is quite apparent. Is this not advantageous? We require their cooperation, fostering bonds that could also serve as leverage, a dual benefit. Dean Boley, with hands firmly in the pockets of his lab coat, watches the interaction between Ginny and Badi with a smile. though a thread of concern lingers regarding the potential for unforeseen events with the alien. Colonel Slade spoke coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the elderly Dean Bori beside him. Feeling a chill, he was a researcher consumed solely by his quest for knowledge, indifferent to the fates of his students. It was likely that Dr. Jenny had developed a certain affection for the extraterrestrial beings. Should they refuse to cooperate, she would undoubtedly endure considerable torment as she sought to manipulate them. Did he harbor no feelings for his students at all? Truly, such researchers are merciless, sacrificing compassion at the altar of science. Are you not the orchestrator of the defense facilities here? We place our trust in you, Dean Bori remarked, leading the way deeper into the corridor. Colonel Slade remained silent, his gaze flickering across Bart's face before he followed the elderly Dean, leaving Dr. Jenny in the one-way glass room, clutching her card, unaware that she had become the intermediary in a battle of wits between two factions. After 5 months of interaction with Jenny and 9 months of confinement, Bart had successfully ensnared her heart with his feigned intentions. As their exchanges grew richer, Bart seemed to deliberately inquire about Jenny's past, extracting significant information regarding various underground research bases from her unwitting revelations. For instance, he learned that the underground base had encountered a deadlock after deriving some semi-finished magnetic pulse devices from the stable magnetic field left by a fragment of a spaceship. Research on genetics was also gradually unfolding. Additionally, he gleaned from Jenny that the current year was 1980, learning about certain external affairs. Bart estimated that he arrived on Earth perhaps a year or two earlier than Superman. However, he felt fortunate that when Superman arrived, he would be an infant while Bart was already an adult. Yet, time would not grant him much leeway. His aspirations were far from the casual heroics of Superman. Within Bart's mind swirled a tempest of calm, yet anxious thoughts. As he sensed the opportune moment approaching, he subtly guided Jenny towards his desire for a tranquil life. Envisioning a peaceful stroll under the moonlight with her, basking in the warmth of the sun. For her sake, he was willing to provide insights and knowledge to the underground research base, seeking greater autonomy in return. Confined within the walls, relying solely on Jenny's affections and his own acting skills, felt exceedingly passive. Bart was eager to offer his assistance in advancing their technological research. When Jenny conveyed this information to Dean Bori, he could not contain his joy. At long last, they had successfully compelled the extraterrestrial to share his knowledge for Jenny's benefit. Such interstellar scientific knowledge must undoubtedly be firmly grasped in their hands. After 9 months of imprisonment within the underground base, one fateful day unfolded. Jenny entered the room, her expression fraught with indignation, gazing sorrowfully at Barty. Her footsteps, heavy and hurried in high heels, echoed with the weight of her distress. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she stood on tiptoe, her delicate hand grasping Barty's large one, her body leaning against his shoulder, emanating a tender affection. In a hoarse voice, she whispered, "I will not allow them to treat you this way." As she spoke, tears cascaded from her face, falling onto Barty's body, the moisture seeping into the fabric of his white attire, bringing a chill. A sense of foreboding settled in Barty's heart. Was there some unforeseen calamity? He believed he had aligned perfectly with their expectations. Perhaps they intended to manipulate his feelings for Jenny. Ultimately, their desire was for technology. What more could they possibly want from him? Barty maintained a calm exterior, gently inquiring, "What is it, Jenny?" She stifled a sob, gritting her teeth as she replied, "Slade intends to sever your tendons before allowing you to leave this room." Barty's expression froze, a chill coursing through him, as his inner fury erupted like a volcano. He had promised to assist them with technological research for Jenny's sake, hoping to gain a modicum of freedom, but not at the cost of his own incapacitation. That price was far too steep. They sought to render him incapable of action, to extract the knowledge from his mind without concern for any unforeseen consequences. It was cruel and merciless, yet undeniably effective. The tendons in question were critical to human mobility, situated beneath the muscles of the calves and arms, connected to the bones of the feet and hands. If they were damaged or severed, movement would become impossible. Tendons facilitate muscle attachment and stabilization, and their proper function is essential for coordinated movement. Should the tendons be cut for an extended period, the ligaments would retract, and the muscles would lose their ability to facilitate motion, leading to complete atrophy. Even under the sun, regeneration would be impossible, as the tendons would heal in a deformed state. In such a scenario, he would find himself utterly incapacitated, a perilous predicament indeed. Barty could foresee the extent of Slade's precautions in his intent to sever his tendons, as his body gradually developed resistance to the various anesthetics coursing through him. The muscle relaxants began to lose their efficacy. Despite a decline in his extraordinary physique, he still possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary humans. If he were to be shackled with walking restraints, Even the smallest movement could unleash thousands of kilograms of force, capable of damaging the facility. The base was not entirely constructed of steel, and such a formidable presence was a threat too great to ignore. Even when shackled with restraints, safety remains elusive. Slade harbored deep-seated mistrust towards Barty's narrative concerning Ginny. In the elaborate scheme to ensnare Ginny, Barty portrayed himself as the last prince of Krypton, fleeing the chaos and destruction of his home planet to Earth, where he was ultimately captured. Slade's astute intuition dismissed such claims. How could a prince possess such formidable muscles? The scars that marred his body and the deep gash upon his face spoke of battles fought in the crucible of life and death, a reality inconceivable for one who had not experienced true combat. Could a prince of a technologically advanced civilization capable of interstellar travel endure such perilous moments? Even when Barty later invoked the notion of personal valor as a matter of Kryptonian tradition and honor, Slade remained resolutely cautious, insisting on severing Barty's tendons before allowing him to exit his confinement. General Vic had emphatically instructed him that regardless of the alien's nature, as long as he remained alive, he could be a subject of valuable research. Thus, Slade approached Barty with unyielding vigilance. Barty, consumed by his desire to entice Ginny, neglected the watchful eyes of others, rendering himself susceptible to a life-threatening peril. His predicament was far more dire than he had envisioned or than any cinematic portrayal could convey. Suppressing his inner fury, Barty turned his head slightly, affectionately brushing against Ginny's face as she nestled against his shoulder, his smile tender as he spoke. "Ginny, I understand your wariness towards outsiders. As long as you are by my side, I am willing to endure." He spoke with heartfelt sincerity, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. He intentionally chose the word endure, amplifying Ginny's inner turmoil and self-reproach. How could this be? Ginny clutched Barty's hand tightly, her heart twisted in unbearable pain. Barty had sacrificed so much for her. He was ready to relinquish his scientific knowledge and forsake his identity as a Kryptonian prince, all for the sake of a tranquil life with her on Earth. She could foresee that severing Barty's tendons would lead to prolonged healing, with the ligaments retracting and solidifying, rendering him forever incapacitated. One could not simply sever and reconnect tendons repeatedly. Such a fate would ultimately lead to ruin. Barty would require years, perhaps 5 or 10, to demonstrate compliance, non-aggressiveness, and a willingness to integrate into humanity. Only then would he be able to coexist among them. After 5 years, coupled with Barty's robust healing, he would likely be left permanently disabled, forever rendered a shadow of his former self. Ginny could not fathom Barty enduring such agony and torment. Why must he be subjected to this? He merely sought a peaceful existence on this planet, longing to walk hand in hand with her beneath the moonlight, basking in the warmth of the sun. He had once proclaimed that in Krypton, true love would unite two souls under the sun, forging a bond of lifelong commitment. Under the sun, he kneels before himself, embodying a fervent heart as he proposes. Pain wrenches Ginny's heart, akin to a knife's edge. The alien she fell in love with for the first time engenders an anguish that is almost unbearable. She had always envisioned a promising future with Barty, never anticipating that he would endure a life marred by disability, suffering, and confinement. This notion is profoundly despairing. Barty softly sighed by Ginny's ear, a note of helplessness in his voice. "I too wish to stroll down the streets with you, to wander through the academic library of Harvard University where you studied, to traverse the zoological museum, those stadiums you disdain, and the biological specimens you cherish. Perhaps we could even walk hand in hand with our children." His gentle sigh, warm breath brushing against her ear, caused Ginny's heart to momentarily halt, her breath caught in her throat. Such tender words wield an especially formidable power in this context. Clenching her teeth tightly, she buried her head in Barty's neck, her shoulders trembling as she soaked his white hospital gown with tears. A thought emerged within her, a willingness to sacrifice herself in order to ensure Barty's safety and well-being. Once this notion took root, it consumed her thoughts entirely, compelling her to weep even more fervently. Those in love, driven by a surge of phenylethylamine that elevates their intellect, find their endorphins diminished and dopamine levels heightened, allowing love to dominate their minds, spiraling into madness. Ginny's thoughts were wholly devoted to Barty. Like a devil, Barty enticed her with words that painted the future she yearned for, as if they were truly about to embark on a journey together, exploring Harvard University, retracing the paths Ginny had traversed since childhood, ultimately building a nest of love by a serene lake, filled with infinite possibilities. The promise of a beautiful future seemed almost tangible, further solidifying Ginny's resolve to devote everything to Barty. Her teeth clenched tighter, sobs shaking her body as she instinctively gripped his hand with fervor. Sensing the moment was right, and emotions had sufficiently brewed, Barty finally sighed with a hint of melancholy and regret. If only there were a method to sever the spinal cord. The spinal cord emerges from the spinal column, primarily governing sensation, movement, and reflexes in the body and limbs. By merely applying a pulse to the cervical spine, one could induce paralysis in an otherwise healthy individual, rendering Barty unable to move his limbs, a condition devoid of threat, with only his neck remaining capable of speech. Entirely non-threatening. Meanwhile, other cranial and autonomic nerves would remain intact, only inhibiting the transmission of signals to the limbs. Thus, even if Barty were immobilized for an extended period, he would not become a lifelong invalid, for in the future, a removal of the nerve block would allow for recovery to normalcy, given a little time. In simpler terms, it involves temporarily interrupting the brain's signals to the limbs. However, this process is perilous. A moment's miscalculation could result in genuine paralysis. Under the radiant sun of Krypton, Barty toiled diligently, immersing himself in the intricate study of genetic biology. He gained profound insights into his own physiology, understanding that exposure to sunlight could trigger an instantaneous evolutionary explosion within his genes. This surge of powerful neural impulses and action potentials would shatter any limitations imposed by mere pulses. Thus, this method proved far superior to severing tendons, and it was imperative to employ it. The peril of paralysis was a trifling concern compared to the advantage of lowering their vigilance. Was such a method available? Indeed. They had recently developed a rudimentary magnetic pulse device designed to diminish the clustered fluctuations of pulse waves, which could serve as a perfect tool for controlling Barty. Dr. Jenny, upon hearing Barty's sigh, immediately recognized that they possessed all the necessary conditions to implement this on him. Being an expert in biology herself, she was acutely aware of the advantages this approach would offer, far better than rendering Barty a mere husk through the severing of his tendons. Yet, she also understood that a careless misstep could transform him into a true paralytic. Stunned, she covered her mouth, struggling to accept that both options were intolerable. She remained oblivious to the fact that even a temporary paralysis, under the influence of Kryptonian genetics and the illumination of a yellow sun, could ignite Barty's control over his body through the intense transmission of neural signals. Barty softly lured her, once again weaving an enchanting vision in her ear. To be rendered a mere shell through severed tendons was to become helpless. To risk paralysis was equally to become powerless. Jenny's expression shifted, tears tracing her cheeks in anguish. "My dear, wait for me. I shall not allow you to become a mere shadow of yourself." She paused her sobbing, biting her lip resolutely. With deep affection, she pressed her lips to Barty's, and, the sound of her hurried high heels echoing, she departed from the stark white room. Barty watched her leave with gentle eyes, lowering his head in a more comfortable posture, his heart shrouded in coldness. "If I am free, you shall all perish." Chapter 10. A fury for Barty in the subterranean research facility. Within the office of the venerable Director Bori, a transparent display case overflowed with various documents. The desk, though orderly, was dotted with numerous neatly stacked papers. Director Bori, adorned with round spectacles perched upon his nose, furrowed his brow with deep creases as he lowered his head, scrutinizing the documents while casting a glance at the two individuals before him. The blinds were drawn, filtering the light in an upward reflection, enveloping the office in a solemn silence reminiscent of the calm before an explosion. Bang! Dr. Jenny's countenance was stern, her eyes ablaze with fury as she slammed her delicate, alabaster hand forcefully upon the desk, causing the meticulously arranged papers to tremble in alarm. "Enough, Slade. You have no authority to impede our actions." Dr. Jenny's voice thundered, akin to an enraged mother leopard, her gaze fixated with intensity upon Slade. She was advocating for the surgical procedure to utilize the magnetic pulse cluster, aiming to connect it to the base of Barty's spinal cord, temporarily severing the sensations, movements, and reflexes in his limbs. Thus, Barty would be rendered entirely harmless, seated in a wheelchair, assisting them in elucidating various technological advancements. After a period of time, once trust is genuinely established and following a course of rehabilitation training, it is indeed possible to lead a life akin to that of ordinary individuals, without any apparent issues. However, Slade, the formidable head of the underground base's defenses, resolutely refused this notion, insisting on the drastic measure of severing the tendons of Barty's hands and feet to facilitate his release from the confines of that sterile cell. With a composed and robust demeanor, Slade maintained a military posture, sitting upright in his chair. "I am the head of security here and possess ample authority to oversee this extraterrestrial being. No unforeseen incidents can arise." Slade's words were imbued with a commanding intensity. Dr. Jenny had grown overly close to Barty, exhibiting excessive concern for this alien, which, for a subject of study, indicated an unhealthy emotional investment that might lead her to adopt a perspective sympathetic to the alien, potentially endangering security. Slade harbored no doubts regarding Barty's level of danger. Despite never having witnessed Barty in action, yet his acute instincts warned him that even in captivity, Barty exuded an unsettling, predatory aura. Whether Barty was asleep or awake, Slade felt as if he were confronting a reluctant, beastly monarch, with a subdued demeanor that belied an underlying, formidable menace. To illustrate, one might liken him to a pirate king, awaiting execution, his hands bound, head bowed. Yet within the disheveled strands of hair lay an indomitable will and an air of defiance that was both awe-inspiring and alarming. All of this, however, was deeply concealed within Barty, but Slade's keen instincts detected hints of his formidable nature, prompting him to regard this alien as a significant threat, never daring to underestimate him. Slade was unfamiliar with Dr. Jenny's proposed methods, relying solely on his own brute force approach. Thus, he believed that severing Barty's tendons was the only way to ensure safety and restrict his movements. Dr. Jenny aimed for a harmonious coexistence with the alien. Treating Barty with cruelty might lead him to refuse assistance in technological research. It had taken considerable time for Dr. Jenny to persuade him to discuss technological challenges, and he must not be disheartened further. The use of magnetic field pulse radio frequency to temporarily disrupt sensation, movement, and reflexes in Barty's limbs could also guarantee their safety and provide Slade with peace of mind. In the future, as trust was fostered, perhaps Barty could even form a family with Dr. Jenny, becoming part of humanity. Dean Boley, observing Slade, explained Dr. Jenny's intentions, adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose and casting a glance at her that conveyed a touch of reassuring warmth, as if a child had finally found a place to belong. Dr. Jenny's fury was somewhat alleviated by Dean Boley's words, though her expression remained cold and unyielding. Dean Boley saw clearly that all of this was for Dr. Jenny and Barty, to ensure a favorable outcome for them both in the future. This time, it was Slade who furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Dr. Jenny, have you lost your mind in this research? He is an extraterrestrial, and you have fallen in love with an alien. You desire his freedom and long to build a family with him. It must be said that your obsession with the biological sciences borders on madness. It is a fanciful delusion to think he can be anything but forever imprisoned here. Do you believe General Vic would ever show mercy to this alien? Do you think human society can accommodate such a creature, this extraterrestrial beast?" Hearing Slade's derision towards the one she loved, Dr. Jenny's simmering anger surged once more. She snatched the documents from Dean Boley's hands and, with a sharp slap, brought them down against Slade's military uniform, her voice rising in furious reprimand. "General Vic has already consented. I will assist Badi in this procedure," implanting a pulsed radio frequency disruption needle into the nape of his neck to eliminate any threat he poses. At this, Jenny could not help but feel a pang of anguish for her beloved. Badi merely wished to find a tranquil place to live, to share a life in this beautiful world, basking in the sunlight and embracing the moonlight, hand in hand as they journeyed into the future. Why must he endure such suffering? To sever his spinal nerves, rendering him incapable of movement, was already egregious enough. Yet Slade persisted in his ruthless demand to sever Badi's tendons, intent on rendering him a mere shell. This ignited Jenny's fury, unable to contain her rage any longer. Her eyes ablaze with crimson, her once cool demeanor transformed into a fierce roar. "Slade Wilson, you are nothing more than a beast wrapped in human flesh, devoid of any value. Every breath of oxygen you consume on this earth is a waste of its life force. Badi can offer us centuries of technological knowledge, igniting a revolution and advancing Earth's evolution. He can aid us in studying his biological samples and genes, elevating humanity to new heights. Within him lies an unfathomable treasure of biological wonders. He can help us comprehend the vastness of the cosmos and explore beyond the stars. Slade Wilson, in comparison to Badi, you are utterly worthless, akin to the mud beneath one's shoe, a mere hindrance, loathsome. I have reported all of this to General Vic, who has sanctioned the execution of these orders. Colonel Slade, execute the command. You shall not refuse." Jenny's furious outburst flowed like a torrent, her relentless roars reverberating through the room, causing the very air to tremble. Taking a deep breath, her flushed countenance remained icy, her gaze fixed coldly upon Slade, her unwavering resolve causing his expression to shift. Slade picked up the documents that had fallen onto his lap, glancing through them for barely 10 seconds before his fingers stiffened, pressing down upon the pages until they bent, his face growing increasingly grim. He felt a savage beast within him yearning to break free, poised to unleash carnage. Bamiyalodi. This alien is far more complex than meets the eye. Jenny let out a cold huff, her gaze sweeping over Slade as she exited the office. Making her way to the sterile confines where Badi was held, eager to share this promising news with him. After Jennifer left the office, Slade's fingers relaxed from their rigid state as he closed the document, his complexion returning to normal. He maintained a straight posture and calmly remarked, "The next task is entrusted to you, Dean Bori." Chapter 11. The calculations behind Dean Bori received the document from Slade, which was a report approved by General Vic regarding Jennifer's proposal. He opened the file and placed it on the table, adjusting his glasses to sit firmly on his nose, and spoke with a tone of admiration. "I never imagined Jennifer could conceive such a method. She is indeed a genius in the realm of biology." Gently leafing through the document, Bori noted that it was a report that Jennifer had written to General Vic, bypassing him, which detailed how to restrict the actions of the alien entity, Badi, through its spinal nerves and spinal cord. However, such an extensive academic explanation would hardly sway General Vic. Dean Bori understood that General Vic was a man focused solely on achieving his objectives. The means were inconsequential. This academic elaboration would not impress him. For Vic, as long as Badi remained alive and was available for study, any results produced would suffice, and other details were merely peripheral. The matter of severing Badi's tendons, in particular, was of no concern to him. What mattered to General Vic was whether Badi's body could be utilized to create something of value to him. Yet, the subsequent details in the document were compelling enough to capture General Vic's interest. Jennifer proposed the research of a semi-finished drug that could enhance the speed of human nerve reception, while it could temporarily increase reaction speed by approximately 15 times. Prolonged use might allow the body to adapt to this heightened reflexive response. In simpler terms, an individual's reflex and responsiveness would exceed that of the average person by 15-fold. Typically, the reaction time of untrained individuals ranges between 0.20 to 0.30 seconds, while even a well-trained athlete can only achieve 0.10 to 0.20 seconds. However, through the consistent consumption of the drug developed by Jennifer, untrained individuals could attain reaction times comparable to those of trained athletes. This enhancement would significantly benefit soldiers. At the conclusion of the report, Jennifer also noted her love for Badi. Under her persuasion, Badi was willing to share and teach technological knowledge, collaborating with her on the study of biological genetics. Furthermore, she assured that with Badi's incapacitated state and his guidance nearby to resolve any queries, progress in both technology and biological genetics would likely be expedited. General Vic focused on 3 key points: Jennifer's research results, the fact that the alien was incapacitated yet still alive and valuable, its worth extending far beyond its physical form to encompass the knowledge it possessed, and the alien's willingness to contribute its technological and genetic insights. As for Jennifer's perceived grand romance, it was of little significance in General Vic's eyes. General Vic readily approved, subsequently passing the directive to Colonel Slade, the defender of the underground research facility and his trusted confidant. "Colonel Slade, I must apologize for my previous misconceptions regarding you. I once believed you to be nothing more than a mere executioner, yet it appears you possess a remarkable talent for theatrics. My student was rather foolish," Dean Bori lamented. "Undoubtedly, Jenny has made contributions to biology and other related fields that surpass current human achievements. However, her interpersonal communication skills seem rather lacking in comparison." "Dean Bori, I am not jesting. Do you feel a pang of sorrow for your student?" Slade's tall figure remained rigid, his gaze imbued with an air of solemnity that exerted a subtle pressure upon Dean Bori. The atmosphere became palpably tense. His piercing and austere eyes rendered the office's ambience somewhat urgent. Any ordinary individual facing him would likely be filled with trepidation. "I certainly do not pity her. Jenny has recently grown too close to the aliens, adversely affecting the research on alien genetics and delaying several of General Vic's assigned tasks. To have her directly cause the alien's permanent paralysis would undoubtedly be a profound psychological shock for her," Dean Bori remarked, pausing momentarily before seemingly chuckling in reflection. "At that point, I expect she will fervently study the alien's physiology, relentlessly attempting to devise biological gene enhancements and pharmaceuticals with her remarkable intellect, all to restore the alien she fancies. I eagerly await that day, for her talent is indeed astonishing. Moreover, the paralyzed alien, in consideration of Jenny's future, would likely be eager to collaborate with our endeavors. We could extract knowledge of technological advancements spanning hundreds of years from his mind. Simply contemplating it fills me with exhilaration. I initially believed that by fostering a bond between Jenny and the alien, I could fully exploit the knowledge within his mind. However, I did not anticipate that Colonel Slade would require Jenny to personally bring about his eternal paralysis, compelling them to ceaselessly contribute to our cause amidst their guilt and unease. As Colonel Slade predicted, they will surely make remarkable contributions to General Vic's objectives. What a splendid duality, manipulating their psyches to instill motivation. Colonel Slade, your cunning astounds me, Dean Borey expressed, closing the documents before him in admiration. Slade remained unfazed, asserting, I am indifferent to how Dr. Jenny and the alien may assist your research. My mission is to ensure the alien's survival. He must be contained. Dean Borey chuckled dismissively. Colonel Slade, you are overly anxious. The alien has never escaped our captivity. We have always maintained control over him, both mentally and physically. Colonel Borey, you must be more vigilant. Ensure the alien is rendered 100% paralyzed. For I will still obstruct Dr. Jenny's proposals otherwise. Slade once again reminded him, his tone grave, underscoring that this was no jest. He truly intended for Badi to be rendered permanently incapacitated. He trusted his instincts, the keen sense of danger that had allowed him to survive on the battlefield thus far. Bamulodi, this extraterrestrial was perilous, not merely due to his superior strength that transcended humanity, but perhaps also because, under such circumstances, he still had the audacity to engage romantically with Jenny. Amidst his disheveled hair, he could still smile, exuding an unsettling confidence about the future. Slade sensed this ominous aura. Dean Borey was unyielding, dismissing Slade's so-called intuition. Ultimately, it resembled an adult confronting a child who would instinctively feel fear, particularly as Slade was a soldier. His heightened sensitivity in the face of alien power naturally bred trepidation. It was entirely normal to harbor fear of the formidable, a commonplace physiological reaction. Dean Borey's indifferent conjecture suggested that Slade was overly sensitive. I shall personally adjust the magnetic field pulse frequency, enabling Jenny to activate and render the alien paralyzed in his wheelchair, contributing to our cause. There will be no unforeseen complications, Colonel Slade. Chapter 12. The operation within the sterile confines of the White Room. It had indeed transformed into an operating theater. Jenny, along with Dean Borey, donned light green sterile surgical gowns, complete with latex gloves, disposable caps, and masks. Additionally, 2 assistants stood by, while several tall soldiers remained at the ready nearby. Badi, broad-shouldered and robust, was sedated with a significantly stronger anesthetic. Even while lying on the operating table, the contours of his muscular back conveyed an imposing presence, which explained Slade's instinctual sense of extreme danger. The slightly fitted green surgical gown accentuated Jenny's elegant figure exquisitely. Yet, the only visible part of her face, her beautiful eyes, was bloodshot and wide open, reflecting her mental strain. She had not slept for 2 days, her taut nerves replaying the significance of Badi's operation incessantly. She was profoundly concerned, intensely anxious, and deeply invested in this procedure. The prospect of Badi spending a lifetime in a wheelchair was unbearable to her. She longed to walk hand in hand with him through the years ahead. The future that Badi envisioned captivated her entirely, leaving her heart ensnared by his romantic words. Unable to break free, Jenny bit her lip hard, the pain jolting her senses as she awaited Badi, who believed in her. Jenny, are you all right? Dean Borey feigned concern, clearly recognizing the weight she placed on this operation. However, it was futile. The outcome was already in the hands of Slade and Dean Borey, unchangeable. Indeed, whether it be Slade, the elderly Dean Borey, or Badi, they all comprehend that Jenny is merely a pawn in their grand design, acting in accordance with their predetermined plans. The distinction lies in the fact that Dean Borey remains oblivious to the fact that Badi is also a player, lurking in the shadows, awaiting the day he can bask in the sun. Slade, ever vigilant, maintains a strict wariness towards Badi. In silence, Badi lies in wait, conforming to their expectations. Jenny gently shakes her head, holding a surgical scalpel. Inhaling deeply, she begins the operation on Badi's broad back. The cold, sharp blade slices through the muscle fibers of his back with a resistance reminiscent of cutting through leather, revealing the blood and the deep white of his spine. Focused and composed, she momentarily forgets the fatigue of 2 sleepless days. Her mind sharpens as she observes the vertebrae, just as she envisioned. She receives a pulse transmission needle from Dean Borey's hands, securing it near the nerve fibers of the spine, integrating it with the marrow nerves. After a half-hour of meticulous adjustments, she finally sutures the incised flesh of his back. The end result resembles a needle inserted into the nape of Badi's spine, with a long guiding wire connecting to a reclining metallic wheelchair, which features a controllable screen capable of monitoring Badi's heartbeat and conducting lie detection, knowledge that Jenny possesses. What Jenny is unaware of is that the wheelchair can also administer electric shocks and release toxins to manipulate Badi's very life. The pulsed radio frequency needle can sever the motor responses of Badi's limbs below the neck, preventing reflexive signals from reaching his brain, thus allowing the pulse needle to dictate control rather than Badi himself. Dean Bori commands several soldiers on standby to lift Badi onto the metallic wheelchair. The guiding wire, linked to the magnetic field pulsed needle, is gradually drawn into the wheelchair's aperture as the rear seat reclines, encasing Badi in metal rings that confine his legs, waist, and wrists. A fine sheen of sweat beads on Jenny's forehead as she removes her mask, gazing at Badi's resolute and manly visage. She cannot help but exhale softly, a tender smile gracing her lips. With much of the procedure complete, only the awakening of Badi remains, at which point she must initiate the pulsed radio frequency to disrupt the neural signals, a moment that is crucial, requiring her careful calibration, neither too high nor too low. She has measured it with her instruments, yet a lingering fear of inadvertently causing Badi permanent paralysis haunts her. Turning, she approaches the back of the wheelchair, her delicate fingers dancing over the control panel, finalizing the settings for the pulsed radio frequency. Thus, all of this has been orchestrated by her own hands. She possesses an intimate understanding of Badi's body, and while the surgery and operation are undeniably complex, they do not pose an insurmountable challenge in her capable hands. More so, it is her concern that disturbs her composure. Until every setting was complete, she let out a sigh of relief, her legs feeling weak and her insides seemingly hollow, a profound fatigue washing over her countenance. Her fingers pressed against the wheelchair as she gazed intently at Badi's face, recalling the tale behind the deep scar that marked him, reminiscing about his past, while simultaneously hoping for their shared future. As everyone departed from the White Room, a weary yet tender expression graced Jenny's face as she gently kissed Badi's cheek, her fingers caressing his hair. With a heavy heart, she turned off the lights. The White Room succumbed to darkness as she left, seeking rest and awaiting Badi's awakening the following day. Nightfall enveloped the space in deep shadows. A frail figure boldly entered the White Room, behind Badi's wheelchair, deftly adjusting the pulse information with nimble fingers. The authentic pulse waves obscured beneath the neural impulses Jenny had set. A derisive sound, almost a casual scoff, echoed as footsteps gradually retreated from the White Room. Badi's eyelids fluttered slightly before sinking back into the depths of slumber. The following day, Badi's eyelids quivered, slowly opening to reveal the world. The remnants of anesthetics rendered his body sluggish and unresponsive, yet he could faintly sense his existence. Realizing he was seated in a wheelchair, he felt a piercing chill at the nape of his neck, akin to needles piercing his spine. Internally, Badi remained unperturbed. He understood that this wheelchair could now detect his heartbeat and test the veracity of his words, necessitating greater caution in his forthcoming responses. Yet, he also recognized that he had been granted the opportunity for movement. No longer would he be eternally confined within the White Room. This was a transformative journey, albeit one where his freedom and agency were propelled by the electric assistance of others. As Badi awoke, a smile blossomed on Jenny's face after her long vigil. "You're awake." Badi responded with a faint smile, not yet ready to speak. Standing nearby in military uniform, Slade coldly remarked, "Let us begin. The anesthetics will wear off soon." Behind him stood armed soldiers, with more stationed outside, creating a formidable security presence. Director Boley had already inspected everything, ensuring that under these circumstances, Badi would remain immobile. Nevertheless, Slade maintained his own vigilant approach. Jenny disregarded Slade. Harboring profound disdain for the military man targeting Badi, she found him repugnant, too unpleasant to even respond to. Grasping Badi's large hand tightly, her beautiful eyes reflected concern and tenderness. Only when Badi gently nodded, granting her immense support and confidence, did she turn away from Slade's grim expression, leaving Badi's side to stand behind the wheelchair and initiate the pulse radio frequency interruption. Chapter 13. The fishing net. The wheelchair reclined slightly, Badi's head resting against the cold metal backrest, the chill of the metallic texture seeping into his skull, as the pulse radio frequency needle sent a faint shiver through his spinal cord. As the effects of the anesthetic gradually dissipated, he experienced a sensation he hadn't felt in nearly 10 months, the first faint stirrings of his body's responsiveness. The reaction was exceedingly feeble. The sensation of the skin could perceive the metallic grip of the wheelchair handle, yet it was incapable of transmitting any commands for movement. Bart's gaze, gentle and subdued, swept over Slade and the elderly Director Boley, skimming past the armed soldier, whose gun was poised ominously. In the stark white surroundings, they appeared particularly conspicuous. A slight sigh of relief escaped Bart's heart, For his intricate machinations involving Ginny had borne fruit. She had not disappointed his expectations, advancing precisely as he had envisioned to this pivotal moment. Success had been achieved. Even if he were truly paralyzed this time, it mattered little. For Bart had initially intended to barter genuine immobility for a modicum of freedom. In truth, only actual paralysis could instill in them a sense of security. Bart was psychologically prepared. Following this episode, he would possess a semblance of freedom, albeit constrained to his wheelchair. He would gain partial insight into the facilities of this underground base and the level of technological research being conducted therein. This glimpse, albeit limited, would illuminate his path forward. The greatest dread lay in the perpetual confinement devoid of daylight. With even a sliver of freedom, Bart could satiate their insatiable greed, thereby expanding his own opportunities for ultimate liberation. A subtle joy burgeoned within him, alongside a mind teeming with plans for the next steps that would enable him to access the derelict spacecraft, which held even greater potential. For instance, the artificial intelligence aboard the ship could prove to be immensely valuable, perhaps allowing him to obliterate the base without needing sunlight. However, such a possibility was currently remote, as they had yet to realize that the key to the spacecraft lay within the artificial intelligence itself. This truth had been deduced from information gleaned through Ginny. For the moment, patience was paramount. Tending to Ginny's emotional state was crucial. They would never afford him the opportunity to rise. Remaining incapacitated was, after all, the most prudent course of action. Ultimately, their aim was merely to possess the knowledge contained within his mind. Ginny, blissfully naive and ensnared by love, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Once activated, the pulse radio frequency needle would render him truly paralyzed, immobile. In that instant, the architect of his beloved's lifelong paralysis would be none other than she herself. He needed to tend to Ginny's fragile psyche, contemplating how to mitigate her impending despair, especially given the devastating blow of rendering her beloved a mere shell of his former self. Success was not Bart's alone. Slade, Director Boley, and even General Vic had all attained their respective goals. Slade's desire for Bart's genuine paralysis and subsequent incapacitation had been realized, just as he had anticipated. Dean Boley, an elderly figure, yearned for the knowledge ensconced within the mind of Badi. Following Badi's incapacitation, assistance was imperative, and in due course, he would successfully acquire the knowledge he craved. General Vic also obtained research findings from Ginny. At first glance, it appeared that everyone's aspirations would culminate in success. The connections between individuals resembled the knots in a fishing net, intertwining all elements, spreading outwards to form the entire underground research facility. Badi, however, capitalized on Ginny, who had failed to achieve anything, extricating himself from the knot and becoming the one who wielded the net. "I have begun, Badi. Please inform me of any reactions promptly." Ginny's voice emanated from behind Badi, laced with tension and concern, her beautiful eyes fixated on his visage. Even after meticulously rechecking the output settings of the pulsed radio frequency needle and confirming their accuracy, her anxiety persisted. "Yes," Badi replied with a serene smile, administering a metaphorical dose of confidence to her troubled heart. Colonel Slade observed Badi's calm demeanor with a stern countenance, perceiving in that smile a semblance of omniscience, as if he had surveyed all the machinations of the world with indifference. Did this alien not care about his impending paralysis? His brow furrowed in suspicion. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it would be prudent to eliminate this extraterrestrial before future complications arose. Yet he could not. Slade, after all, was merely a point within the net, bound by connections to others, unable to bring himself to end Badi's life, unless he was willing to forsake his status as a colonel, thereby risking abandonment by General Vic. But how could he relinquish this position? Having ascended to the rank of colonel and become Vic's confidant, he had invested much. He could not allow an inexplicable sense of caution to ruin his prospects. This moment of surrender would haunt him as a lifelong regret and a despairing nightmare. A tremor coursed through Ginny's heart as she gritted her teeth, pressing her trembling finger down on the button, holding her breath as she scrutinized Badi's response. Suddenly, at the instant Ginny activated the device, Badi's face became drenched with sweat, his body feeling as if pierced by a drill at the soles of his feet. The sensation surged along his nerves, violently tearing through them, rapidly spreading up his legs, arms, waist, and spine. The electrical currents surged through his marrow, crashing into his brain, inflicting a pain more excruciating than dismemberment. Amidst the agony, Badi became acutely aware of his body, feeling liberated from past confinement. Each muscle within him ached as if it were being torn apart. A tumultuous power surged forth from his muscles, his veins bulging like coiled dragons, as if a raging beast sought to break free from its cage. unleashing formidable strength. This power, if he could merely rise to his feet and throw a punch, could annihilate Slade, allowing him to maneuver swiftly enough to evade the gunman's aim and carve a path through bloodshed. Badi's face contorted in a grimace. The searing agony intertwined with a sudden surge of power over his body, igniting within him a ferocious desire for annihilation. To obliterate everything. To slaughter them all. To eliminate every soul that dared to confine him. The excruciating torment tearing at his nerves intermingled with the sensation of seizing control over his body, flooding his mind with violent thoughts. His pained eyes glinted with wariness at Slade, who had his gun poised at his waist, while several other soldiers, armed and prepared, aimed their weapons at him with menacing precision. Badi's mind raced with the meditative techniques imparted by the Kryptonian mystic guild, striving to maintain composure amidst the torment. A myriad of strategies flashed through his consciousness. He could not afford a lapse in judgment at this critical moment. The fleeting violent impulses were cast aside as he remained seated in his wheelchair, his hands suddenly unleashing a tremendous force that crushed the steel handles, leaving deep impressions from his grip. Sweat streamed down his face, and the agony etched upon his features began to morph into weariness as he gasped for breath. Fortunately, Badi managed to suppress the urge to revolt. Yet, in the next fleeting moment where he could control his body, that very perception of control dissipated, the chaos within his spinal cord rendering his physical reflexes impotent. It was as though he were witnessing a mirage, his physical existence seemingly vanishing. Time was but a whisper, just enough for a person to rise from their seat, should he stand and unleash an assault, the identity he had forged as a Kryptonian prince. Desiring nothing more than a tranquil life on Earth, would shatter, leading them to believe he possessed a fierce aggression, far from the placid demeanor he manifested. Badi could almost envision all his past endeavors crumbling to dust, heightening Slade's vigilance and defenses. Chapter 14. The Collapse of Jenny Badi. Dr. Jenny screamed in distress. According to her calculations, the pulse radio frequency needle should have guided the reflexive nerves without inflicting any pain. Badi ought to have experienced no discomfort, temporarily severing the neural responses in his limbs, making convulsions impossible. Observing Badi's sweat-drenched, frail countenance, she instinctively reached out to wipe the perspiration from his brow, her panic escalating. "Jenny, ascertain what is amiss." Dean Borey's calm voice interrupted, halting her actions. He shared a meaningful glance with Slade before stepping forward to assist Jenny in her examination. Slade, perceiving Borey's silent cue, relaxed his tense posture slightly, yet his hand remained poised near his firearm, his gaze sharply fixed on Badi. Just moments ago, Badi had appeared as a tormented beast, veins bulging, crushing the steel handles with unrestrained fury, sending a shiver down Slade's spine. Now, witnessing Badi's limp limbs and his head tilted back in breathless exhaustion, he felt a modicum of reassurance. As Jenny heard the words of the elderly Dean Borey, a sudden realization struck her, tightening her heart in anxiety. She hastily began to furiously tap the keyboard, her gaze vacant, staring at the data displayed by the pulsed radio frequency needle on the screen. How could this be? It was impossible. How could this happen? Her face drained of color, her eyes devoid of spirit. She shook her head in disbelief, unable to accept the unfolding reality. After all, she had meticulously overseen every detail, repeatedly verifying everything. Why then had this calamity occurred? The screen displayed Badi's body, and below his neck, there was no longer any neural response transmitted, indicating that he was truly paralyzed. A state of paralysis that was irreversible. The pulsed radio frequency needle within him had not interrupted the signal transmission, but had inadvertently disrupted the transmission of his internal neural signals, causing a chaotic uproar within his nervous system, which rendered him in excruciating pain. Following this turmoil, it had utterly destroyed his neural reception system, leaving him incapacitated in a wheelchair, akin to a lifeless being. Jenny, have you not calculated the action potential pulse values? Badi's physique surpasses that of an ordinary earthling. The action potential values cannot be viewed as tenfold that of an average person, Dean Borey remarked, his expression shifting as he guided her with a reproachful tone. Jenny, overwhelmed by guilt, took upon herself the entirety of the blame, murmuring to herself, "Could it be that I miscalculated? Was it my error in determining the discrepancies between low and high action potentials? Did the neural fiber signal transmission falter? Did the pulsed radio frequency needle fail to synchronize with the internal neural signals? Instead of facilitating the connection, did it obstruct the neural signal flow, leading to a collision of signals?" A torrent of guilt, anguish, regret, self-reproach, and despair surged within Jenny, engulfing her in a shroud of pessimism. Her hands fell limply from the keyboard, her gaze vacant as she looked toward Badi, who seemed to blur before her eyes, the periphery of her vision gradually darkening. Her legs growing weaker by the moment. She felt utterly drained of strength. It was her actions that condemned Badi to a life of immobility. It was her selfishness, her yearning for a future with Badi, her desire to walk hand in hand with him into tomorrow. All of this was her fault. The abyss seemed to extend a hand, pulling her deeper into despair, her eyes increasingly devoid of light as she muttered self-reproaches. As darkness enveloped her vision and her inner turmoil was shrouded in despair, a voice broke through the suffocating gloom. Jenny. Badi's voice was like a lifeline thrown to a drowning soul, rousing her from the brink of unconsciousness. The power of love is indeed formidable. In that moment, the intensity of Badi's call surged through her mind, forcefully awakening her from the depths of self-recrimination, pulling her back from the precipice of despair. In an instant, the darkness within her eyes dissipated completely, focusing intently on Badi. Upon hearing his voice, she hurriedly took a step forward, only to stumble and fall to the ground due to the weakness in her calves. With a sense of urgency, she crawled awkwardly to Badi's wheelchair. Grasping his large hand, she felt the remnants of sweat and the throbbing veins that had recently surged beneath the skin. The dampness of his perspiration left her with a vivid understanding of the agony he had endured moments before. And her heart ached as if it were being sliced by a knife, tears streaming down her cheeks like a gushing spring. "Badi, I am here," she cried, her voice hoarse with guilt and sobs. "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Kneeling beside him, she clutched his unresponsive hand tightly, her tears falling as she wallowed in self-reproach. The beads of sweat on Badi's face itched, prompting him to wish he could wipe them away. Through his sweat-streaked lashes, he beheld Jenny's once cold visage, now transformed into that of a sorrowful, abandoned feline. He longed to gently stroke her hair, yet he was confined in a paralyzed state, akin to a living corpse. A pang of regret struck him. Jenny's reaction was even more pronounced than he had anticipated, which he deemed a positive sign. "Jenny, I believe in you," he said, his voice tinged with the frailty of exhaustion and pain. To his surprise, Jenny wept even more desperately, collapsing further into despair. "Badi, I have betrayed your trust. I caused your paralysis." With a gentle smile, he repeated, "Jenny, I believe in you." Her anguish deepened, unable to confront the faith he placed in her. "I do not deserve your trust," she gasped, her tears falling onto his large hand. Badi spoke softly and tenderly, "Jenny, I believe in you. I am merely seated in this wheelchair for a while. It is no different from what I had anticipated. Jenny, I believe in you. You are a biologist. You will inevitably discover a way for me to move again. I trust in you. The confidence you exhibit in your field is the true essence of who you are." How could he allow the one he loved, Jenny, to remain in tears? There was so much she could achieve, and he still needed her to accomplish many things. Amidst her fears of making another mistake, Badi gently guided her toward her expertise, urging her to utilize her knowledge to help him stand again. Gradually, her sobs subsided, and the lump in her throat diminished under his comforting words. She rose from his side, enveloping his head within her bosom, where he inhaled the sweet fragrance emanating from her soft form, tightly embraced by her. With pursed lips, she pressed a deep kiss into his hair. "I will, Badi." The actions of Jenny and Badi pleased Dean Boley and Slade, who had been observing from the sidelines, their hearts satisfied by the scene unfolding before them, precisely as they had envisioned. Badi, too, felt content with their approval. Everyone attains the outcomes they desire. Badi is paralyzed, contributing the scientific knowledge that resides in his mind. Jenny, inspired by determination, diligently studies Badi's condition. Everyone is content. The so-called psychological warfare is merely this, ensuring each individual's satisfaction, ultimately leading to one's own triumph. Even in my paralysis, I shall not concede in this silent battle. Chapter 15. A year and 3 months. In the blink of an eye, 6 months have passed. By careful reckoning, Badi has remained in this place, devoid of sunlight, for a year and 3 months. His existence has undergone significant transformation in the life of an ordinary individual. Such a change, whether for better or worse, often comes with a sense of passivity or an enforced acceptance of the new reality. Change, after all, is inherently beneficial. An unchanging existence is the despair of sentient life. Though it is merely a matter of stepping from a white room through a steel corridor into a large chamber dedicated to studying his shattered spacecraft, or perhaps a few sparse workshops, this is a joyous transformation for Badi. However, this elation cannot be outwardly expressed. The pulsed radio frequency needle embedded in the marrow of his spine has severed the reflexive signals to his limbs, yet it retains the ability to conduct lie detection, administer electric shocks, release toxins, and exert control over him. The nervous reflex system of his limbs differs from the autonomic nervous system governing his vital organs. Even in the absence of limb responses, the pulsed radio frequency needle can still be employed to assess his veracity. The autonomic nervous system governs life-sustaining physiological functions: heartbeat, respiration, digestion, blood pressure, and metabolism. Nevertheless, this poses little challenge for Badi. Having learned the meditative techniques from the Kryptonian Guild of Meditators, he can maintain his composure at all times, controlling his heart rate to exhibit the desired expressions of joy and excitement. "Mr. Badi, Dean Boley requests your presence." Two soldiers knocked on the door of the White Room, offering a semblance of respect before entering unceremoniously. This action, laden with a hint of forced command, hardly qualifies as respectful, more of a formality than anything. Were it not for Badi's remarkable advancements in researching the electromagnetic cannon's magnetic flux compression, aiding their physics center in confirming the existence of only 3 types of neutrinos, and guiding them in the creation of the world's first optical information mathematical processor, they might have offered him even less respect, merely extracting knowledge from his mind. From snippets of conversation overheard among other researchers, Badi learned that they had profited significantly from these advanced technologies, even trading what they deemed unimportant discoveries for several Nobel Prizes. In response, Badi could only chuckle to himself. What he provided was never a complete set of technological achievements, perfectly aligning with the guise of his Kryptonian princely identity. On one occasion, the esteemed Dean Bori, driven by insatiable greed, demanded that Prince Badi transcribe all the scientific knowledge residing in his mind for their study. Badi was momentarily taken aback. While his avarice was evident, it was also commendable. As a prince, it was unreasonable to expect him to possess a comprehensive understanding of scientific principles. Such knowledge is the domain of scientists. If tasked with articulating his insights, Badi would falter. And even if he managed to convey some information, it would likely leave them bewildered, given their limited comprehension. Did they truly grasp the existence of photons? Were they aware of the concept of superluminal transmission? Did they understand the implications of consciousness uploading into an artificial intelligence? The answer was a resounding no. Badi mused aloud, suggesting they record his musings and revisit them centuries later, when technology had advanced to determine their validity. Regardless, his assertions would merely present an impressive faade, for he was not a scientist and could hardly recall intricate formulas. Thus, Badi provided them with only broad overviews, along with guidance on the correct trajectory for future cosmic voyages and some inconsequential tidbits. In the aftermath, they amassed a collection of formidable challenges, which incensed General Vic to the point of delivering a sharp reprimand to Dean Bori. "Must we leap into the cosmos without caution? Do you wish to embark on interstellar travel without proper preparation?" Dean Bori, realizing the gravity of their predicament, acknowledged that in their fervor for future knowledge, they had overlooked the fact that humanity, unable even to construct a spacecraft, possessed little utility for this uncertain knowledge. Henceforth, whenever they encountered scientific conundrums, they turned to Badi for enlightenment. Badi, in turn, resolved many of their scientific dilemmas, offering them sound guidance and direction, effectively positioning himself as a technological consultant. With a gentle smile, Badi nodded at the soldiers, expressing his gratitude, embodying an air of refined elegance and harmlessness. The 2 soldiers, accustomed to his demeanor, expressionless, maneuvered his wheelchair behind him. Initially, it was Slide who controlled Badi's wheelchair, guiding his movements. However, after several miscommunications, Slide seemed to grasp the reality that Badi was genuinely incapacitated, unable to move his limbs, despite sensing the latent determination in Badi's gentle gaze. Reflective of his noble Kryptonian lineage, Slide recognized that Badi was, in essence, a paralyzed individual confined to a wheelchair. Thus, aside from the initial weeks of assisting him, the soldiers eventually took over the responsibility of managing his wheelchair, merely confirming his presence in the underground base each day without further concern. This allowed Badi to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Within the underground base, the only source of his unease was Colonel Slide, who seemed to target him at every turn, making Badi feel as though his actions were merely a performance. However, Badi's portrayal was indeed flawless, gradually leading Slide to perceive him as less of a threat. The soldiers escorted him to the room designated for studying the Kryptonian spacecraft he had arrived in. He had frequented this room infrequently, as they seemed intent on keeping him away from his own vessel. Dean Boley, an elderly figure, had long been awaiting his arrival and approached with a smile, taking control of the wheelchair's movement from the soldiers. "Mr. Badi, we have summoned you to share your knowledge regarding the virtual imaging technology aboard your spacecraft," Dean Boley stated courteously. After Badi's diligent contributions over the past few months, he no longer believed Badi harbored any ulterior motives. In Boley's mind, Badi was destined to simply impart his knowledge, allowing for a future where he and Jenny would unite and reside indefinitely within the underground base. Do you intend to utilize the principles of interference and diffraction in virtual imaging to project recorded three-dimensional radar scan scenes? Or do you wish to employ these principles to disrupt enemy satellites? Badi inquired with a smile. His rapport with Dean Boley was significantly better, often allowing for casual conversation. Unlike the cold and guarded demeanor of Slide, Boley, evidently grasping Badi's intentions, responded straightforwardly, both. However, your spacecraft is in such disrepair that we cannot obtain the necessary data. I am unable to assist with that. I have only utilized such technology myself, and the information I can provide is rather limited. Moreover, the data required is not trivial. At the very least, artificial intelligence is necessary for practical application, Badi explained. Boley nodded in agreement, then retrieved a key to the Kryptonian spacecraft from his lab coat pocket. It was the type of key depicted in Superman films, marked with an emblem, a long cylindrical object designed to activate the spacecraft, aside from the unmarked back. Its shape mirrored that of the key in the movies. Pray tell, Mr. Badi, what is this? Dean Boley asked, his eyes gleaming with interest. Chapter 16. Dean Boley's greed. Badi's expression momentarily faltered as he desperately employed meditation techniques to regulate his heartbeat, feigning a slightly astonished reaction upon seeing the object. In truth, he was indeed taken aback, not having anticipated that this key was in Dean Boley's possession. During previous visits, he had not encountered the key and had thought it lost, secretly lamenting its absence. It is a key, Badi pondered, uncertain of how much Dean Boley had studied this spacecraft key. However, several half-truths began to take shape in his mind. Even if he had a slight understanding of its function, Badi could easily persuade him to ensure the key was kept under even tighter security. However, he certainly remains oblivious to the significance of this key, which harbors a complete artificial intelligence, crafted through a deceitful collaboration between Bati and High Air for his own use. A key? Dean Boley could hardly fathom that such a diminutive cylindrical object could be a key. He had presumed it to be merely a seal. One wonders how much insight Dean Boley has gleaned from his investigations into this key. Bati smiled, a flicker of thought crossing his mind, sensing an opportunity to exploit Dean Boley's weaknesses to advance his own agenda. Within this base, every individual harbors vulnerabilities that can be manipulated. Dean Boley is a man driven by greed and a hint of vanity. He covets what he desires, willing to sacrifice others to possess it, exhibiting an alarming disregard for human life. Slade, on the other hand, is undoubtedly a commendable soldier, his keen instincts rendering him exceedingly cautious, perhaps even excessively so. Bati considers him the most formidable obstacle here. General Vic is a man of grand ambition, since Bati's paralysis. He has visited the underground base only 2 or 3 times, promising Bati genuine freedom in exchange for contributions. Bati willingly complies, much to Vic's satisfaction. Dean Boley, maintaining an air of nonchalance, deftly shifts the topic, responding with a smile. I have drawn some conclusions, which is why I sought your input, Mr. Bati. Bati retorted, Dean Boley, there is no need to frame my words. You will discover nothing about this key through your research. Allow me to enlighten you. This key is the source of calamity from Krypton. Dean Boley raised an eyebrow, sensing he was about to uncover the conspiracy lurking behind Krypton as articulated by Bati. The latter's expression subtly morphed into one of derision as he gazed at the key with distaste, then turned a cryptic look towards Dean Boley, softly adding, moreover, it serves as the key to the royal treasures of Krypton. The mention of royal treasures caused Dean Boley's brows to jump. The thought of treasures amassed on a planet capable of interstellar navigation with a rich history was beyond his imagination. What could possibly be contained within? Bati's demeanor shifted into one of reminiscence, his pupils slightly drifting upward, his expression meticulously crafted. Just as Bati was about to elaborate, Dean Boley coughed lightly, steering Bati's wheelchair out of the research room, stating, let us discuss this as we walk. Bati, rendered speechless, noted Dean Boley's insatiable greed. Excellent. He felt his expressions had been in vain, as it was evident Dean Boley lacked the acute intuition and observational skills that Slade possessed. Nevertheless, Bati instinctively endeavored to maintain his performance. Upon arriving in one of Dean Boley's specialized research chambers, the dean's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he held the key, inquiring, what is the nature of this treasure? Bati sighed in resignation, feeling compassion for the man, and began to elaborate. Dean Boley, you are aware, are you not? Previously, I mentioned that the explosion of Krypton was caused by the fierce competition among various factions vying for power, leading to the excessive utilization of the planet's core energy, resulting in catastrophic instability. Dean Boley nodded, having heard numerous accounts from Bartai regarding Krypton's history. Regrettably, Doctor, aside from the power struggles, there is another aspect I have not mentioned. What they were fighting for was Krypton's long-standing treasure trove, the royal riches, which contained the entirety of Kryptonian civilization and cosmic navigational charts, alongside records from various extraterrestrial species and a comprehensive scientific repository, sufficient to elevate Earth to the level of interstellar travel. Bartai lamented, initially worried that he was exaggerating, only to find Dean Borey gasping in shock, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Naturally, deceiving a scientific researcher is no simple task. Dean Borey promptly questioned, "Is what you say true?" His incredulous words were laced with astonishment. "I cannot deceive you," Bartai replied nonchalantly, implying the detection device embedded in his back, leaving it to Borey to believe or not. Dean Borey leaped to check the screen behind him, indeed finding no signs of deceit, yet he shook his head in disbelief. "This is impossible. How could such a thing exist? If it did, why would you disclose it? Young man, you cannot fool me." Although Dean Borey maintained a facade of calm wisdom, his mind raced with thoughts. A civilization capable of interstellar travel, preserving its cultural and technological seeds, was indeed plausible. "Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. I suggest you keep this key as a family heirloom, for the treasure has already been obliterated." Bartai remarked indifferently. "The treasury has exploded. It is gone." No wonder this extraterrestrial seemed utterly unconcerned about such a significant key. Dean Borey felt a chill run down his spine. A subtle thought crossed his mind as he waved the key before Bartai. "Do you not need it?" Bartai self-deprecatingly replied. "What would I need it for? Do you think the Kryptonian treasure will fly to Earth?" Dean Borey's anxiety lessened slightly, tinged with regret. As his gaze flickered, "Then I shall keep this key for now." He felt a sense of loss over a key to a treasury of interstellar significance, now destroyed. However, despite the treasury's demise, this key, crafted by an interstellar civilization, still held considerable research value. The cool metallic texture alone warranted preservation, potentially revealing advanced technological applications. Since entering the underground research facility, he had regarded the key as a curious ornament, frequently spinning it between his fingers, the pleasantly cool metal gliding against his skin, providing a sense of comfort. Thus, this ornament had not been included in the research agenda, and General Vic paid it no mind. Upon hearing Barty's remark about the significance of the key, Dean Borey's avarice surged within him. He yearned to continue toying with this exquisite ornament. Feeling a sense of pride swell in his heart, a key to an interstellar race's treasure trove was now in his possession. A tinge of self-satisfaction flickered within him. "Aren't you going to study it?" Barty teased, observing Dean Borey's greed, an insatiable desire to possess whatever piqued his interest, coveting it entirely. Previously, when Barty had asked him to articulate the knowledge in his mind, it had been the same insatiable yearning to gather everything to himself. Ignoring the jest, Dean Borey casually inquired, "How have you and Jenny been lately?" He was quite pleased with Jenny's recent biological research, having achieved several successful results that had earned him General Vic's approval of his leadership. It mattered not that he wished to don a Kryptonian ornament. As long as Barty refrained from disclosing that this was indeed a key to the Kryptonian treasure, all would be well. Barty's heart skipped a beat. The opportunity had suddenly presented itself. Only when Dean Borey felt a twinge of guilt over his covetousness could he be persuaded to assist with a relatively insignificant matter. With a blissful smile, Barty replied, "Very well, Jenny visits me every day." Observing Barty's expression, Dean Borey nodded inwardly. While Barty's life might not be deemed splendid, Jenny's presence had become a tether for him, and as long as this continued, all would be satisfactory. It seemed feasible to gradually enhance his material well-being. Dean Borey mused that Barty had aided them significantly to prevent any grievances from brewing within him. It was permissible to provide him with a touch of material enjoyment in life. "Dean Borey, I require your assistance. I wish to marry Jenny," Barty stated solemnly. Dean Borey contemplated this. Their marriage appeared to hold no adverse implications. After all, Barty would remain confined to the underground base forever. This union merely served to tighten the bond between him and Jenny. But what if they were to have children? The thought of offspring with such divergent genes sparked a thrill of excitement within Dean Borey. With this in mind, he felt his anxiety dissipate. "That sounds agreeable. You and Jenny will inevitably marry, and perhaps I could serve as your officiant. The union of an extraterrestrial and a terrestrial." Upon hearing Dean Borey's consent, the weight that had burdened Barty's heart lifted. After nearly 6 months of effort, their perceptions had finally begun to shift, proving that his endeavors were not in vain. A smile graced Barty's lips. "Thus, according to Earth's wedding customs, Dean Borey, I require a ring." Dean Borey chuckled softly, smacking his forehead. Ah yes. Let me prepare a ring for you. As the price for this key, since the treasury has already exploded, this key is rendered useless. Old folks indeed relish playing with such trinkets. Dean Boley subtly indicated the necessity of keeping the Kryptonian treasury a secret, reveling in the vanity of such an unfounded notion. As he toyed with the key to this mythical treasury, his interest palpable, Badi smiled slightly, satisfied. In Chapter 17, Basking in the Sun Tomorrow, Badi took a crucial step forward, contemplating the implications of befriending Dean Boley. Such a connection could facilitate assistance in various matters, and it was imperative to have Dean Boley speak favorably of him before Slade, or even to distract Slade, both of which were of utmost importance. In the Kryptonian culture that Badi envisioned, the union of lovers necessitated basking under the sun, cleansing their pasts in its light, and embarking on a steadfast journey together. This faith, akin to a religious belief, was an essential process, as it was the most convincing narrative, given that religious convictions are profoundly respected in the West, where individual beliefs are held sacred. Badi was meticulous in his thoughts. Every word and gesture was deliberately crafted to ensure he could bask in the sunlight. For quite some time, Badi had been subtly instilling in them the normal culture of Krypton, all in preparation for his proposal to Jenny. Ensuring that he could reasonably bask in the sun. Everything appeared to be for Jenny, for love. He needed to avoid Colonel Slade as much as possible. Badi mused that even the somewhat relaxed Slade would not permit Jenny to accompany him to the underground base's first sublevel for sunbathing. The first sublevel housed a sophisticated array of high-intensity, multi-layered composite glass designed to capture electromagnetic waves across various wavelengths, including red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and ultraviolet, as well as to harness the thermal energy conversion and utilization between spectral rays. In simpler terms, it was a research area for developing ray weaponry. It was the only spot within the underground base that still received sunlight, allowing Badi to bask without leaving the premises. From casual remarks and Jenny's words, Badi discerned that the research facility comprised 4 levels. He was confined on the 4th sublevel, the most secure. He had been taken to the 3rd level by Slade on 2 occasions for neutrino research. During these limited visits, he memorized the access routes to the 4th and 3rd levels, including the necessary verifications for personnel and guards. Only Jenny, Dean Boley, and Slade could traverse freely between the 1st and 4th sublevels. With his eyes closed, his head resting against the cold wheelchair, the pulse radio frequency needle still chillingly embedded in his spinal cord, he felt a sudden touch. A delicate, pale hand emerged from behind him, gently massaging his temples. The once cool voice now tinged with concern. "Are you tired?" Badi opened his eyes, warmth flickering in his gaze as he felt the gentle touch of a delicate hand resting on his temple. "No, I was merely awaiting your arrival," he remarked. Jenny understood that he did not require a massage. She gracefully moved from behind to the side of his wheelchair, guiding his hands away from the armrest so they could dangle freely. Then, with a fluid motion, she seated herself upon his lap. Her long legs elegantly aligned beneath her skirt, her knees resting on one armrest while her back leaned against the other. With a determined effort, she lifted Badi's hands, positioning them amidst her black-stockinged legs, her palms almost slipping in, while one hand found its way around her neck, ultimately resting on her bosom. Like a tender bird, she nestled against Badi, her face pressed closely to his shoulder, inhaling the masculine scent that emanated from his neck. "Do you feel anything?" Jenny asked eagerly, unabashedly displaying their affection before the surveillance cameras of the White Room. Badi was enveloped by a subtle fragrance and found Jenny once more seated on his lap, unable to contain his body's reaction. This was not the first time Jenny had acted thus, and Badi was more than willing to indulge in the benefits it brought. Were it not for the absence of his own quarters, Jenny would have certainly desired to engage in more intimate activities. "Oh, but you haven't noticed, have you?" Badi teased with a smile. Though his limbs remained still, the reaction of his 5th appendage was undeniable. Faced with a woman he was enamored with, it was hardly saintly to remain unresponsive. Jenny playfully pouted, gently striking his chest in feigned reproach. "You've assisted them so much. Why can't you secure a room for yourself?" Her palm rested against Badi's chest, and she felt a pang of guilt for having playfully hit him, tenderly rubbing the spot instead. "Miss Jenny, are you so eager to invade an alien's body?" Badi feigned seriousness and jest. "Indeed," Jenny replied assertively, straightening her posture against the armrest. Her bosom pressed against Badi's chest as her fragrant lips moved closer to his, eagerly savoring every drop of their sweet connection. Badi welcomed the encounter, a daily spectacle that unfolded each evening after work. Regardless of the day's events, Jenny would remain by his side until he drifted into slumber, their time filled with conversation and flirtation. Badi, with his charming words, would draw out the details of Ginny's day and gossip from their colleagues. He found great satisfaction in Ginny's affections, and as they parted, she blushed, breathless from the intensity of her emotions, her ardor almost suffocating. As they exchanged sweet nothings, Ginny was particularly fervent today, as if she wished to melt into Badi. Amidst his romantic phrases, he would inadvertently glean insights into her accomplishments and the workings of the underground base, piecing together knowledge that illuminated the entirety of their hidden world. However, what Ginny revealed today sent a shiver of surprise through him. Your cells exhibit peculiarities, undergoing subtle transformations under infrared light. Do they change due to the illumination or perhaps the heat? Ginny's head rested against the clavicle of Bart, and she felt a strange sensation. Bart was taken aback. Unable to contain his astonishment, the sun's warmth primarily reaches the Earth through infrared rays. The infrared radiation transmitted from the sun induces certain alterations in his Kryptonian genes. To put it simply, the heat vision that Superman possesses is akin to this very phenomenon. How do you intend to address this? Bart inquired quietly, tilting his head slightly towards Ginny's crown, his heart racing with trepidation. Ginny's extraordinary talent was indeed astonishing. Bart feared that, in due time, she would discover that her own body could undergo changes under the sun's rays. I will maintain the infrared exposure on the cells, combined with the genetic serum catalyst I previously created, and observe the reactions by tomorrow, Ginny responded. Tomorrow. If Dean Bori and the others learn of the changes in your cells, they will undoubtedly delve into further research, and future opportunities will vanish. Bart felt a chill run through him. He had not anticipated that the greatest challenge would be Ginny's overwhelming brilliance. This cannot stand. Action must be taken swiftly. If by tomorrow others witness the effects of the sustained infrared exposure, I may lose my freedom altogether. Although infrared rays do not replicate the sun's true essence, its spectrum encompasses orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, ultraviolet, and more. Concentrating solely on infrared light to illuminate his cells would still elicit some reaction. Moreover, Ginny had illuminated him with infrared for an entire night. Even if the response were not dramatic, Bart could foresee their relentless pursuit of further experiments with various radiation exposures. Experiments are inherently rigorous and audacious, leaving no detail overlooked. Now, they had begun to notice this phase, sending Bart into a whirlwind of anxiety. Ginny was indeed a prodigy. He had initially planned to utilize Dean Bori, preparing meticulously and awaiting the day when Slade would be absent to initiate action. However, it seemed that this timeline must be expedited. His preliminary impressions and preparations were nearly complete. Acting a bit prematurely, though perhaps a touch unrefined, would not be detrimental. May I enjoy a day basking in the sun's radiance with you tomorrow? Bart asked affectionately, resolving to commence his plan. Ginny was taken aback. After all, she was well aware of the significance of basking in the sun, a concept Bart had instilled in her through countless lessons in Kryptonian culture. This was an engagement proposal. Tears of surprise cascaded from Ginny's eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. In sheer delight, she turned from Bart's lap to kneel, embracing his head and pressing it deeply into her bosom, tears falling onto his hair. I will. Bart, I will. Ginny held Badi's head with great tenderness, unable to contain her excitement as tears streamed down her face, kissing the crown of his head. Badi, I love you. No matter what happens, I will always love you. I would willingly trade my life for yours. Oh, how deeply I adore you. Badi closed his eyes against her soft bosom, the texture of her shirt brushing against his skin, the delicate lace of her undergarments subtly grazing his face, while the fragrant essence of her femininity enveloped him. Yet, within his heart, there was a chilling emptiness. Is it true? Chapter 18. The blessing of Dean Bori. The following morning, at 9 o'clock. The sun would rise from the east, casting its golden light. Badi fervently hoped for a clear day, one that would not shroud his hopes in gloom. No one desired to bask in the sun's rays more than he did. The sun was the source of vitality for all beings, for him, and indeed, the source of power for the Kryptonians. He had spent the night in restless contemplation. After Ginny left the room, he had closed his eyes, pretending to rest, fully aware that he should be resting. However, Ginny had illuminated her laboratory with infrared light throughout the night, and the reactions from the genetic serum catalyst were beyond his comprehension. He was certain that the outcome would not be favorable. Even the slightest reaction could lead to his utter defeat. Throughout the night, he had struggled to find sleep, forcing himself into a meditative state to calm the tumult within. As the bright overhead light flooded the room, Badi opened his eyes, his gaze warm as spring, revealing the joy that danced within, an anticipation of uniting with the woman he cherished most. Ginny entered the room, her lips curved into a knowing smile. She was well aware of Badi's desires. Her heart sang with delight, illuminating her otherwise cool demeanor with vibrant joy. In a rare display, she adorned herself in a strikingly vivid red, form-fitting gown that accentuated her slender waist, resembling an enchanting fairy. Her alluring curves were captivating, a bewitching beauty that could mesmerize any man. The sudden shift from her usual cool-toned attire to this passionate, alluring ensemble left Badi momentarily breathless. Badi's reaction brought immense joy to Jenny's heart. As the fragrant air enveloped her, she maneuvered his wheelchair with grace, drawing closer to him. Badi lavished her with compliments. Their exchange filled with sweet nothings, creating a warm, intimate atmosphere. "I shall take a glance at the results of yesterday's infrared exposure," Jenny announced, directing the wheelchair towards her laboratory. She had been deeply concerned about Badi's paralysis and the implications it held, feeling a sense of guilt over the situation. Badi felt a weight in his heart, but knew he could not allow Jenny to see. He gently interjected, "Today is ours to share. Let us leave others out of it for now." Jenny hesitated for but a moment before relinquishing her past in the laboratory. Neither her attire nor the peculiar significance of today's proceedings with Badi seemed appropriate. She found solace in Badi's words, relishing them deeply. "Very well. I shall inform Dean Boley to conduct the test shortly," Jenny replied with a smile. Yet, Badi's heart sank further. The prospect of Dean Boley conducting the tests felt far more perilous than Jenny undergoing the assessment herself. Nonetheless, it was essential for someone to propel him into the light of day. Upon exiting the sterile room, they traversed a short corridor, only to unexpectedly encounter Dean Boley. The elderly Dean's gaze swept over Jenny's exquisite gown, and a knowing smile crept across his face as he cast a significant look at Badi. "Dean Boley, in the laboratory. I am employing infrared rays to examine Badi's cells, utilizing a genetic serum catalyst for synthesis. Some changes may arise, and your attention is required," Jenny stated bluntly, her tone unexpectedly authoritative, even in the presence of her superior. Dean Boley was well aware of Jenny's forthright nature. Such qualities were what enabled her to immerse herself in biological research and achieve remarkable breakthroughs. "Very well, where are you headed?" Dean Boley inquired, his curiosity piqued. For Jenny's beauty today surpassed that of the past few years. "I'm taking Badi out for some sunlight," Jenny replied sweetly, casting a tender glance at Badi. Dean Boley was taken aback. The only place in the underground base where one could bask in sunlight was the glass-enclosed area on the first sublevel. Badi had long been subtly restricted from ascending beyond the fourth sublevel to avert unforeseen complications. Even moving up to the third sublevel, Slade remained vigilant, reluctant to let Badi stray from the fourth. The notion of progressing to the second sublevel, let alone reaching the surface, seemed implausible. A flicker of concern crossed Dean Boley's face as he glanced at Badi, who was seated helplessly in his wheelchair. Above, the ground level was a military base, heavily guarded, where soldiers with weapons patrolled, making it nearly impossible for even a fly to infiltrate, much less for someone to escape from the subterranean research facility. Badi, perceptive to the Dean's unease, spoke up, "Dean Boley, about the matter you promised me yesterday." His smile held a hint of significance, appearing innocuous yet inquisitive, as if jesting about the commitment made. Dean Boley, momentarily taken aback, quickly dismissed his concerns and retrieved a small red box from his lab coat pocket. Placing it on Badi's lap, "I haven't forgotten. Here it is." The underground base was tightly secured, and with Badi incapacitated in his wheelchair, the possibility of escape or disruption was utterly out of the question. Thus, a small act of kindness, it seemed, would pose no harm. It is neither a threat nor a plea, but rather a subtle understanding of Director Boley's psyche. Badi has alluded to confidentiality with the key to an imaginary treasure trove, and he will indulge in some harmless actions to support Badi. This cannot be deemed a transaction. It is merely a delicate exchange of goodwill. When one hesitates to decline, invoking prior commitments can unconsciously sway that hesitation towards agreement. Naturally, such hesitation should not be overly intense, as that would lead to an automatic acquiescence. Since there is no danger involved and it constitutes a minor assistance, why not embrace it? Director Boley finds himself in this very situation. Blessings to you all. Director Boley extends his congratulations, fully aware that Badi is about to partake in a sunbathing ritual related to Kryptonian religious beliefs, and he does not intervene. After all, what could possibly warrant preventing someone from basking in the sun? "Thank you," Badi responds with genuine gratitude, more heartfelt than at any prior moment. Jenny gazes at the small red box, tears of surprise welling in her eyes, overwhelmed with joy, wishing to merge with Badi, so deeply does she love him. Director Boley bids them farewell and proceeds directly to Jenny's laboratory to assist her with Badi's cells under infrared examination. Badi feels a twinge of impatience, which he forces down. He wonders how Director Boli will react to that peculiar response. Even Badi himself is uncertain of the potential outcomes, hoping that this unexpected situation will lead them to realize that simply sunbathing could indeed enhance their abilities. Jenny, filled with joy, skillfully maneuvers the wheelchair towards the elevator. The underground base is equipped with both stairs and elevators, divided into two sections. It is utterly impossible for Badi to ascend the stairs. As they pass several armed guards and approach the elevator, soldiers are stationed even at the elevator doors. Jenny's rank is sufficient to grant them access to the sublevel, as long as they remain below ground, where she possesses the authority to move freely. Despite her attention-grabbing attire and the wheelchair, after a few routine inquiries, the soldiers ultimately allow them to proceed to the sublevel for sunbathing. The elevator descends heavily from ground level to the fourth sublevel, but as the doors open, Badi's heart sinks at the sight of the person exiting. "Where are you two headed?" Slade strides out of the elevator, blocking the path of the wheelchair, his gaze piercing like an eagle as it sweeps over Jenny's vibrant figure before shifting to Badi. Chapter 19. The Faith of the Sun Underground Base. Elevator. The atmosphere feels as though it has solidified, accompanied by Colonel Slade stepping out of the elevator, obstructing Badi's advance. "Where are you two headed?" Slade questions with authority, his presence formidable as he stands before them. A fleeting glance, originally signifying a sidelong gaze cast downwards, characterized Slade's penetrating eyes as they scrutinized Badi from a position of superiority. The sight of a paralyzed individual, though it evoked a slight discomfort within him, no longer instilled a sense of threat or unease. Within Badi, a surge of indignation rose from his heart, traversing his throat, only to be suppressed. Had it not been for the unfortunate incident of the spaceship's explosion that led to his discovery here, no one would have dared to regard him with such disdain. The utter contempt and lack of respect he received were palpable, regardless of the wealth of knowledge Badi contributed during his tenure at the underground base. Slade never regarded him with the respect befitting a prisoner, unlike Dean Boli. This infuriated Badi, for Slade was more obstinate than anyone else. Yet, what Badi sought was not Slade's respect, but rather the freedom that Slade continually obstructed. Were it not for Slade's presence, Badi would have long basked in the sunlight. He deeply suppressed his fury, ensuring it did not manifest in any form, his heartbeat, blood flow, or even the fleeting electrical impulses in his brain. Jenny's radiant expression darkened as she emerged from behind Badi's wheelchair, her voice cold and commanding. "Slade, I intend to take Badi to the first floor for some sunlight. Do you have any objections?" Her disdain for Slade was evident. His discriminatory gaze towards Badi fueled her animosity towards the colonel. Slade, a towering figure clad in military attire, stood resolutely at the elevator entrance, his voice firm. "As the security chief of the underground base, I possess the authority to restrict this alien's movements. He may still pose a danger, and I will not permit him to leave the fourth sublevel." Slade spoke with unwavering conviction. He had reviewed documents detailing the various cultural customs of Krypton as narrated by Badi and understood the reason behind Jenny's unusually elegant attire under the sun. However, he had no justification to facilitate any pre-wedding rituals. His sole responsibility was safety. "You." Jenny's body trembled, her striking face flushed with anger as she pointed an accusatory finger at Slade, wishing she could remove her high heels and drive their pointed tips into his face. "Jenny, please step aside and consult with Dean Boli regarding the experiment. I need to converse with Colonel Slade," Badi said soothingly. Jenny, ever obedient to Badi, stomped her dissatisfied heels, shot a fierce glare at Slade, and with a huff of frustration, turned to leave in search of Dean Boli. She could not fathom a scenario where, with the assistance of Dean Boli, they could not persuade Badi to bask in the sunlight. Alternatively, she could escalate the matter to General Vic, who would undoubtedly prefer Badi to forge closer ties with the underground base. Such matters would not be hindered. She had already achieved several experimental breakthroughs, and Badi was at the pinnacle of generating value for General Vic. Only Slade stood in the way of her happiness, and her resentment towards him ran deep. Badi gazed with a faint smile as Jenny, seemingly in a playful mood, departed to seek out Dean Bori. He could only hope that Bori would not swiftly discern the effects of the sun on him and would still be able to assist him in persuading Slade to abandon his efforts to prevent Badi from basking in sunlight. Badi's pupils lifted slightly, allowing him to look up at Slade's chiseled jaw and composed countenance. "Colonel Slade, might I inquire why you regard me with such trepidation?" "You maintain an excessive vigilance against a man rendered incapacitated," Badi questioned, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his furrowed brow. Slade's gaze descended, locking with Badi's in a manner that conveyed dominance. His eyes bore the intensity of a weapon ready to be fired, exuding the latent power of a poised predator, ever prepared to unleash its might. Bamulo, you are perilous. My instincts tell me so, Slade asserted, employing the phrase you are perilous with genuine conviction. Were it not for Barty's immobility in his wheelchair, Slade would have undoubtedly taken decisive action to subdue or eliminate him, for he truly posed a significant threat. Am I still a danger now? My limbs are rendered useless. I am but a shell of a man, Barty retorted with a self-deprecating chuckle. Slade's expression faltered momentarily, revealing a flicker of hesitation and even a glimmer of pity in his eyes. This sympathy, at times, proved more unbearable than derision itself. No individual with a disability relishes the condescension of those who stand in positions of perceived superiority, pitying them from above. They do not seek sympathy. They are, after all, individuals of merit. Barty gently shook his head in self-mockery, remaining unmoved by Slade's sentiments. Yet, as Slade's gaze momentarily softened with unbidden compassion, he reverted to his stoic demeanor. I cannot permit you to leave the fourth sublevel. You still, Slade's sentence was abruptly interrupted. Am I still a threat? Barty's sardonic expression faded, replaced with a solemn tone. Slade lapsed into silence, his demeanor conceding to Barty's assertion. What threat could a man with paralyzed limbs possibly pose? Colonel Slade, I have finally come to understand why you regard me with such caution, Barty continued, his voice steadily rising. Slade raised an eyebrow. His unease was based purely on instinct, an unexplainable intuition. It is because I possess faith. Faith fortifies my resolve. You cannot comprehend the will of a being whose very essence is intertwined with the sun. Life, passion, vitality, hope, warmth, radiance, exuberance, prosperity, vigor, robustness, rebirth. Barty's tone grew resolute, resonant, and increasingly fervent as he enumerated the splendor of the sun. His declaration of rebirth culminating in an unwavering conviction, a fierce determination to carve a path through any obstacles that might impede him. This moment symbolized his true renaissance. Only by basking in the sunlight could he achieve genuine renewal. Slade appeared to perceive the madness in his expression, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. He had encountered religious figures before and had felt the terrifying fervor of zealots who placed life and death beyond their reckoning. The being before him, Barty, seemed to embody that same essence. Colonel Slade, what you fear is not power, but my unwavering will, an indomitable resolve that you lack. Barty's gaze was imbued with a resolute brilliance. Slade felt as if he beheld in his eyes two radiant suns, emanating brilliance, fervor, and an unparalleled determination. Perhaps he spoke the truth. Slade inexplicably found himself in agreement with Barty's words. What instilled in him a sense of threat was indeed will, one that he himself did not possess, thus rendering it all the more menacing. This further compels me to deny you access to the lower level. You may wed Jenny here, and I shall allocate another room for you as your nuptial chamber. Slade remarked coldly, recognizing that such will could prove more formidable than sheer strength. If given the slightest opportunity, he could not fathom what Barty might endeavor to do. Slade's vigilance towards this extraterrestrial intensified immensely. Barty's countenance returned to normal, a light laugh escaping him. Let the sun shine upon me, cleansing my being, purging the superficial, and erasing my past. Then, under the sunlight, I shall propose to Jenny. I wish to marry her, and if fate allows, I hope to have 2 children, a boy and a girl. I say absolutely not. Colonel Slade's eyes glinted with menace, revealing his discontent. Barty regarded Slade with a calm gaze, as if he were a great entity who had traversed myriad experiences. I do not mind living in this underground base, paralyzed. When one has witnessed a starship's annihilating cannon obliterate a planet, seen countless bizarre races in the cosmos, and narrowly escaped being torn apart by a black hole, Colonel Slade, you will realize that all that you hold dear is ultimately meaningless. To encounter a being akin to oneself and to love is the greatest fortune. Suddenly, Barty's eyes seemed to absorb the light like a black hole, yet they erupted with a fierce and fearless intensity. Colonel Slade, the steadfastness of faith shall be upheld by life itself. Slade's gaze narrowed. It was indeed a ferocious glare akin to that of a leopard, locking onto Barty's. Their stares ignited the very air around them, the atmosphere charged with tension. I know my worth, and thus I offer it. I implore you to allow me to love Jenny. However, I shall not permit you to obstruct the radiance of the sun upon me, nor to violate my faith. Should General Vick renounce my value, I shall have no further words. Let my demise leave you with the remnants of my worth for your research. Today, in this moment, I shall bask in the sunlight. Otherwise, even in paralysis, I cannot suppress my yearning for death. The sun is the faith of Krypton, immutable. If you seek to obstruct it, I have no choice but to perish. Badi's voice erupted with a fervent and tragic intensity, revealing that in this world, only his unwavering faith remained unassailable. a faith he would never forsake, even unto death. Contemplate how you shall articulate to General Vic the circumstances that led to the demise of an alien capable of ushering you into the interstellar age. Slade's countenance darkened, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Are you threatening me? He thought incredulously, never imagining that he would be coerced by a captive wielding his own worth as a weapon. Over the past 6 months, Badi had undeniably demonstrated immense value that none could overlook. A direct path to the stars lay within the vast reservoir of his knowledge. With the biological advancements continuously unveiled by Ginny, Slade could scarcely contain his understanding of Badi's unparalleled significance within this subterranean base. Moreover, Badi merely sought to bask in the sunlight, to acknowledge his own importance and faith. Anyone could discern who truly mattered. It was simply a matter of sunbathing. Should Slade attempt to obstruct this, relaying some nonsensical intuition to General Vic, he would undoubtedly incur the wrath of all. At this moment, Slade found himself at a loss for words to dissuade. After all, even if the report reached General Vic, he would likely suggest merely keeping an eye on the situation, allowing Badi to soak up the sun. For a paralyzed individual to seek a bit of sunlight for his religious conviction was entirely reasonable. To prevent it would be sheer folly. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from behind Badi, as Ginny and Dean Borey excitedly trotted over to Slade. Aware of his intent to stop Badi from sunbathing, the elderly Dean grasped Slade's arm tightly, catching his breath before exclaiming with fervor, "You two should head up to the lower level." Slade still wished to intervene, but Dean Borey held him back with determination. "Let them go. It's just a bit of sunlight," he insisted, brimming with enthusiasm. "We've succeeded, Slade. The genetic serum that General Vic desired has been achieved." Slade's body jolted, his eyes widening in astonishment, momentarily forgetting Badi's need for sunlight. After all, it was merely about basking in the light of faith. Could such an act transform one into a formidable creature capable of emitting rays, breathing frost, and soaring through the skies? Clearly not. Yet, it was equally apparent that Slade could not fathom, nor could anyone, that prolonged exposure to sunlight might indeed yield extraordinary outcomes. "Ginny, once you and Badi have finished, return promptly. The experiment still requires your expertise," Dean Borey urged with a knowing wink, his excitement palpable. At this juncture, Slade found himself devoid of any rationale to intervene, as he had lacked such justification from the outset. Following Badi's monumental contributions within the underground laboratory, no one could begrudge him this harmless expression of his faith. He fixed his gaze upon Barty's pupils, who met his stare with unwavering determination, akin to a devout believer. Barty's steadfastness resembled that of a rock, embodying the essence of a true believer. Slade, with his narrowed eyes gleaming with a fierce light, remained inscrutable, considering Barty's condition as a paralyzed individual, utterly incapable of movement and reliant on the pulse radio frequency needle that sustained his life, coupled with the absence of any human assistance due to the extraterrestrial presence. Slade ultimately acquiesced to allow him a moment in the sun. He instructed 2 soldiers to monitor him closely and communicated via radio to the ground military base to heighten security alerts in the sublevel. Only after he deemed the situation secure did he follow the excited Dean Borey deeper into the corridor to witness the successful genetic serum. Barty wore a faint smile, feeling a slight sense of relief as he was ushered into the elevator by Ginny, watching Slade's figure fade away as the elevator doors slowly closed. Chapter 20. The Whale. Colonel Slade, I truly fail to comprehend your intentions. Barty has reiterated his planetary beliefs numerous times, yet you persist in your obstruction. Do you genuinely wish for him to perish? Dean Borey grasped Slade's arm, hastening ahead, emphasizing the increased significance of the moment. A mere request for sunlight should be a trivial concession, one even General Vic would be inclined to grant. Slade, relinquishing Borey's grip, replied coldly, "Whatever he desires, I shall thwart." This instinct sprang from Slade's intuition. From the outset, he sensed Barty was not an ordinary being. Yet, inexplicably, this sensation stirred a sense of unease within him, hazy and unrecognized. It was only upon hearing Barty's recent discourse on faith that the fog of confusion began to lift, revealing the necessity of preventing this extraterrestrial from pursuing his desires. Barty's will, sensed by Slade's intuition, had always emanated a disquieting vibe. Dean Borey's gaunt face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, "Do you comprehend the immense value of his existence? It transcends mere knowledge contained within his mind." Last night, Ginny's experiment proved successful. She effectively utilized a genetic catalyst to dissolve his cells, employing infrared to enhance the catalyst's vaporization, thereby producing a genuine serum. The only remaining step is clinical trials, and the results will surely be promising. He cannot perish. Grant him this slight concession of faith to ensure his survival. For a continuous supply of blood samples shall be our just reward. Slade's eyes flickered with intensity. I am aware. Which is precisely why I have established a fully equipped team in his vicinity, heightened security at the underground base, and sealed the entrances and exits between the sublevel and the surface, thereby extinguishing any of his notions. Since he wishes for a tranquil life and marriage with Jenny, he is unlikely to react adversely. Slade's demeanor was indifferent. He held only a fleeting concern for Badi's descent to the sublevel. However, he recognized the futility of intervention. Reporting to General Vic would merely elicit a directive for enhanced security measures, rather than heed his instinct to confine Badi indefinitely. The value Badi possessed, coupled with the success of the genetic serum, rendered the prospect of basking in sunlight a mere triviality. Powerless to impede the inevitable, Slade could only permit their excursion into the sun, while ensuring all precautions were meticulously in place. In truth, a mere delay in Badi's sunbathing could suffice to obliterate him entirely. The fervor Badi exhibited, particularly regarding the solemnity of the proposal intended for today, was a matter no one dared to disrupt, not even Slade himself. Having failed once to intervene, Slade found himself unable to continue resisting. His involvement in escalating the situation to General Vic was a misstep, indicating that everything lay within Badi's design. Why else would he offer such an abundance of knowledge? Director Boley, his face flushed, sensed Slade's wariness towards Badi and remarked, Colonel Slade, your diligence in security measures is impeccable. They approached the entrance of Jenny's biological laboratory, pushing open the pristine white door. What greeted them was the sight of vials containing a crystalline, gem-like genetic serum. The room, adorned in white and equipped with various biological research apparatus, served solely to accentuate the prominence of the serum. Boley's excitement intensified, resembling an exuberant monkey, as he exclaimed, Jenny is truly a genius among geniuses. Bang, bang, bang. Inside a glass enclosure, a white mouse, the size of an adult's palm, pounded against the glass with its crimson eyes, producing a resonant sound that astonished Director Boley. This is the genetic serum I administered before your arrival. Its effects manifested rapidly, increasing its size by half and doubling its strength. The results are astonishing. Slade scrutinized the mouse's frenzied state, frowning. No side effects? It appears rather agitated. Let us conduct an examination, Boley said, donning a mask and retrieving a syringe. With palpable excitement, he restrained the mouse and extracted a vial of blood. We need to observe it for a while. I will first assess the integrity of its genes. Moments later, Boley gasped. Its genetic structure is entirely stable. There are no signs of the previous collapse. Jenny's genetic catalyst has proven effective, stabilizing the genetic breakdown. Overcome with exhilaration, Boley trembled in delight, exclaiming, We may possess a physique as robust as Badi's, with the strength of 10 tons. Slade inhaled sharply, his gaze fixed on the vivacious mouse. Before shifting to the vial of genetic serum, the crimson liquid resembling the blood of a demon, temptingly alluring. Strong as the formidable body of Badi, possessing the power of a 10-ton Tyrannosaurus Rex, Slade found himself momentarily stunned. If he were endowed with Badi's physical prowess and strength, would he still harbor such wariness towards him? Certainly not. Slade reassured himself that he would not be outmatched by any individual. Moreover, should he successfully fabricate the genetic serum, it would undoubtedly include his share. Instantly, a fervor ignited within Slade's heart. Director Borley approached the laboratory computer, sifting through Jenny's experimental records. The glow from the screen reflected off his round spectacles, casting a series of data upon them. Borley's smile gradually intensified, his entire visage consumed by an exhilarated grin. These were Jenny's experimental records. Had it not been for the earlier inquiry, he would have already commenced the replication of Jenny's experiments. All her data was present: the genetic catalyst, Badi's cellular samples, and the application of infrared light to catalyze genetic reactions, enhancing cytoplasmic dissolution. Remarkably, infrared light appeared to exert an influence on Badi's cells. Slade observed as Director Borley became increasingly enthralled, his brow furrowing as he suppressed his astonishment. He turned his gaze towards the vial of genetic serum completed by Jenny, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. He then inquired, Director Borley, if we were to replicate Dr. Jenny's experiment, could this genetic serum be produced in mass quantities? Indeed, Jenny's records were so meticulous that they detailed experiments with wavelengths ranging from 760 to 1 in the near, middle, and far infrared spectrum, even positing theories regarding the concentration of various rays, suggesting a multitude of potential manifestations. There existed a possibility that the resultant genetic serum could bestow extraordinary abilities. Director Borley drew in a sharp breath, utterly astounded by Jenny's prodigious talent. The prospect of creating a gene serum capable of granting superpowers left him breathless with excitement. Director Borley locked eyes with Slade, their mutual shock palpable. Suddenly, Slade recalled Barty's devout expression, his faith in the sun. And a wave of bewilderment washed over him as he pondered aloud. Does Barty's cells respond to far-infrared light? Indeed, Borley replied. Within the infrared spectrum, the 414-micron far-infrared rays are beneficial to the human body, generating internal warmth, promoting the dilation of microcapillaries, ensuring smooth blood circulation, and facilitating metabolism, thus enhancing immunity and healing rates, with Barty's effects being notably pronounced. Borley continued, infrared light is merely a form of thermal radiation from the sun, accompanied by numerous other rays such as ultraviolet light and various wavebands of light particles. Could it be that he also reacts to solar radiation? Slade suddenly felt a surge of trepidation. Director Borley paused, contemplating. That would necessitate experimentation. At that moment, Slade's walkie-talkie emitted a sudden, chilling shriek, followed by a harrowing scream. Chapter 21. At last, I can dominate you. Barty smiled, observing the elevator doors close as Slade and Director Borley retreated from his presence. As the doors sealed and their figures vanished, Barty felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his exhilaration. Even without erupting into laughter, one should feel a surge of excitement within. For the opportunity long awaited has finally arrived. Yet he did not. He merely smiled. His heart felt as still as a deep well, untouched by the ripples of emotion. After enduring numerous experiences on Krypton and a year and 3 months of confinement on Earth, having meticulously orchestrated his plans to reach this moment, he discovered an unsettling tranquility within himself. Perhaps this stillness was merely a precursor to an impending explosion. After all, calm often precedes the storm. As the elevator ascended subtly, the taut steel cables emitted a straining sound, hoisting the heavy lift. Inside the elevator were 5 individuals, Barty, Jenny, and 3 soldiers. 2 of the soldiers were there to monitor Barty, while the third served as the elevator attendant, required to press the buttons for each floor they visited. Suddenly, Barty felt a premonition that the attendant's demise was not far off. The atmosphere within the elevator was eerily silent. Jenny stood beside Barty's wheelchair, her tall, graceful form gazing affectionately at him, unwilling to divert her eyes even for a moment. Her heart was a tumult of nerves and joy. As they ascended, her palms grew slightly damp with perspiration, and her pulse quickened noticeably. Yet, whenever she looked at Barty, a gentle calm would wash over her. He sat there like a sovereign in his court, serene and composed, captivating her completely. As the elevator doors opened, Jenny maneuvered the wheelchair forward, with 2 armed soldiers trailing behind. They navigated several turns until arriving at a glass-paneled area reminiscent of a warehouse. The morning sunlight, though only around 9 o'clock, pierced through the composite glass, casting a bright beam into the otherwise dim surroundings, causing the gently floating dust to become sharply visible. Anyone illuminated by this radiant light would feel a sensation akin to divine ascension. Here we are, Barty, Jenny whispered softly, aware that this moment was akin to a sacred baptism for him, deserving of reverence. The 2 soldiers remained stationed a short distance behind, vigilant and armed. Barty responded quietly, raising his gaze to the sunlight refracted through the glass, observing the dust dancing in the air. After enduring arduous trials and tribulations, he had finally reached this moment. Step forward, he instructed, finding that in such moments, he could maintain his composure with remarkable steadiness, devoid of any turmoil. This tranquility instilled a sense of solemnity and sanctity in Jenny and the 2 soldiers monitoring them, as if basking in sunlight was an act of profound significance. Jenny nodded in acknowledgement and guided the wheelchair forward. The sunlight finally enveloped him, beginning at his feet and gradually ascending to his knees and thighs. As Jenny advanced the wheelchair, the sunlight reached his chest and face, illuminating his entire being. He tilted his head, allowing his eyes to meet the sunlight. In that instant, it was as if the very heavens had erupted. The first change he experienced was an excruciating pain in his eyes, his pupils constricting to mere pinpoints, akin to the sensation of inhaling an excessive breath of air. The blinding sunlight provoked a tumultuous alteration in his vision. His pupils dilated and contracted incessantly, the sting akin to a sharp needle piercing deeply, causing tears to flow naturally from his tear ducts. Accompanying this relentless fluctuation of his pupils, the dust suspended in the sunlight appeared to swell and shrink unpredictably, oscillating back and forth. Ultimately, his gaze penetrated the composite glass, revealing the clouds in the sky with remarkable clarity. He possessed vision akin to that of a telescope. Simultaneously, his auditory perception underwent a radical transformation. A cacophony of sounds enveloped him, hissing and chattering, chaotic and frantic. The faint rustle of two soldiers' fingers brushing together, the gentle clink of metal, the rapid beating of Jenny's heart. Additionally, the sounds from the military base below, the wind howling, the grinding of tank treads over the pavement, the slick sounds of heavy wheels, trailer wheels, and guide wheels. The roar of the Jeep's engine thundered in his ears, while the soldiers' conversations reverberated as if they were shouting directly beside him. "Colonel Slade, what are we doing here?" "I don't know. We just follow orders." "What about that girl from last night?" "Damn it, I need to use the restroom. I'm getting married next month. I start my leave tomorrow." A multitude of disordered voices clamored in his ears, the pain in his eyes producing afterimages that flickered in response. His sense of smell suddenly heightened to the point of overwhelming him, an array of scents crashing into his nostrils, compelling him to grit his teeth. His senses of smell, sight, and hearing had been acutely sharpened, thrusting Badi into a maelstrom of sensory overload, his mind buzzing incessantly as if on the verge of explosion. The sheer volume of information inundated his brain, leaving it no time to adapt, process, or assimilate. He felt as though fireworks were detonating within a confined space. Damn it! Veins bulged ominously on Badi's forehead, extending to his neck and distorting his visage in a frightening manner. Clenching his teeth, he shut his eyes and desperately employed a method of meditation. This so-called meditation was merely a technique for focusing attention and calming the mind, particularly effective in enduring pain and honing concentration. It offered a slight reprieve, enabling him to concentrate and mitigate the acute suffering inflicted by the sudden exposure to sunlight. As the pain in his head began to recede slightly, the incessant buzzing diminished. Rays of sunlight filtered through the minute gaps in his white, fibrous garment, casting delicate beams upon his skin. His body underwent a comprehensive transformation, each pore seemingly pricked by the sun's rays. The warmth contained within the sunlight surged into him, diffusing throughout his body as his blood coursed. His heart thudded like a colossal drum, resonating with the power of a roaring engine, echoing like a thunderous awakening of a long-dormant beast. The depth of this metamorphosis intensified. Every cell within his body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The radiant energy of the sun permeated the cell membranes, infiltrating the cytoplasm and inciting earth-shattering changes within the nucleus. This energy then catalyzed the division of cells that had absorbed sunlight, and as the old cells perished, the new cells, invigorated by sunlight, grew increasingly robust and resilient. The once paralyzed body, confined to a wheelchair and marked by excess flesh, now appeared as if the sun had evaporated the encumbrance, restoring his imposing, muscular physique. Everything began to metamorphose, or rather, evolve. At this moment, Badi's clenched jaw and exposed skin emanated a faint luminescence. Jenny gazed in astonishment at Badi, who basked in the sunlight, appearing divine, as if he were a deity. For a moment, she was utterly mesmerized. The solar energy delved deep into his genes and chromosomes. If one were to observe Badi's body, they would witness a subtle radiance emanating from his genetic structure, undergoing intensified transformation and evolution. The active operation of his cellular makeup saw each cell subtly releasing its magnetic field, creating a cohesive connection that rendered his body weight equivalent to that of an earthling, imparting an ethereal sensation. His cellular magnetic field gently repelled the force of gravity, foreshadowing the reason Kryptonians would eventually fly. In his current state, he could leap over 10 to 20 meters with ease. Nerve cells continuously transmitted electrical signals, with powerful currents converging from all parts of his body, surging forth like a torrent, breaching barriers and propelling pulse radio frequency needles from his body. The minute wounds, rapidly healing due to the frantic cellular division, restored to their original state. Neural information surged directly to his brain's central control system, reinstating the sensations that governed his body. The sunlit brain cells activated their utmost potential, enabling him to think with unprecedented speed and agility, regaining control over his physical form. All of this transpired within mere seconds, sufficient enough to astonish anyone. As Badi underwent a profound evolutionary leap in his genetic makeup, suddenly, he opened his eyes, their depths shimmering with an explosive brilliance. Thanks to the meditative techniques from Krypton, he had begun to master his newly heightened vision, hearing, and sense of smell. Badi felt the tension of power surging through his body and muscles, the rhythm of his heartbeat resonating like a great drum, instilling in him the illusion of possessing the strength to shatter the earth. Of course, he did not possess such immense power. Rather, he was a humanoid tyrannosaurus endowed with super strength, enhanced vision, and extraordinary senses. This exposure to sunlight had unleashed his latent abilities, granting him nearly 15 tons of strength. At last, he was poised to dominate. Clenching his fists, He crushed the steel handles of his wheelchair, leaving deep imprints. With a gentle tug, he warped and tore away the steel restraints binding his wrists, liberating himself from the confines around his waist, and with a forceful effort, he broke free from the shackles around his ankles. Badi rose to his feet, facing the sunlight, raising his arms high and breaking into the most exuberant smile. The astonished Jenny and the soldiers stood dumbfounded, gazing at his silhouette. Under the radiant sun, he appeared as if a celestial being had descended. Chapter 22. Kneel and cover your head. The two soldiers, Jack and Mason, were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that the paralyzed Badi would stand up and embrace the sunlight with such fervor. The light enveloped him in a soft halo, reminiscent of a divine figure. Badi's physique, majestic and imposing, had gone unnoticed while seated in his wheelchair. However, upon standing, his towering presence struck the two soldiers with overwhelming force, rendering them breathless. As Jack and Mason regained their composure, a chill gripped their hearts, making them feel as though they were facing a colossal mountain. I command you to kneel and cover your heads. The icy fear compelled them to shout. The two men, with their rifles raised, pointed tremblingly at Badi's back, their palms slick with sweat. The sunlight refracted around them, instilling a sense of unease within their hearts. Jenny covered her mouth, tears of joy streaming down her face at the sight of Badi standing once more. The guilt of countless nights spent in anguish over his paralysis had tormented her soul. Now, witnessing his miraculous revival, her heart overflowed with happiness and tears of jubilation. Badi lowered his arms, and the soldiers, fraught with fear, felt the sweat on their palms as they gripped their weapons. Jenny's exhilarated heartbeat resonated in his ears, amplifying the intensity of the moment. Everything around him, in his sight and hearing, vividly painted a world in his mind. He stood grandly, chest out, muscles seemingly bursting through the confines of his white hospital attire. The sunlight illuminated Badi's face, revealing sharp contours, especially around his eyes and facial structure, leaving a profound impression. His gaze, deep as a black hole, brimmed with wisdom, tinged with indifference and a hint of madness, yet exuded an irresistible dominance. His face, sculpted as if carved from marble, bore the marks of an indomitable will. A deep scar across his visage added an air of fierce ferocity that commanded respect. From this day forth, no one shall bend me to their will. A smile graced Badi's lips, his eyes radiating an imperious, indifferent, and aggressively vigilant demeanor that demanded caution from all, save for Jenny, whose love for him ran deep. Overwhelmed with delight, Jenny reached out to touch Badi. He turned to her, and in the sunlight, wrapped his left arm around her slender waist, while his other hand intertwined with hers, pressing her against his solid chest. As she leaned back, nearly at a 90-degree angle, they seemed to have just completed a waltz, lost in a final, profound gaze amidst the brilliance of sunlight and the soldiers' shouts. As Badi's hands brushed against the soft fabric of Jenny's waist, he leaned in to kiss her. Jenny's body bore no trace of cosmetics or perfume, a scent he found distasteful. The intoxicating aroma of pure desire enveloped Badi, nearly rendering him breathless. He held Jenny tightly, his hands exploring the exquisite contours of her back, lifting her long dress to accentuate her breathtaking form. Jenny felt as though she could not breathe beneath his ardent kiss. Badi's sudden strength constricted her waist painfully, as if he might break her. Typically, such pain would elicit suffering, but under Badi's invasive kiss, the discomfort transformed into a fervent love for him, igniting a desire to entwine with his very being. They seemed like actors on a stage, illuminated by a single spotlight, the center of attention. Jenny Jones, do you willingly pledge everything to your master? Will you worship me, revere me, and believe in me? Will you swear your lifelong loyalty, becoming my devoted servant, using your courage, strength, and wisdom to serve me, to be my beloved slave? As Badi released Jenny's lips, an undeniable will shone in his gaze. This was not a question, but a declaration. His voice, once gentle, now resonated with a commanding authority. Captivated and nearly breathless, Jenny's heart raced uncontrollably, her face revealing a state of unhealthy intoxication. Upon hearing Badi's words, her eyes glazed over, and she responded eagerly, I am willing. Badi, I am willing to do anything for you. Lost in the overwhelming dominance of Badi, she leaned in for another kiss. Badi smiled, gently halting her advance, his eyes still reflecting the tenderness she knew, yet now infused with an indifferent authority, like a sovereign bestowing a patronizing smile upon her. Release Dr. Jenny, Jack shouted, his voice echoing through the vast warehouse, trembling with fear. Truthfully, no one had ever witnessed Badi's true strength. While he lay unconscious, only Slade sensed something amiss. As his gentle demeanor masked his formidable power, Now, stripped of pretense, his towering presence exuded the majesty of a giant emperor, viewing all beneath him as mere insects. Easily crushed, no one could disregard such a brutal ruler, who possessed both the desire and ability to command life itself. "Notify Colonel Slade." Jack cried out again, his grip on the magazine of his firearm feeling damp, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Faced with Barty's growing calmness, Jack's heart trembled further, his voice rising to a desperate shout. Mason was equally anxious, his throat parched with tension. Only upon hearing a colleague's reminder did he hastily retrieve the walkie-talkie from his waist, intending to notify Colonel Slade. Barty gently released the reluctant Jenny, taking a diagonal step away from her side, as Jack's gun, like a black hole, shifted in accordance with his movement. "I command you to halt." Jack growled through clenched teeth, his sweaty palms incessantly rubbing against the grip and magazine of his weapon, his inner turmoil raising his heart into a state of alarm. Barty remained impassive, striding toward Jack with a towering presence, reminiscent of a majestic mountain looming over the soldier. His expressionless demeanor exerted an immense pressure upon those around him. Suddenly, Jack's eyes widened, a taut string within him snapping under the weight of fear. He roared, unleashing a torrent of fire from the muzzle of the M16. The resounding bursts echoed as bullets, gleaming like polished copper, erupted from the black hole of the gun. Barty's gaze narrowed, his expression shifting to one of stern intensity as he perceived the indistinct bullets piercing through the sonic boom, tracing a fiery trajectory before him. In that moment, he realized that he lacked the capacity to withstand the onslaught of gunfire. Yet, through his acute hearing, he discerned the sound of the trigger being pulled, the bullets chambering within the machine gun, and the crack of gunpowder igniting, enabling him to ascertain the direction from which the bullets originated. To him, bullets traveled in a straight line. For one endowed with superhuman hearing, this clarity surpassed even that of sight. He could discern sound and pinpoint location. Suddenly, Barty's figure blurred, weaving effortlessly amidst the crimson projectiles, as he had already anticipated their trajectories. The cacophony of gunfire stirred the air within the warehouse, creating an effect that was strikingly more resonant than the sound of the bullets themselves. Jack's fear escalated. It seemed as though Barty glided through a sea of bullets, untouched. Despite Jack's ability to see Barty's form, he could not perceive the speed of the bullets. As he pursued Barty's silhouette, the bullets spewed from his weapon, seemingly unable to catch up with him. Each bullet passed perilously close to Barty's skin, leaving a fleeting sensation of heat in its wake. Click, click, click. Jack desperately pressed the trigger, emptying the M16 of its ammunition. Trembling, he continued to pull the trigger, the sound echoing in his ears, his eyes wide with terror. He dared a glance at the now empty rifle, struggling to comprehend that someone could maneuver through a storm of bullets unscathed, deeply questioning the nature of the weapon in his hands. Was it truly a gun? Could anyone be faster than a bullet? Of course. It was not a matter of speed, but rather that Barty had heard the path of each bullet, seen the direction of Jack's gun. Suddenly, Barty appeared at his side, and Jack, in shock, looked up to meet the gaze of those eyes that regarded him as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Chapter 23. Betrayal. It was as if those eyes, through slender conduits, loomed over him. Jack, in a state of terror, fumbled to draw a 9mm pistol from his thigh. His movements swift and practiced, yet tragically delayed. Bang! A deafening shot reverberated through the air. Barty raised his right leg and, akin to a casual sweep of refuse, delivered a brutal kick to Jack's waist. Jack emitted a heart-wrenching scream as Barty's leg made contact, resulting in a catastrophic fracture of his spine. The sound was a sharp crack, reminiscent of a tattered cloth, hanging limply from Barty's calf, before being sent sprawling away. He collided with a wall over 10 meters distant, his blood vessels bursting, blood splattering forth, muscles ripping apart, leaving gory stains across the wall that were distressingly vivid. His countenance twisted in terror, eyes bulging as his body convulsed, sliding down the wall in a grotesque display. The cruel crimson hue infused the desolate warehouse with an oppressive dread, akin to smashing a water-filled balloon against the wall, resulting in a vivid eruption of blood. Jenny covered her mouth, eyes wide in shock, gasping. She had never anticipated such an occurrence. Another soldier, Mason, stood in stunned disbelief. His comrade had just been rendered into a mere puddle before him, the rush of wind from the violent act brushing against his face. The rapidity of events had transformed his colleague into a grotesque smear. Blood splattered against the wall in a horrifying spectacle. Mason instinctively turned to the wall, fixated on his comrade's terrified visage, the grotesque bulging of his eyes, and the shocking crimson stains that captivated his attention, leaving him in a state of shock. A strange sense of relief washed over him. grateful that he had refrained from firing his own weapon moments prior. "Zizzy soldier, report. Report. What has transpired?" Slade's voice crackled through the intercom, piercing the eerie stillness of the warehouse. Mason's body locked in place, his hand trembling around the intercom, his throat parched, devoid of moisture to swallow. The device felt akin to a scalding hot potato, akin to a detonated grenade, and he longed to discard it. His gaze shifted toward Barty, who wore an expression of indifferent inquiry. Barty smiled faintly. "Report honestly, soldier." Mason was nearly overcome with the urge to hurl the intercom away, yet under Barty's unyielding gaze, he could only stammer out his report, sweat streaming down his face. "Colonel, the extraterrestrial has regained operational capacity and has killed Jack with a kick." Mason uttered the words with trepidation, swallowing hard as he managed to produce a modicum of saliva. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the intercom as the gravity of the situation settled in. Then, Slade's voice erupted from deep within his throat. "Bamulio." Mason, trembling in fear, looked at Barty, uncertain how to respond to his superior. Barty nodded slightly, visibly pleased with Slade's display of anger. His gaze fell upon Mason's green military uniform, noting the pistol holstered at his thigh, a 9mm with 11 bullets. Barty withdrew the weapon from Mason's leg, disengaging the safety, examining it with an apparent interest in firearms. Mason trembled as if pricked by thorns, his body quaking under the weight of the M16 rifle slung across his chest. In the fleeting moment when Barty lowered his gaze towards the 9mm pistol, an impulsive urge surged within Mason to raise his M16 and execute Barty. Yet, fear paralyzed him. He was utterly terrified. Jack unleashed a barrage of 30 shots, expending 30 bullets. The M16 boasted a rate of fire of 900 rounds per minute, an initial velocity of 975 meters per second, and an effective range of 550 meters. In the prime of its range and velocity, Jack's aim faltered, and he was swiftly dispatched by an alien's kick. As if he were mere refuse, his spine shattered, and his body splattered against the wall in a crimson explosion. The firearm no longer afforded Mason any semblance of confidence. Barty gestured gently towards the intercom, and Mason, trembling, extended it towards him. Barty activated the device, coldly stating, "Slade, you have always been correct, though I find you equally foolish." Without warning, the 9mm pistol erupted in a flurry of gunfire. Bang, 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 bang. Mason met his grim fate, his chest riddled with 9 bullets, blood spraying forth as he wailed in agony, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. From the moment they felt a chill at the mere thought of Barty, this conclusion had been inescapably sealed. Slade, hearing Mason's anguished cries, clenched his teeth in cold fury. "This had all been your design. From the instant you awoke, you had orchestrated this plan. Colonel Slade, you are woefully naive. Every thought of yours resides in my mind. Your resolve lacks the fortitude to fully manifest, to guard against, or to confine me to the 4th sublevel," Barty declared, raising the 9mm pistol towards Jenny. She stood frozen, her mind blank, grappling with the sight of the weapon aimed at her beloved. "You think you can escape? You cannot breach the heavily equipped battalion above. A legion of thousands. You shall not flee, Barty." Slade nearly roared this assertion. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed from the intercom. A crimson wound blossomed beneath Jenny's delicate collarbone, staining her vibrant red dress with blood. The gunfire jolted her from her stupor, her complexion draining as disbelief washed over her. "Barty, aren't we in love?" she gasped. Yet, another gunshot rang out, a gaping hole appearing above her heart. Her shoulder trembled, resembling a solitary, helpless blood lotus quivering in the sunlight, cast aside with nowhere to take refuge. Jenny felt no pain. The gunfire consumed her anguish entirely. "Do not romanticize love so grandly," Barty replied impassively, their exchange, along with the gunfire, transmitted through the intercom for Slade to hear. "All of this is the result of my own efforts. Are you not my servant? Then, I command you to perish." The merciless voice of Barty echoed forth with the last bullet. Jenny's eyes glazed over, her spirit shattered, as the vivid crimson of her dress became tainted with blood, rendering her lifeless on the ground. Beneath the sun-drenched pool of blood, the brilliance of her red gown only accentuated her tragic beauty. Thus, the pistol was emptied of its rounds. A sigh of relief escaped Barty's heart. Slade had erred. Barty possessed the confidence to breach a throng of thousands, yet he lacked the assurance to protect Jenny. He was not an invulnerable steel figure, nor could he soar through the skies. Bullets could still inflict harm upon him. He had merely begun to awaken the Kryptonian genes, possessing the most rudimentary warrior essence, a power formidable enough. However, in comparison to others, such as Superman, Fiora, or General Zod, he was undeniably weak, so feeble that he could not even take flight. Carrying Ginny along would only lead to her more tragic demise. Alone, Barty was a god, a demon. Yet with Ginny, he would merely bear a lifeless corpse. Bamuelodi, an alien. Indeed, you are a cruel and tyrannical beast. Through the intercom, Slade's voice resonated once more. You, who have imprisoned me for research, are unworthy of such words. Barty's gaze lingered on the vibrant red of Ginny's gown, silently calculating the time required to descend to the sublevel, contemplating how many more minutes she could endure her bleeding. Given Ginny's worth, she would not perish. In the future, she might harbor a deep-seated hatred for Barty. But what of it? If you cannot comprehend why I shot you, then let your resentment fester as I toy with your emotions. Such is the way on Krypton. Betrayal was the path to obtaining one's desires. Here, it remains unchanged. A surge of nameless fury ignited within Barty, as if a brutal flame scorched him, accompanied by the tumultuous rhythm of his heart, ablaze with intensity. He was angry with himself, suppressing that fury deeply. Anger alone was futile. It demanded release. It craved destruction. Barty's heart was a tempest of rage and calm. The fury ignited his nerves, giving rise to thoughts of annihilating everything around him. His evolved brain, illuminated by the sun, began to coalesce and strategize the means to obliterate this place. He spoke with cruel coldness. Slade, I am aware that the ground is awash with troops awaiting my emergence. I know that you are stationed at the entrance of this warehouse, with soldiers from the sublevel gathered, poised to turn me into a pincushion. You have always been mistaken. I will not flee towards the surface. Continue your vigilance. Slade Wilson, should you fail to guard against me, you shall all meet your demise. Barty's countenance was frigid, as his unfeeling gaze swept over Ginny. Ginny lay sprawled in a pool of blood, her delicate hands clawing at the ground in vain. Her fingertips grazed the crimson box before her, within which lay a ring. Anger surged within her, her countenance as frigid as ice. She crushed the walkie-talkie in her grasp and turned toward the warehouse entrance. Chapter 24. Major Etherton outside the well-lit warehouse. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent, every sound amplified, as if a pin could be heard falling. Dozens of soldiers, armed with M16 rifles, were strategically positioned, some sheltered behind objects, while others formed a shielded line in the center of the pathway. The area before the warehouse was not barren. It was interspersed with small laboratory rooms constructed of glass and steel, intricately arranged. The soldiers maintained a vigilant guard around the entrance, the sole access point to the underground research facility, which had never experienced a breach despite the heavy armament present. The oppressive ambience caused beads of sweat to trickle down Major Etherton's forehead, which he dared not wipe away. He had shared the harrowing experience of the Vietnam War alongside Colonel Slade. Even amidst the chaos of that war, Colonel Slade had never issued orders with such grave urgency. Tinged with a hint of fear and fury, eliminate him. If he survives, the entire underground facility will perish. At this moment, Colonel Slade could no longer concern himself with General Vic's desire for Barty to remain alive. His existence alone posed a catastrophic threat. The silence deepened further. The earlier cries of Masoness soldiers, the crack of gunfire, and Dr. Jenny's faint lament all fading into oblivion. Etherton, desperate to maintain composure, focused on regulating his racing heartbeat within this stifling, oppressive space. The pounding of his heart became a beacon, guiding Barty toward the location of each individual. His extraordinary hearing detecting the increasingly frantic thumping of their hearts. The positions of everyone crystallized in his mind, the subtle currents of air brushing against objects, mingling with diverse scents, forming a complete three-dimensional map within his consciousness. In this moment, Barty's abilities of enhanced hearing, smell, and sight were under his command, proving invaluable. He felt a calm, yet simmering rage. These emotions were not contradictory, but rather intensified his desire for destruction. Barty cracked open the warehouse door just a fraction. A soldier, perhaps overcome with tension or a momentary lapse, discharged his weapon, the bullet ricocheting off the metallic door and igniting a spark. Then, as if receiving a command, the other soldiers unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire, lighting up the metal door with sparks akin to an electric welder's flame. Behind the door, Barty's mind raced with calculations, tallying the number of bullets, the remaining shooters, and their positions. Though he was formidable, he knew that even bullets could only penetrate his muscles to a limited depth. It was prudent to conserve his strength for the well-equipped forces on the ground rather than recklessly absorb gunfire. He descended to the 4th level of carnage, only to ascend to the surface once more, confronting missiles and tanks before departing, thus sparing not a shred of his strength. Halt! Major Atherton commanded loudly, coordinating cover and changing magazines. After concluding this round of fire, the metal door lay pockmarked, a considerable number of flattened shells strewn across the ground. Suddenly, through the crack, the muzzle of a 16 appeared. Almost instantaneously after Major Atherton's command to cease, it emerged from the gap in the door. The muzzle of the 16 swiveled, unleashing a torrent of flames, startling the soldiers into instinctively preparing to return fire. A shocking event unfolded. Bang, 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 bang. 13 rifles exploded, terrifying the soldiers who dropped their own 16s, belonging to those who had not fired in unison moments prior. With almost divine marksmanship, bullets flew from all directions, piercing their rifle barrels and causing catastrophic explosions. Badi, on Krypton, was the most elite of soldiers. Not due to genetic superiority, but rather because he meticulously memorized every opponent he faced, their psychology, language, behavior, and even subconscious movements, along with the surrounding environment. This extensive calculation allowed him to triumph over warriors with genetically endowed prowess. Yet, those endowed with genetic talent were indeed geniuses among geniuses. How could he possibly prevail? Yet in the end, he did, revealing the terror he embodied. Now awakened with superhuman hearing, vision, and olfactory senses, he became even more formidable than before. Suddenly, a gaze filled with brutality, murderous intent, and relentless coldness appeared through the crack, akin to a stare emerging from an abyss, instilling fear and suffocation. Major Atherton locked eyes with this pair of orbs, his heart momentarily forgetting to beat. He had traversed the blood-soaked fields of war, taken the lives of children and women, and buried the innocent in the trenches. Nothing had ever instilled fear in him. He believed there was nothing in the world that could evoke such a feeling. Yet, at this moment, he inexplicably felt terror towards the eye that emerged from the abyss. As the gaze vanished, a chill surged from the depths of Major Atherton's heart, freezing his very core, prompting him to realize that his hands began to tremble. It was a monster. The doors suddenly swung open, revealing Badi's towering, robust figure before them. In the dimly lit warehouse, his merciless eyes swept over them like ants, exuding an inexplicable aura of intimidation that tightened Major Atherton's chest. Fire! He roared, his trembling hands clutching the warm automatic rifle, flames erupting from the muzzle. However, after the previous flurry of shots, the soldiers had just changed their magazines, and 13 rifles had been rendered inoperable by Badi's precise fire. Thus, he merely needed to evade the gunfire from the remaining 27 automatic rifles. Badi understood everything in his heart. He comprehended the direction from which the bullets were fired and knew precisely how to evade them. As the first wave of bullets hurtled toward him, the scorching projectiles grazed his skin, singeing the fine hairs on his body. He faintly detected the scent and quickly suppressed his sense of smell. With a sudden burst of energy from his feet, his long-dormant body surged into action, his heart pounding with fervor. The concrete beneath him cracked, leaving 2 small spiderweb-like craters at his feet. He began sprinting to the right, where the nearest cover, a small steel-constructed laboratory, awaited. Like a cheetah, he leaped, bracing himself on the ground and rolling along his back, deftly evading a barrage from 27 automatic rifles in the soldier's eyes. It was utterly astonishing. Bullets sliced through the air, leaving ephemeral white trails in his vision, vanishing almost instantly. Invisible to the ordinary eye. To Badi, the bullets followed a linear trajectory, their paths predetermined from the moment they left the barrels. The gunfire intensified, eliciting terror from Major Atherton and his soldiers, who unleashed a relentless hail of bullets. Yet, chillingly, none of the projectiles, whether aimed to obstruct his advance or to anticipate his movements, found their mark. The afterimages of Badi's rapid motion left them in sheer horror. His eyes, sharp as blades, never ceased scanning them, instilling a constant sense of dread, as if a knife were poised at their throats, urging them to shoot more frantically. He will not die. We shall perish. In that moment, Major Atherton grasped Colonel Slade's intent, a cold shiver racing up his spine, freezing his thoughts. The bullets struck the metallic walls with resounding clangs, creating sparks. From nearly 50 meters away, they discharged close to 1,000 rounds. Yet not a single one hit its target. The last few bullets ricocheted off the steel walls, producing sharp sparks as they fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Badi's figure had already vanished into the cover. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The soldiers, frozen in fear, gasped in disbelief. The acrid scent of gunpowder thickened in an instant, suffocating the atmosphere. Each heart trembled in dread. What sort of monster were they facing? Not a single bullet out of nearly 1,000 had struck. Was this still human? Was this a mere biological entity? This was an alien creature. Chapter 25. They merely needed to feel fear. Just as the onlookers were momentarily entranced, a soldier's anguished scream pierced the air, followed by another who was suddenly struck in the head by a bullet, leaving a gaping hole from which brain matter and blood spilled, his eyes wide open in death. The sound of gunfire erupted in rapid succession, the overhead light bulbs shattering under the onslaught, glass raining down from above. Not only the lights, but 7 surveillance cameras were also obliterated one by one. Chaos ensued immediately. In the blink of an eye, the space was engulfed in darkness. Badi seemed to transform into the sovereign of slaughter, gliding through the shadows. His extraordinary vision rendered the night as bright as day. With hands forged of steel, he reached out from behind the soldiers, seizing them like a colossal claw, and with immense force, he crushed the necks of 2 men. In the silence of the dark, his abyss-like eyes twinkled with a sinister smile, the corners of his mouth curling into a wicked arc. The massacre had commenced. Gunfire erupted with a series of resounding cracks, each shot meticulously claiming the lives of soldiers. In mere seconds, 7 men lay lifeless on the ground, bullets lodged in their foreheads. Over there, the soldiers, in a state of panic, fired at the source of the light, only for it to vanish and reappear 100 meters away in an instant. Damn it, he is too swift. Light, don't hit your own. In the enveloping darkness, every bullet fired by the marksman found its mark, sending the soldiers into a frenzy. The weapons in their hands proved utterly futile, serving only to illuminate Badi's predatory gaze. Thanks to the awakened Kryptonian genes, his senses, sight, hearing, smell, and cerebral capabilities had reached an astonishing peak, allowing every bullet to materialize precisely where it was needed. For Badi, this battle was a relentless onslaught from the very beginning. The only objective was to instill fear. Stay calm. Stay calm. Activate the emergency lights. Seek cover. 2 soldiers pressed their backs together, determined to thwart any ambush. Major Etherton, suppressing his own rising panic, barked commands, providing a semblance of direction in the darkness, a pillar of support for the terrified troops. The battlefield momentarily fell silent. Major Etherton, drenched in cold sweat, sought solace by pressing against a soldier behind him, finding a modicum of safety in the mere presence of another. Though his back was damp with sweat, clinging to his clothing in an uncomfortable manner, he leaned heavily against the soldier, who stood like a pillar of iron, offering a slight reassurance. He had never encountered an adversary as terrifying as this. What was the Vietnam War compared to this? He would rather endure 10 more of those conflicts. Every soldier, including himself, was drenched in perspiration, desperately stifling their heavy breaths and suppressing their fear. Suddenly, the emergency lights flickered to life overhead, casting a disorienting white glow upon their surroundings. Major Etherton's eyes widened in horror as he beheld a scene of carnage. Over 20 bodies sprawled across the ground, contorted in grotesque positions. There were but 2 types of wounds, those with crushed necks, faces swollen to a ghastly purple, eyes bulging, tongues protruding, horrifically lifeless, and others with bullets lodged squarely in their foreheads, brains oozing from the wounds, their eyes staring vacantly into eternity. Major Etherton drew a sharp breath, his legs trembling as he leaned against the soldier behind him. Then, suddenly, with swift and precise movements, the remaining soldiers, their faces etched with terror, trained their weapons on him as if they had encountered a ghost. "What are you doing?" Major Etherton began to scold, but suddenly his voice faltered, his neck stiffening. The first sublevel was enveloped in an eerie silence. The soldiers' hands, slick with sweat, gripped their firearms tightly, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed at their commander. Fingers quivered above triggers, torn between the urge to fire and the paralyzing dread. The emergency lights cast a harsh glare over the scene, revealing at least 40 lifeless bodies. In the mere 20 seconds since Badi had burst forth, 40 souls had perished. The swiftness of it all evoked a chilling sense of foreboding, akin to the grim reaper harvesting lives with ruthless efficiency. Major Etherton felt a shiver run down his spine, his skin prickling with goosebumps. As he involuntarily swallowed the saliva of fear, beads of sweat cascading down his face in rhythm with his racing heartbeat. His gaze widened, frozen in horror, eclipsing that of anyone else present. It felt as though countless steel needles were piercing his back, poised to strike. The atmosphere was as frigid as a frozen abyss. Yet the soldiers were drenched in perspiration, their terror palpable. The only sound in this oppressive silence was the labored breathing of the agitated men. Badi, a towering figure of iron resolve, loomed before them. Major Etherton's legs trembled, his drenched back pressed against Badi's formidable frame, as if he were clinging to a primeval beast. "What is your name, Commander?" Badi's cold, indifferent voice reverberated from behind Etherton, startling the surrounding soldiers into a momentary flinch, nearly triggering a hail of gunfire that would have engulfed both the Major and Badi. In that moment, Etherton and Badi stood back to back. reminiscent of a solitary hero ensnared by enemy fire on the battlefield. Yet, there was no heroic glow of a setting sun. Only the quaking of the soldiers around them and the heart-wrenching fear that gripped Atherton as he pressed against Baddy's back. The starkness of the atmosphere jolted Atherton from his stupor. His back felt as if it were pressed against a ravenous beast, inducing a profound unease. After a fleeting moment of terror, he, a battle-hardened major, summoned his resolve. His trembling eyes conveyed silent orders to the soldiers before him. "I will drop down. You will fire," he commanded, his voice faltering as he bit down on his tongue, surprised to find it quivering to the point of muteness. The coppery taste of blood ignited his senses, and with renewed determination, Atherton focused intently, bending his knees to crouch, intent on distancing himself from Baddy's imposing presence. The soldier before him locked his gaze, finger poised on the trigger, ready to unleash chaos. The moment Atherton lowered himself, the soldier would unleash a torrent of bullets upon Baddy. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the space, and a massive hand lunged forth with the swiftness of a dragon emerging from its lair. Like a serpent, the hand clamped around the back of Atherton's neck, lifting him effortlessly. Major Atherton suddenly felt a tightening at the nape of his neck. Before he could drop to the ground, a powerful grip from Barty ensnared him. The force from the grip was so immense that it felt as though his neck might be crushed by an iron clamp. Like a frightened kitten, Major Atherton's face flushed with pain as he desperately recoiled his neck, hoping for even a modicum of relief. He failed to lower himself. Instead, he was hoisted aloft like a small cat by the alien. The soldiers held their breaths, their fingers poised to fire. Drenched in cold sweat and utterly bewildered upon witnessing their commander being seized. "What is your name?" "I have no desire to know." 110 soldiers. "I have killed 47, leaving 63 remaining. My inquiry into your name merely serves to allow you to choose, half a life, half a death." Chapter 26. Slade's conjecture on the 4th sublevel. In a small command monitoring room, each level housed a command center overseen by a major, with Colonel Slade being the highest authority in the entire underground research facility. A cacophony of electronic static crackled through the intercom. Slade's complexion darkened, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the device. "Bamarodi, this alien is indeed as perilous as my instincts suggested. He has manipulated Jenny's emotions, rendering us incapacitated to lower my guard. He has divulged a plethora of technological knowledge solely to gauge the psyche of each individual among us. Jenny, Director Boley, even General Vic, all have been played like puppets in his hands. Even confined to a wheelchair, he exudes confidence, feigning a demeanor of carefree leisure. Intent only on spending the remainder of his days with Jenny, he incessantly inundates us with the so-called culture of Krypton, making it feel commonplace. From beginning to end, his true desire has been to bask in the sun, activate his genes, and regain mobility." With a resounding thud, Slade's eyes blazed with fury as his fist struck the table vehemently. The elderly Director Boley and the soldiers in the monitoring room flinched, startled by the sudden outburst. "Seal all passages, stairways, and connections to the 1st sublevel. Lock down the entire area and release the Vexus gas," Slade commanded coldly, his voice laced with anger. This order sent a chill of terror through the soldiers, causing a momentary hesitation. The command was simply too horrifying. A single spoonful of Vexus toxin vaporized in the air could annihilate an entire block. Those familiar with the film The Rock, featuring 20 green glass spheres filled with poison, would comprehend the sheer terror of this substance. If released, the entirety of the 1st sublevel would face utter extinction, should there be even the slightest breach in the seal. The entire underground base, along with the military facility above, would face total annihilation. Director Boley's expression shifted in alarm as he pleaded, "We cannot do this, Colonel. We must escape first. You see, Jennifer still lingers there." As Bart descended from the elevator, we ascended the staircase. Conversely, from the staircase, we emerged from the elevator. "Take me with you. Take Jennifer. General Vic would not wish for the fruits of our labor to vanish. There will surely be genetic serums in the future. No matter how formidable Bart may be, we can ensnare him." The elevator and staircase lay at opposite extremes, hence Dean Boley's words rang true, his analytical reasoning irrefutable. Indeed, Jennifer was not dead, she still drew breath. The surveillance footage revealed her cradling a small red box containing a ring, as if it were a precious treasure. Curled up in the pool of blood, desolate and alone. The footage also captured her lips moving in whispered soliloquy, tears of blood streaming from her eyes. Nearby, Major Larry wore an expression of terror. "Colonel, there are still numerous scientists and soldiers on the 1st sublevel." Slade inhaled deeply, as if roused by their alarm, rescinding the order that could potentially lead to the annihilation of the entire military base. His mind was in disarray. He had been led by Bart all along, continuously ensnared. Ever vigilant, yet still allowing Bart to prevail, now on the brink of unleashing slaughter here. Slade, we must hurry. Bart intends to descend and kill us. We can trap him on the 4th sublevel. It is only a matter of time before we capture him. Dean Boley spoke in a frantic haste. His fear palpable after witnessing the carnage on the 1st sublevel, where bullets failed to find their mark, and in mere seconds, dozens of soldiers perished. Before the surveillance was obliterated, everyone gasped at Bart's actions, and his panic escalated. Silence. Slade barked, his visage stern. He directed his gaze toward the remaining surveillance on the 1st sublevel, which displayed Jennifer, as well as the solitary camera capturing the battle in the hall. This particular camera seemed deliberately spared by Bart. He had systematically destroyed the others, leaving only this panoramic view. As if to showcase his terror, even surrounded by soldiers, his iron-like presence rendered them immobile, allowing Slade to witness his methodical slaughter. Why did he choose to descend to the 4th sublevel? Slade suppressed his anger, regaining his customary composure, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He wishes to kill us. It is we who have imprisoned him, we who have researched him. Dean Boley spoke without hesitation, fear evident in his voice. Is that even a question? Anyone imprisoned for a year and 3 months, subjected to blood draws, forced to divulge the knowledge housed within their minds, stripped of all freedom, would undoubtedly harbor a desire for vengeance. Slade cast a cold glance at Dean Boley, instilling a sense of dread within him. The moment Bart emerged into the sunlight, standing tall, Slade understood that Bart was a man of singular purpose, one who would not engage in futile endeavors. Was it heinous to imprison him? Indeed. Yet in the face of freedom, what he could endure during that year and 3 months, his plotting was solely for liberation. To slay them was of little consequence. Certainly, if Badi was aware that he had deployed elite troops above and realized that escape was impossible, his intention to descend and massacre Slade and his companions would be understandable. However, Slade found this notion hard to believe. He could not accept that Badi had endured a year and 3 months merely to annihilate them. Were it him, regardless of how slim the chances of success might be, he would strive to ascend to the surface, to abandon the underground base, and seize that 1 in a million opportunity for freedom. Hence, Slade believed that Badi could not be foolish enough to let his rage drive him into descending to the 4th underground level, risking his own demise. Unless an epiphany struck Slade. Unless there existed something in the 4th level that could aid his escape. Dean Boley. Badi's spacecraft. Was there anything that could assist him in leaving this place? Slade's voice was chillingly incredulous. He felt confident in his deductions. They had never truly comprehended the true nature of this extraterrestrial being, nor the advanced technology he possessed, including everything he claimed about Krypton, which was all a fade. Dean Boley trembled at Slade's tone, then nervously shook his head. His spacecraft has been damaged beyond recognition. Colonel Slade, you are aware of the state of the ship. I simply cannot conceive of anything that could be of use. He hurriedly suggested, I will search for something that might make Badi reconsider and spare us. The urgency on Dean Boley's face was palpable as he anxiously exited the command room. Once he had distanced himself from the command center, he slowed his pace, his expression grave as he slipped his hand into the pocket of his lab coat. Upon feeling the cold touch of a key, his breath momentarily caught, and his gaze flickered with turmoil. He had an inkling. Was this key what Badi sought? Dean Boley wrestled with his thoughts, not over whether to relinquish it, but rather whether to retain it, contemplating if this object could perhaps secure his own survival, a plea for Badi to grant him clemency. Is that so? Slade pondered deeply. Having seen remnants of the spacecraft that had been salvaged, he felt no inclination that those shattered remnants held any value to Badi. If the ship contained nothing of utility, could it be that Badi was truly so barbaric as to slaughter the inhabitants of the underground base? A fierce glint ignited in Slade's eyes as he viewed the panoramic surveillance of the 1st underground level, where Badi had seized Major Ileton as one would grasp a kitten. Surrounded by numerous soldiers, Slade activated the intercom for the 1st level. Execute your orders, soldiers. Open fire. Chapter 27. Nomination. Execute your orders, soldiers. Open fire. Slade's voice, cold and merciless, resonated through the intercom. The already oppressive atmosphere, steeped in fear, suddenly froze. The higher command instilled a struggle in the soldiers' pupils. Yet Slade's authoritative tone reverberated once more through the broadcast. Open fire. The soldiers grimly pressed their triggers. As long as the alien lived, they were doomed. The pressure exerted by Badi was overwhelming. Under the commanding tone of Slade, the fragile strings of their inner resolve snapped. Facing the panoramic camera, Badi's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. Major Izathon, trapped by Badi, was engulfed in terror, The torment inflicted upon him had rendered him desperate for relief. And Slade's orders plunged him into despair. No one wished for death. The soldiers, too, sought to survive, seizing the opportunity to fire their weapons. Major Isathon, unwilling to meet his demise, let out a harrowing scream as Badi gripped the nape of his neck. Just as he felt a looseness around his throat, he was tragically transformed into a target, riddled with bullets that left him a mere husk, collapsing onto the ground in a pitiful death. Badi suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of energy, carving a path through the barrage of bullets that surrounded him. As the bullets rained down, the flames licked at his white, fibrous attire, leaving sparks in their wake, yet failing to pierce his skin. Amidst this storm of projectiles, Badi emerged like a ferocious beast unleashed from a volcanic eruption, appearing before a soldier whose eyes widened in terror. With a swift motion, Badi's fingers found the soldier's trigger, crushing the automatic rifle into fragments, leaving parts and unspent ammunition cascading to the ground, rendering the soldier stunned. In his daze, he fell victim to a bullet fired by a fellow comrade. Seizing the soldier by his collar, Badi turned, using him as a shield against the pursuing bullets. With a forceful stomp, he created a massive crater, sending marble-like stones flying, his imposing figure leaving a ghostly silhouette in its wake. The bullets struck the crater, erupting in mere puffs of dust. Like a wild beast, Badi darted towards the nearest soldier, delivering a punch that enveloped the soldier in darkness. As if struck by a battering ram, the force generated a shockwave, collapsing the soldier's chest, shattering his sternum into debris, propelling him through the air until he crashed into a small glass-walled laboratory, shattering the glass into a blizzard of fragments, revealing the array of instruments within. Chaos erupted in an instant. Amidst the fiery tumult of gunfire, Badi moved with agility, evading bullets with blinding speed, leaving behind a blur that culminated in a swift strike that spun the soldier's head a full 360 degrees, resulting in instant death. The soldiers were gripped by an even greater dread, panic overwhelming them. This extraterrestrial entity, akin to a monstrous demon, regarded human life as inconsequential, dispatching foes with a mere flick of his fist. The bullets were rendered utterly ineffective, and they found themselves in a complete state of collapse. In the midst of a frantic charge, Badi casually seized two M16 automatic rifles, his footsteps echoing against the steel walls. The rifles erupted with flames as bullets raced towards him, but at that moment, he forcefully stomped down, causing the steel wall to buckle under his weight, producing a cacophonous roar. With each discharge of his rifles, he leaped onto the ceiling, moving with the agility of a bat, his two M16s continuously spewing fire, leaving the soldier's bullets trailing helplessly behind. He then stamped on the ceiling once more, causing it to shudder ominously before crashing down, sending tremors through the ground. As Badi descended, the soldiers dropped their weapons, the clattering sound echoing their collective anguish. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and the haunting cries of the wounded. Just moments earlier, Slade had commanded the soldiers to fire, and in a mere 25 seconds, they were rendered powerless to hold their arms, their tendons severed or lives extinguished, leaving them breathless. The pervasive odor of smoke enveloped the area, instilling profound dread. No matter their efforts, the soldiers found themselves incapable of striking Badi. As time elapsed, their fear deepened, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily in response to his mere presence. Terrified, they sat on the ground, shivering and inching away from him in a desperate attempt to distance themselves. Badi loomed large, illuminated by the harsh light, resembling a specter of death, which only heightened the soldier's terror. He furrowed his brow and discarded the greasy M16, a remnant of the sweat left by the fallen soldiers. He ripped off the tattered white hospital gown, riddled with bullet holes from his narrow escapes, some still smoldering from the recent gunfire. Wiping his hands on the ragged fabric, he tossed it aside, revealing a powerful and scarred physique, reminiscent of a steel giant rising from the earth, instilling fear in all who beheld him. His merciless gaze, which regarded them as mere livestock awaiting slaughter, sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers. Among the 63 soldiers, half were alive and half dead. In those brief 25 seconds of conflict, 12 had perished, leaving 19 more to meet their fate. With cold indifference, Badi placed a foot upon the thigh of a soldier, crushing it with a sickening crack. The soldier, drenched in cold sweat, cried out in agony, his voice amplifying the already chilling atmosphere of the smoke-filled silence. "You live," Badi declared, sealing the soldier's fate with his words. After breaking the leg, he moved away, leaving the soldier in a state of confusion, torn between relief and suffering. As he wept softly, clutching his damaged thigh, as Badi approached the next soldier, He delivered a swift kick, sending the man flying like refuse. Blood spewed from the soldier's mouth as he crashed against the warehouse door, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life before succumbing to his injuries. 18, Badi stated flatly, indicating the number of remaining lives to be claimed. The onlookers were paralyzed with terror, cold sweat cascading down their faces and bodies. Some even soiled themselves in their fright. In a fit of rage, one soldier raised his pistol and fired at Badi, who deftly dodged the bullets, his expression darkening with fury. "When I am the arbiter of your fates, only my mercy can spare you," he declared, his visage chilling and menacing. With a swift stride, he evaded the bullets and stood before the soldier, seizing his legs with brute strength. Amidst the man's anguished howls, Badi tore him apart, discarding the severed halves disdainfully to avoid the splattering entrails. Despite Badi's efforts to avert the gruesome mess, some blood still stained him, imparting a feral aura of savagery. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense. The wounded soldiers dared not utter a sound, fearful of inciting this brutal beast. 17, he intoned. "I surrender. Please, do not kill me." A soldier cried out desperately. Pleased by this display of fear, Badi nodded and crushed the soldier beside him, blood splattering onto the pleading man's face, draining the color from it. "Kneel before the warehouse door," Badi commanded mercilessly. In response, not just one but 34 soldiers crawled in terror to kneel before the entrance, awaiting their fate. A few who crawled too slowly met a grim end beneath Badi's impassive foot. "There are 41 of you here. I have stated that only half of the 63 may survive. Thus, only 31 shall live. Select 10 among you to die." Chapter 28. The descent was merely delayed by 3 seconds. A volley of gunfire erupted. 41 shots rang out, as Badi had replaced a magazine due to the 30-round limit. Each bullet struck the knees of the kneeling soldiers, eliciting cries of pain, some even weeping openly. There was no mercy, no emotion. Badi's gaze swept indifferently over the soldiers, until it inadvertently caught sight of a red figure curled on the floor within the warehouse, half visible through the ajar door. Badi hoped for Janie's rescue, which necessitated the presence of more injured soldiers to lure the ground-based personnel to the lower level, allowing them to save their comrades and scientists, and ultimately, Janie herself. Otherwise, these soldiers would have no chance of survival. In due course, under Badi's horrific reign, the 41 soldiers selected 10 whom they deemed worthy of death. The first soldier was an exceptional individual, whose deeds and appearance far surpassed those of his peers, as evidenced by his anguished cries before his demise. It was a tragic irony that such a remarkable life was extinguished. Perhaps it was precisely this brilliance that led to his being sacrificed by his fellow soldiers. In his final moments, he lamented, cursed, and accused those who had pushed him to his fate. The second soldier was one they loathed, a character whose repugnant demeanor evoked disdain. He wished to weep at the feet of the commander, eager to do anything to avoid death, even if it meant groveling. Gradually, the ordinary soldiers, envious of the exceptional, were thrust into the line of fire and met their end at the hands of the commander. The scene was grotesque and repulsive, epitomizing the darker aspects of human nature. With a sharp crack, the commander hurled his M16 rifle before the 31 weeping and tormented soldiers. He looked down upon them with an air of superiority, observing their loss of humanity as they pushed their comrades to their deaths, a haunting memory that would forever haunt their dreams. "For the sake of survival, you remain alive," he coldly proclaimed before turning away. The M16 lay before them, while the commander's imposing figure receded into the distance. The soldiers found themselves bereft of courage, unable to lift the weapon and fire at his retreating silhouette. Whether it was guilt or despair that overwhelmed them, their sobs grew louder, echoing their hopelessness. Approaching Major Atherton, who had been riddled with bullets and lay in a pool of blood, the commander noted that one of his hands remained largely unharmed, still capable of leaving a clear impression. Grasping the major's hand, he dragged the lifeless body, creating a trail of crimson to the elevator, where he pressed the panel that could only be activated by the major's palm. "Beep, Major Atherton, access granted," the electronic voice announced. The commander tossed the major's body aside as the elevator doors opened, ascending from the depths of despair on level -4 to -1. The weight of nearly 20 tons evident in the heavy steel plates. As the doors parted, the attendant inside gasped in shock, witnessing the commanding presence of the man emerging from the blood-soaked carnage. Not far behind, the ground was stained with the blood and bodies of fallen soldiers. The attendant reacted swiftly, disengaging the safety on his weapon with a crisp click, aiming it at the commander, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire. Yet, his finger remained frozen in place, eyes wide in disbelief as the commander, with astonishing speed, thrust his hand into the space around the trigger. pinning the soldier's finger down with tremendous force. The rifle crumpled under the pressure, parts and unspent rounds clattering to the floor with a sharp, startling sound. The soldier's hand twisted grotesquely from the commander's grip, his face paling as he cried out in pain. With a swift motion, the commander delivered a lethal strike to the soldier's neck, severing his spine, causing the attendant to collapse in a twisted heap. Badi pressed his hand against the fingerprint scanner for the floor selection, selecting the 4th sublevel. The elevator doors gradually closed, resembling the slow shut of a ferocious beast in the darkness. Colonel, Badi is descending to the 4th sublevel via the elevator. Reports came in from the soldiers. Slade, with sharp eyes filled with deep perplexity, gazed at the surveillance feed of the elevator. In the footage, Badi stood tall and proud, as steadfast as a pine, unwavering in the face of any adversity. Slade's gaze, fierce yet contemplative, was clouded by confusion over Badi's actions. Descending to the 4th sublevel via the elevator was undoubtedly unwise, for the elevator could present him with countless means to counter Badi, means that Badi was certainly aware of. Yet why would Badi choose such a course? The more Slade pondered, the more Badi appeared as an enigma, and his thoughts spiraled deeper into anger. He was furious with himself for allowing Badi to ascend to the 1st sublevel, for permitting him to bask in the light. Colonel Slade, you are too naive. Every thought of yours resides in my mind. Your resolve is insufficient. You have failed to fully implement measures to guard and confine me to the 4th sublevel. Badi's words suffocated him further. Though Badi had yet to take any action against him, Slade felt a tightening grip around his neck, a sensation of asphyxiation creeping upon him. Colonel Slade, the major beside him called out. Slade jolted back to reality, realizing that his mind had begun to weave doubts about Badi, placing undue pressure upon himself. For if he faltered, Badi could indeed descend to the 4th sublevel, and at that moment, none in that level would likely survive. Slade's eyes flashed with determination as he commanded, shut down the elevator, release the gas, deploy the steel barriers, and sever the elevator access to the 2nd sublevel. Notify the ground base to commence rescue operations for the soldiers and scientists on the 1st sublevel, while simultaneously initiating lockdown measures for the floors. Evacuate all personnel from the 4th sublevel via the stairs and trap him here. The soldiers swiftly acted in accordance with Slade's orders. However, soon an unforeseen development arose. Colonel, the elevator has not yet reached the threshold for gas release. Badi has accessed the elevator shaft by prying open the elevator ceiling, and he has vanished from the surveillance feed. No trace was detected on the 2nd sublevel cameras. The 3rd sublevel cameras yielded no sightings either. The 4th sublevel surveillance showed no signs of him. The central system registered an anomaly with the elevator and halted its operation. At that precise moment of the soldier's report, a distant rumble echoed, as if something was being destroyed. Badi was dismantling the elevator. Slade's eyes reddened with fury, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. Once again, he failed to anticipate Badi's intentions. Colonel, Badi has appeared at the elevator entrance on the 3rd sublevel, a soldier reported anxiously. Witnessing Badi forcefully rip a gaping hole in the steel entrance, leaving him parched with shock, Slade inhaled sharply, realizing at last what Badi intended to do. This underground base possessed only 2 routes, an elevator and a staircase. By destroying the elevator and descending from the 3rd basement to the 4th, there would be no escape from the 4th basement. In that desolate level, no one could flee. Everyone present would become a target for him. Slade took a deep breath, his eyes glinting with ferocity, readying himself for battle. Chapter 29. Passing through the 4th basement. A small military armory had been established to prevent any unforeseen incidents, capable of equipping 100 personnel. Yet, no one had anticipated that it would ever be put to use. Within this armory were nearly 90 elite soldiers, hastily gearing up for an asymmetric warfare. The sounds of soldiers moving about, the clattering of gear, and the clicking of safeties echoed incessantly as they prepared for the impending conflict. This was impossible. The stairway door was constructed from a double-layered 10-centimeter composite alloy steel, summing to a total thickness of 20 centimeters. No matter if he possessed 10 tons of strength, even 20 tons would be insufficient to forcibly breach it. The elderly Dean Borey remarked in disbelief. With the elevator destroyed, they had no means of escape. Their only chance lay in defeating Badi on the staircase, which could provide a glimmer of hope for survival. Dean Borey harbored a desire to remain nestled in the 4th basement, awaiting the advance of ground forces to overwhelm Badi and ensure their safety without needing to venture out. Slade secured a camouflaged Pioneer combat knife in his belt and reached for a Desert Eagle, a powerful firearm that had only recently been developed in 1981, which he held in high regard. After arranging the Desert Eagle and the combat knife within easy reach, Slade surveyed the array of standard weaponry before him: 9 pistols, 16 automatic rifles, for carbines, 7 rocket launchers, and grenades. Suddenly, Slade sensed that none of these firearms would be capable of slaying Badi. His gaze swept over the arsenal until it landed upon a katana reminiscent of a Japanese warrior's blade, which piqued his interest. Acting on a whim, he tucked the sword behind his back. Simultaneously, he retrieved a carbine from the armory and thrust it into Dean Bori's arms, coldly stating, "Dean Bori, regardless of how sturdy the alloy steel door may be, it can only secure a few locations. I believe Badi will eventually find a way to breach it. You might consider hiding in the command room and witness how he slaughters those on the 3rd basement before he reaches us on the 4th. Dean Bori fell silent, unease flashing through his mind as he instinctively accepted the carbine. However, given his marksmanship, how could he possibly hit Badi? Even if the foe stood still, he feared his hands would tremble, rendering him incapable of a shot. The elderly Dean could not fathom that Badi could shatter a composite alloy steel barrier nearly 20 centimeters thick. How could a mere biological entity accomplish such a feat? Director Boley, an elderly man, anxiously entered the surveillance command room, clutching for carbines. In the blink of an eye, he witnessed the figure of Badi, resembling a demon, fleeting across the monitors like a phantom. On the 3rd basement level, Badi exhibited no intention of sparing anyone. It was only on the 1st basement level, due to Jenny's presence, that he allowed a few to survive, hoping to delay their demise until others could rescue her. However, on the 3rd basement, he transformed entirely into a ferocious beast, and with a swift motion, he sent a man flying with a single punch, rendering bullets utterly incapable of tracking his movements. Within a mere minute, the 3rd basement was transformed into a scene of carnage, with not a single researcher or soldier left alive. Even those who hid in secret corners were unearthed by Badi, guided by their breaths and heartbeats, and met their end. As Boley watched the monitors, he was horrified to see soldiers brutally struck by Badi, their chests crushed to the point where their eyes bulged out, splattering onto the screen. The blood drained from Boley's face, and his legs felt weak. When he observed Badi entering a chemical laboratory and emerging with a test tube of deep yellow liquid, which he then used to smash the electronic lock of Boley's design, corroding a significant hole in the steel, Boley felt darkness closing in, nearly fainting. It was inconceivable. The composite alloy steel, impervious even to the most potent corrosive substances, had been breached by the chemical concocted in the lab. Boley was so enraged he nearly vomited blood. Had Badi utilized software programming to bypass the electronic lock, Boley might have begrudged his own inferiority, marveling at the advanced alien technology. Yet now, witnessing the ease with which Badi had corroded the lock, Boley's feelings were a tumultuous mix of complexity and despair. Amidst this turmoil, Boley recognized the terrifying reality. Badi was intent on exterminating those who had imprisoned him. Once the fear of death arose, it would drive one to desperate measures. In a frantic state, Boley chanted incantations, turned around several times, and fled the command room, heading to Jenny's laboratory to hide a vial of genetic serum. He then concealed the key in another location, still clutching the 4 carbines. Hoping against hope that Badi would spare his life upon realizing he knew the whereabouts of these 2 critical items. Badi adjusted his collar, squared his shoulders, the fabric of his camouflage uniform brushing against his skin like sand. The military attire emphasized his formidable presence, exuding an air of cold indifference. The deep scars etched across his face added an aura of brutality and savagery to his demeanor. As he passed by a changing room on this level, he fortuitously found suitable clothing and donned a set of camouflage military gear. The 3rd basement level was devoid of life, save for him. He bore a pistol on his hip, a military knife at his side, and several magazines on his belt, while gripping a standard-issue automatic rifle in his left hand. The acrid scent of corroding steel wafted into the air like a faint mist, causing Badi to furrow his brow slightly. Possessing a superhuman sense of smell, he found the intensity of this corrosive chemical, more potent than aqua regia, quite discomforting. Once the effects of the corrosion began to dissipate, he stepped forward, his fingers straining as he pried open the nearly 10-ton portal. He averted his gaze from the bodies of scientists in white coats and soldiers littering the blood-soaked path behind him. The heavy mechanical creaking accompanied his efforts as Badi entered the stairwell, illuminated as brightly as day. He descended the stairs with an indifferent demeanor, the steps cushioned by a white gel, providing a soft, yielding sensation beneath his feet, causing him to momentarily pause. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as smoke curled from the muzzle of a 16 automatic rifle, the sound of sparks sizzling from the surveillance equipment resonating in the air. The glass surface shattered, cascading down onto the gel-padded stairs without producing a single sound. Badi continued his descent. Upon reaching the landing, he cast his gaze towards the composite metal staircase door, which gleamed with a cold, steely luminescence. His eyes were devoid of emotion. Yet the corners of his mouth curled into a subtle arc. Standing on the landing, he could already hear the rapid thudding of his own heartbeat. On the other side of the door, 90 soldiers awaited his emergence, armed and poised. Chapter 30. The Trap, Level -4. At the entrance of the staircase, the crisp, clean air from the air conditioning created a deceptive tranquility. Each soldier donned a gas mask, attempting to steady their breaths as they fixated on the nearly 20-centimeter thick composite steel door. The 90 soldiers, under the command of Slade, were divided into 18 squads, interwoven in a web of mutual cover. Certain squads had concealed traps positioned, awaiting Badi to approach closely enough to trigger them. Despite their thorough preparations, Slade felt an overwhelming sense of futility. His instinct warned him of the peril Badi represented. This danger was not merely a reflection of Badi's strength, but rather stemmed from his extensive combat experience, which evoked a deep-seated fear within Slade. Even with Slade's formidable background, having traversed from the Vietnam War and mastering all forms of weaponry and combat techniques, capable of single-handedly vanquishing multiple squads on the battlefield, this almost superhuman prowess left an indelible impression on others. Slade's heart swelled with a quiet pride. Yet, in stark contrast, Badi's record of evading bullets while eliminating nearly 80 soldiers in under 50 seconds rendered Slade's achievements pale in comparison. The complete annihilation of several squads had only been possible through the utilization of dense foliage and an array of traps, barely leading to his victory. Slade pondered grimly, his expression resolute, lips pressed tightly together, revealing his fierce, steely gaze. He understood that retreat was no longer an option. Badi would spare no one. Although their exchanges had been few, Slade instinctively sensed Badi's brutality. There would be no mercy. His only recourse was to fight with every ounce of his being. Slade bit his lip, his eyes glinting with ferocity. It was either his demise or the complete annihilation of the entire fourth sublevel. The air conditioning began to chill the surroundings, creating an eerie stillness, as if one could see the cold air swirling about. Suddenly, a faint sound of metal clashing resonated from the stairwell. Slade and the soldiers stiffened, their grips tightening around their firearms. Badi retrieved a deep yellow test tube filled with liquid from his left breast pocket and casually tossed it towards the keypad of the steel door. The test tube shattered upon impact, the sharp sound of glass mingling with the viscous yellow liquid that splattered across the reinforced steel portal. A hissing sound erupted as the corrosive liquid began to eat away at the metal, releasing a noxious odor that wafted upward into the stairwell. The powerful stench made Badi recoil slightly, pressing the back of his fist against his nose, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the steel door. The steel portal began to corrode as if it were paper engulfed in flames, bubbles forming rapidly to create a gaping hole, exposing the internal circuitry that was entirely devoured. In a mere 4 or 5 seconds, a large elliptical cavity, over 20 centimeters in radius, had emerged, with molten steel oozing down like lava, an alarming sight indeed. With his enhanced vision, Badi, through the still rising acrid smoke, glimpsed soldiers equipped in full gear, wearing gas masks, awaiting his arrival. Without hesitation, upon spotting them, Badi's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He fired 2 rapid shots from his M16 automatic rifle. The bullets pierced through the newly formed aperture, leaving sonic trails in their wake, striking the heads of 2 soldiers clad in gas masks, resulting in their immediate demise. Slade's reaction was hardly sluggish. He called out as soon as the gaping hole appeared in the composite steel door. Yet, he was outpaced by Badi's superhuman senses and the speed of the bullets. The instantaneous deaths of the 2 soldiers caused Slade's eyes to narrow with ferocity. A missile was launched into the steel opening, its tail emitting a roar of black smoke, clearly intent on preventing Badi from escaping. Badi could discern the missile's trajectory by sound alone. Its speed was not particularly swift, and it materialized at the opening as anticipated. With an impassive expression, Badi raised his M16 lightly, seemingly indifferent, and fired at the incoming missile. Another explosion echoed. Yet instead of a fiery blast, the missile was struck by the bullet and erupted in a billow of green smoke. Chemical weaponry. Poison gas. Badi's demeanor shifted slightly. He was uncertain of the effects of the toxic mist on himself. However, as the green fog surged rapidly towards his feet, he recalled the sight of the soldiers in gas masks, their skin still exposed. This evidently indicated that the toxic mist would not take effect upon mere contact with the skin. Is it necessary to breathe in toxic gas? Badi pondered briefly. With his formidable lung capacity, he could hold his breath for half an hour. He removed 2 smoke grenades from his belt and hurled them out of the corrosive pit. Just as the green toxic mist began to rise around his feet, holding his breath, he exerted himself, taking a few powerful strides that caused the soft, elastic board to depress. With the force of his downward momentum, a resounding crash echoed as he kicked the nearly 10-ton door askew. His tremendous strength reverberated through the area, causing the cool air, the green gas, and the smoke from the grenades to momentarily tremble, as if time itself had paused. A towering figure emerged from the dense fog amidst the jarring clamor of steel. Badi's imposing presence exuded a palpable aura of intimidation. Slade felt a tightening in his chest. He quickly issued commands, having meticulously prepared combat restrictions for Badi. After shouting, he leapt aside just as a bullet whizzed past his cheek, leaving a thin line of blood, a harrowing close call. Had he delayed even a second longer, he would have met a grim fate. Slade's pupils constricted as cold sweat broke out on his back. Observing Badi engage in combat on the lower level, he speculated that Badi possessed the ability to discern sound, a suspicion that proved astoundingly accurate. He had narrowly escaped the wrath of Badi's gunfire. Badi, taken aback, did not anticipate that his shot would be evaded, clearly underestimating Slade's remarkable combat instincts. Just as Badi prepared to pursue and shoot again, dozens of cannon barrels, each as thick as a thigh, appeared in the soldier's hands, aiming towards Badi's silhouette in the fog. The continuous barrage of gunfire erupted, each cannon unleashing massive metallic nets that blanketed the area from every conceivable angle. Badi activated his super hearing, sensing that he was surrounded, with no gaps to exploit amidst the overwhelming number of nets. His eyes flickered. He swiftly maneuvered, stirring the mist into a swirling vortex as he darted to a position where the metallic nets were less dense. Reaching out, he grasped one of the nets and, with a flick of his wrist, spun it around as if it were mere fabric. Suddenly, Badi's expression shifted. A powerful electric blue current surged from the net, causing his body to falter momentarily. Slade, now on the ground, saw Badi ensnared in his trap and roared in triumph. Open fire. Chapter 31. Badi let out a deep, guttural roar from his throat, gritting his teeth, his pupils dilating as strands of blood surfaced from the whites of his eyes. The deep scar on his face contorted, rendering his visage akin to an enraged titan emerging from molten lava. The current coursing through his hands rendered his body numb, suddenly reminding him of his initial arrival on Earth, when he was captured and imprisoned after the explosion of his spacecraft. Had he not exploited Jenny, willingly paralyzing himself and resorting to death as a bargaining chip, he might have continued to be treated like a living corpse, drained of the knowledge stored within his mind. This electric current paralyzed Badi's physique, evoking a sensation reminiscent of the anesthetic that had once incapacitated him, igniting a deep-seated fury within. His eyes, wide with rage and terror, glowed as his muscles tensed, blood surging violently through his veins. The azure current coursed across his body, cascading from his hands, flickering in and out. Yet for a moment, Badi's formidable vitality broke free from the numbing grip, granting him control over his movements. This current, lethal to an ordinary individual, would likely reduce them to charred remains, but against a being of Badi's immense strength, it proved insufficient. At that moment, countless bullets ignited like fiery arrows, hurtling towards him. It felt as if a rain of arrows sought to pierce him through, turning him into a mere pincushion. Badi's face contorted with fury. As he planted his feet firmly, a surge of white energy erupted around him, as if an invisible barrier sought to impede his advance. With the metal net in his grasp, he unleashed a thunderous strike, his footfalls echoing like a giant's, creating deep fissures in the ground. The relentless barrage of gunfire rang out, yet a blast of air surged forth, dispersing the smoke grenades. Badi emerged from the haze like a ferocious beast, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Navigating through the hail of bullets, he shielded vital areas of his body with his muscular arms. The bullets penetrated his skin, burrowing a mere centimeter or two into his robust flesh before being thwarted by his formidable musculature. The bullets stood no chance against his ferocity. With a resounding explosion, Badi's bloodthirsty gaze locked onto a soldier before him. The soldier's pupils barely registered the colossal figure that loomed ahead when Badi's fist struck his head, crushing the gas mask into his skull and splattering brain matter several meters away, his body twitching involuntarily as death claimed him. The metal net fell over him like a shroud, obscuring half of his body and revealing only the mangled remnants of his head. The cacophony of gunfire abruptly ceased. Slade, lying on the ground, along with the other soldiers, momentarily froze in rigid silence. The acrid scent of gunpowder wafted from their weapons, permeating the air. Badi's right arm trembled, causing the multitude of bullets lodged within him to clatter to the ground with a startling clarity, leaving his assailants in shock. The visible channels of entry, each a couple of centimeters deep, revealed white fibers and blood, with only a few droplets trickling down to the earth below. At that moment, Badi felt the bullet hole sprout flesh like granulation tissue, itching so intensely that he was tempted to scratch it. Before their eyes, his arm visibly began to heal. Indeed, a cold smile crept across Badi's lips. He had not anticipated that, despite lacking the formidable steel physique of Superman, bullets posed no threat to him. The instant the bullet penetrated his arm, he distinctly sensed the searing kinetic energy it generated. However, his own cells possessed a force field that naturally released its energy in response to external attacks. As these cells amalgamated and transformed into blood, they coalesced into muscle, effectively dissipating the bullet's kinetic force. Initially, he had believed that his genetic makeup rendered him weaker than the average Kryptonian, which had made him hesitant to confront bullets head-on to avoid injury. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that while he was indeed weaker than typical Kryptonians, these firearms were still incapable of inflicting harm upon him. This revelation was intriguing. Witnessing his arm block the bullet and heal effortlessly before their eyes, the atmosphere thickened with the acrid scent of gunpowder, evoking a sense of dread and suffocation. It turned out that the damage from the bullet was not as significant as he had imagined. He had underestimated himself. Badi's grin widened maniacally. He abruptly discarded the automatic rifle and handgun, along with several magazines, onto the ground. He finally comprehended the futility of wielding such weaponry as a Kryptonian. The ambience shifted. The mingling sense of gunpowder, cold air, and the toxic mist stirred by Badi's explosive movements sent chills down the spines of the soldiers and Slade alike. Though unarmed, he instilled a greater terror among the nearby soldiers. What manner of monster are you? An extraterrestrial beast. Soldiers collapsed to the ground, disbelief etched on their faces. They had never witnessed anything like this. What creature could withstand bullets? On Earth, one could assert without hesitation that even dinosaurs would fall prey to gunfire. Given the sheer volume of bullets that had riddled Badi's arm, it was sufficient to cripple even a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Badi shook his hand, and the bullets fell away, only to regenerate immediately. This was not an era characterized by heroes and villains who effortlessly deflected bullets. This was a time when such terrifying feats were unheard of. The magnitude of Badi's ability to withstand bullets was unfathomable. He had become an invincible weapon among mortals. Even missiles could not vanquish Badi. The soldiers clutched their trembling weapons. As the realization dawned upon them, what sort of monster was this, impervious to gunfire? Was there any point in fighting? Slade stared in disbelief at Badi, unable to comprehend the situation. Human firearms, it seemed, were utterly ineffective against him. Bullets rained down at Badi's feet, drawing only a few drops of blood, a situation that felt particularly ironic. His instincts sent chills down his spine, his body tensed to the breaking point, heart racing, pulse quickening, adrenaline surging to a terrifying level. As if he might explode. I bestow upon you true terror. I revel in the fear of the world, in their dread of me, in their reverence. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Badi's mouth. His eyes, though cold, still glimmered with mirth. It was as if he took delight in crushing an ant beneath his foot. With a single step, a massive spiderweb-shaped pit appeared beneath him, and he was suddenly before a soldier who sat frozen in shock on the ground. With a swift motion of his right hand, he seized the soldier by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Devil! Gasped the onlookers in horror. As the light illuminated the figure of the soldier, a shadow fell across Badi's face, revealing a sadistic grin that showcased his pristine white teeth, his towering form exuding an aura of monstrous power. He gripped the soldier's neck with one hand, raising him high, squeezing with a brutal force. Chapter 32. Slade. The faint scent of chilled air mixed with the acrid odor of gunpowder filled the space, rendering it suffocating. The incandescent lights illuminated the soldier, whose eyes widened in terror as he gazed up at Badi, who loomed like a giant. Badi stood tall, holding the soldier aloft with a devilish grin that betrayed his cruel intent. The moment was frozen in time under the harsh light. He was the terrifying demon risen from the abyss. Suddenly, the scene shifted from stillness to chaos, as the terrified soldier's bulging eyes instinctively emitted a sound of fear. The air was filled with the cacophony of countless gunshots, echoing in the oppressive atmosphere. Bullets surged forth in a relentless torrent towards Badi. With a grin, he ceased using the lifeless soldier as a shield and instead thrust out his chest, extending his arms to welcome the barrage of bullets. Each bullet felt akin to a needle, pricking at his nerves, yet it reaffirmed his existence. Badi's smile widened, revealing his teeth, his eyes glinting with a frenzied joy. He advanced once more, meeting the onslaught of fear embodied in the hail of bullets. He reached out, allowing several bullets to strike his palm, akin to being pierced by a multitude of needles. Did it hurt? Not particularly. It was hardly bothersome. Rather, it ignited a long-dormant ferocity within him, causing his blood to simmer for a fleeting moment. The ground cracked more severely than ever before, a spiderweb of deep fissures emerging, dust rising with each step he took. Badi pressed his palm against the forehead of a nearby soldier, defying the bullets that rained down. The lingering heat of the bullet seared the soldier's skin, causing his eyes to nearly bulge with terror. Then he perished, his demise more tragic than any other, crushed to death by Badi's merciless grip. Particularly haunting was Badi's wide grin, revealing a set of pristine teeth, his icy gaze infused with a frenzied mirth that sent chills down the spines of the soldiers. Slade bit his tongue, the metallic taste of blood jolting him awake from the cold grip of fear. In the midst of the fading shadows, he beheld Badi, smiling maniacally. As he caught bullets with his fingers, his demeanor both frigid and mad. Badi possessed a strength of 15 tons, not merely a maximum capacity, but a baseline measure. When unleashed, this force, executed through the finesse of his physique, surpassed 100 tons. It was the first time Badi had erupted with such exhilarating power amidst a hail of bullets. Even as the flesh of his fingers was ground to the bone by the relentless barrage, the bullets, glowing red from the friction, whirled chaotically. And despite the iron-like resilience of his fingers, they began to tear the skin and muscle, ultimately revealing the stark whiteness of his bone as the bullets halted at his skeletal fingertips. Yet, amidst the supersonic friction, he managed to catch the bullets with his fingers. The flesh stripped away by the fray began to itch and regenerate. To Slade, this entire scene unfolded in slow motion, a consequence of his body's horrific tremors and the surging adrenaline flooding his system, allowing him to witness this terrifying spectacle. The gunfire grew ever more harrowing and tragic. Slade contemplated setting traps using the soldiers' lives to ensnare Badi, sonic waves, strong electric currents, toxic gas, and more, but they would only present minor inconveniences. In this realm of chaos, smoke billowed, punctuated by the anguished cries of fear, corpses splattering against distant walls, turning to muck, while some heads exploded outright or were shattered by a single kick from Badi. This was Badi's solitary performance, a silent play in which he was the only vibrant presence in a world devoid of other sounds. This time, Badi eschewed firearms and did not calculate angles, trajectories, airflow, or psychological factors. He did not rely on his superhuman hearing to evade bullets. It was a visceral, exhilarating clash, an unrestrained release of physical prowess. Badi exhaled in contentment. Combat without thought. How liberating. No wonder the superhero possessed the most formidable intellect in the world, yet indulged in unthinking brawls against extraterrestrial foes. For the sensation of mindless combat was undeniably pleasurable. There were no cries of agony, no weeping sounds. Except for Slade, every soldier had perished. To describe this scene as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood would not be an exaggeration. After his exclamation, the fervor that coursed through Badi seemed to have been entirely expended, his smile and the frigid madness in his eyes gradually shifting back to an indifferent, godlike gaze that looked down upon humanity with apathy. He remains indifferent to the countless lives claimed by his own hand, unperturbed by the blood that seeps beneath his feet, staining the soles of his shoes. Elevated above all, perhaps he occasionally neglects even himself. The sharp sound of a sword being drawn resonates. You cannot escape, Bamulodi. Your final resting place shall be this underground base. Slade's eyes tremble, narrowing to a mere point, as a fierce glint emanates from his gaze. Only by exuding the most menacing aura and reminding himself of his own ruthless nature can he rise to confront Bimo. This is the only way he can muster the courage to approach this tyrannical extraterrestrial. With his spine straightened, Slade grips the katana firmly, its blade glinting ominously under the light, revealing the intricate patterns forged through relentless craftsmanship. This finely honed sword bestows upon him a fragment of confidence, a belief that he can rend Bimu's flesh. Armed with the sword, he first faces the roar of gunfire. Slade's right hand lowers the sword to the ground, charging forward, the tip sparking against the earth. Suddenly, a flash of white appears in his left hand, the Desert Eagle. The muzzle belches forth bullets. Yet he knows that firearms are futile against Bimu, incapable of inflicting any real harm. He seeks but a single chance. The opportunity arises. Bimu extends his right hand, palm facing the barrel of the Desert Eagle, suddenly reveling in the sensation of being pricked, a tingle that affirms his overwhelming strength, while the accompanying pain highlights his fragility. Each bullet from the Desert Eagle strikes sequentially, forcefully penetrating Bimu's palm, nearly reaching the bone. This needle-like intrusion brings a sliver of pain, radiating through his nerves, only to be expelled by the fleshy growths of his hand. His expression remains unchanged, his gaze still indifferent as Slade rushes toward him. Abruptly, Slade discards the Desert Eagle, his hand grasping the dragging katana. His spine arches upward like a dragon taking flight, energy surging from the ground, blood and vitality converging explosively from his heart. His fingers, rigid and pale, grip the hilt with all his might, the veins in his neck threatening to burst forth. He channels every ounce of physical strength and courage into a singular strike, his furious gaze fixed upon his target. There are no flamboyant sword techniques, only the raw power of a desperate blow. The katana slices upward with a flash. It gleams like the moonlight illuminating the ancient spring, dazzling to the eyes of onlookers. For a fleeting moment, Baimu's pupils shift slightly. Then, he performs an utterly unexpected act. Baimu lowers his head slightly, grinning as his pristine white teeth clamp down on the blade aimed at his neck. The clash of teeth against steel resonates with a lingering hum. Slade's face flushes crimson. His jaw clenched tightly, the strain in his arms and neck causing prominent veins to rise, a sight both terrifying and astonishing. Upon witnessing Badi biting the blade, his protruding eyes widened in a most peculiar manner. Chapter 33, The Death of Soldier Slade. The scene was somewhat surreal. Slade's face flushed crimson, the veins on his neck bulging like serpents, his fingers whitening with exertion as he struggled to wield even the slightest movement of the blade. Badi, with the blade clenched between his teeth, resembled a child reluctant to break a lollipop, his gaze icy as he regarded Slade. Since entering this underground research facility, Slade had presented him with relentless challenges, nearly depriving him of the warmth of sunlight. An instinctive realization dawned upon him. To remain paralyzed was his only escape from the sterile room, necessitating constant vigilance. Slade, regardless of whom he faced, would never concede defeat. Yet in the end, Badi outmaneuvered him, exploiting his inherent flaws. Slade's flaw was his servitude to General Vic, compelled to act according to Vic's whims. Suddenly, Slade's crimson visage began to pale as a camouflage combat knife materialized in his grip, lunging towards Badi's chest. Badi cast a fleeting glance at him and swatted the knife away effortlessly. Slade, in a desperate attempt, had exerted all his strength into a cunning ploy, evading Badi's gaze. Yet the knife was rendered useless as it clattered to the ground. Slade's wrist twisted in an unnatural angle, having been broken by Badi's strike. With cold indifference, Badi delivered a forceful push to his chest. Slade's sternum caved in, his internal organs shattered, and he expelled a copious amount of blood. He was sent reeling backward as if struck by a train, a mist of crimson trailing behind him until he collided with the steel wall, finally collapsing to the ground. Seated and wincing in agony, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Badi. Badi, curious, discarded the katana he had been biting, observing Slade's condition with mild astonishment. Despite sustaining a grievous injury from his strike, Slade remained alive, which was indeed remarkable. The force Badi wielded was such that even a fraction could incapacitate anyone. He had unleashed nearly 70% of his power, and yet Slade had not succumbed immediately, a testament to the extraordinary resilience of the human physique, honed to such an extent that it bordered on the grotesque. Of course, in the future, there would be an individual clad in a bat-like guise, who would push the limits of human physicality to its utmost extremes. Were it not for the inappropriate circumstances, I would have considered you a valuable subordinate. You are undoubtedly an exceptional individual, Badi mused, recognizing Slade's potential as a formidable ally who could assist in conquering planets and managing various affairs. Regrettably, such talent was fated to perish at his hands. Slade gritted his teeth, enduring the agony from his shattered organs and collapsed sternum, his corneas stained with crimson, glaring fiercely with a savage intensity. What indeed does the fourth sublevel possess that could aid your escape from this place? Slade, his teeth stained with blood, rasped, each utterance igniting a searing pain in his chest, a torment unbearable. Badi, slightly taken aback, felt a surge of admiration. Slade was indeed a remarkable individual. He was aware that his motives transcended mere bloodshed within the underground facility. There existed something in the fourth sublevel that could facilitate his breakthrough against the overwhelming forces above. Badi, meticulous in his actions, had never contemplated revealing his true intentions, even in the presence of a corpse. No, I merely wish to bring your demise, he stated coolly. Thus, your time has come. With that, Badi unsheathed a camouflaged military knife from his waist. Slade's bloodshot eyes bore into Badi, disbelief etched upon his face. When instinctively he tilted his head aside, a flash of green sliced through the air. Slade's evasive maneuver proved futile as the knife plunged into his right eye, eliciting a guttural scream of anguish. The pain was not rooted in the ocular nerves, but rather in the psyche. The twisting of his head exacerbated the internal injuries inflicted upon his chest and organs, intensifying his suffering. Badi, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated the ferocity of Slade's will to survive, prompting him to instinctively evade the flying blade. If you were not merely a pawn bound by constraints, I might have regarded you with greater caution, he mused, leisurely approaching Slade, grasping his hand, and dragging him forward. The fourth sublevel contained 2 additional areas that required his palm print for access. As Badi pulled Slade along, the dislocated ribs pierced into his innards, yet Slade, exhibiting remarkable fortitude, gritted his teeth in silence. You cannot escape. You shall be entombed within this underground base, dissected and exploited, every inch of your body subjected to examination. Slade coughed up a copious amount of blood, stubbornly clenching his teeth, waves of pain crashing against his consciousness, the loss of blood rendering him increasingly faint. Yet he managed to utter a threat. Humph. Badi grunted twice in acknowledgement, recognizing the futility of excessive dialogue with one on the brink of death. After imprinting Slade's bloodied palm upon the door, granting access to the 2 areas, Badi casually lifted the now useless Slade and hurled him against the wall. The impact echoed as Slade's body collided with the frigid steel, splattering blood in a gruesome display. Already teetering on the edge of consciousness, he succumbed to oblivion, his head drooping to the ground, his military uniform stained in a brutal crimson. Thus, Slade, as a soldier, reached the conclusion of his journey, composing a tragic elegy. Badi paused momentarily, his superhuman hearing detecting the gradual weakening of Slade's heartbeat until it faded into silence. With an expression of indifference, Badi took his leave. The 4th basement level is not particularly spacious. In fact, the entire underground research facility is rather modest in size. With the aid of Badi's extraordinary hearing, he can perceive the heartbeat of every individual on each floor, effortlessly pinpointing his targets. Ultimately, he located his objective in the office of the elderly Dean Bori. It is worth noting that along his path, Badi encountered numerous researchers clad in white lab coats, each met with a swift demise at his hands, as he deemed them unworthy of his physical intervention. The sound of gunfire accompanied his footsteps, leading him to the doorway of the office. Badi opened the door and, with a certain courtesy, closed it behind him to prevent the overpowering stench of blood from permeating the room. Dean Bori cowered beneath his desk, trembling in fear. As he listened to the advancing footsteps of Badi and the sounds of the door opening and closing, his heart racing. With closed eyes, he repeatedly crossed himself, murmuring prayers in hope that Jesus might spare him, wishing fervently that Badi would simply pass by without noticing him. In that moment, he would have worshipped any deity capable of granting him mercy. Badi pulled out a chair and placed his gun, still emanating the acrid scent of gunpowder, upon the desk. He rapped his knuckles against the surface. Come out, Dean Bori. Chapter 34. Dean Bori, the old Dean, trembled, realizing he could no longer remain hidden beneath the desk. Why, yes, it's you, Badi, he stammered, his gaunt face barely managing a forced smile as he emerged, visibly shaken, with a carbine slung across his chest. Upon seeing Badi's indifferent gaze, he felt the weapon on him grow uncomfortably warm. He hastily lifted the firearm, placing it on the desk while stuttering explanations. It was merely for protection. Despite his repeated justifications, he lacked the courage to admit that it was intended to safeguard himself against Badi. He understood that firearms held no power over Badi, who had mercilessly traversed from the 1st basement to the 4th, leaving over 500 corpses in his wake, a testament to his lethal prowess that instilled dread in Dean Bori. He regarded himself as merely a researcher, a scientist, unworthy of contending with such a harbinger of death. Badi had a keen perception of character. He recognized Dean Bori's vanity, greed, fear of death, and notable ruthlessness, having exploited Jenny for her extensive knowledge for quite some time. Through his interactions with Jenny, Badi learned of several significant research achievements that Dean Bori had published globally, all procured through Jenny's efforts. Fortunately for him, he had acquired a dedicated student, one who immersed herself in research without concern for trivial matters, accolades, or fame. She sought only knowledge. He provided Jenny with an impeccable research environment, and she was indifferent to whose name the accolades bore. The opportunity to delve into the mysteries of life was her greatest joy, rendering all else trivial. Without her, it is likely that Dean Bori would not enjoy the prestige he currently possesses. To Jenny, Dean Bori was akin to a paternal steward, managing her myriad of trivialities, thus allowing her to devote herself to her studies. At this thought, Badi's typically indifferent gaze softened imperceptibly, as memories of Jenny sitting on his lap, recounting her past, flitted through his mind. Dean Bori, you are Jenny's mentor. I shall not take your life, Badi remarked coolly. Dean Bori, his heart racing and perspiration beading on his brow, widened his eyes in disbelief, momentarily stunned by the unexpected twist of fate that had befallen him. In the underground research facility, apart from the second sublevel, the other floors were littered with the dead and the maimed. The first sublevel housed 31 wretched souls who had wept and pushed their comrades to their demise alongside Jenny. The rest were perished. The third sublevel was utterly desolate. As for the fourth, Dean Boley could only speculate, his fear palpable. Yet, he understood that Barty's presence here required Slade's palm print to gain entry, suggesting that Slade, too, was likely in dire straits. Barty's relentless advance was akin to that of a deity of death, instilling terror in Dean Boley, who harbored no illusions of survival, merely clinging to a sliver of hope for a last-ditch effort to escape Barty's wrath. Thus, when Barty proclaimed that he would spare his life, a flicker of hope ignited within him, prompting gratitude to the heavens, the earth, and to Jenny. "Are you truly serious?" Dean Boley stammered, his usually eloquent tongue faltering. This news brought him greater joy than a Nobel Prize. After all, while the Nobel Prize bestowed him with prestige, Barty held dominion over his very existence. Barty nodded and spoke. "You are Jenny's instructor. She regards you as a father. Henceforth, you shall care for her well. If she wishes to pursue her studies, let her. If she seeks vengeance, let her find me. Just ensure she remains alive." Dean Boley was taken aback, realizing that his life had been preserved through Jenny's emotional investment. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through him as the truth dawned. He finally comprehended why Jenny had been shot at point-blank range by Barty, yet remained unharmed, merely curled on the ground in tears. It was to sever any ties between them, shielding Jenny from subsequent suspicion. Even those 31 crippled soldiers had been rendered so by Barty, all for Jenny's salvation. His own life, it seemed, was spared due to its perceived utility to her. A sense of relief washed over Dean Boley. He felt fortunate that Barty harbored feelings for Jenny and relieved that he had not been excessively harsh with him. Nevertheless, despite the lack of flaws in Barty's reasoning, a profound anxiety gnawed at him. What if Barty was merely fabricating his intentions? What if, as Slade had suggested, he had come to the fourth sublevel in search of something that could aid him? Would he still have the chance to survive? His heart wavered between a desire to believe and a deep-seated skepticism. Simultaneously, he recalled, "I too have come to retrieve what is mine, Dean Boley. You should know precisely what I refer to." Batty's tone was measured and unhurried. After entrusting Janie to Dean Boley, he revealed his true intentions. Dean Boley's heart skipped a beat as he inquired, "Is it the key?" Batty nodded gently, stating, "That key is of utmost importance. I may never escape this underground base, but it must perish alongside me. I implore you, Dean Boley, to return it to my possession." This key was essential. It contained the artificial intelligence that Batty had meticulously crafted on Krypton, which could aid him in his ultimate conquest of Earth and assist him in future genetic adjustments. In the series of plans ahead, including dealing with the Joel family, the forthcoming Superman Clark, and extracting the life code from his own body to enhance himself, the key was paramount. Without this artificial intelligence, the completion of Batty's own genetic enhancements would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, in merely 2 or 3 decades, Earth would usher in an era teeming with superheroes, with gods, demons, and spirits emerging. Any villain would inevitably find survival arduous, particularly for Batty. He was destined to tread the path of a formidable adversary, at odds with the world's heroes. He had anticipated this confrontation with the entire world. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, the key must return to his hands. Dean Boley's countenance displayed signs of hesitation. He was a man of reputation, fearful of death. Yet it was precisely this fear that made him acutely aware that the key was crucial to his survival. Unable to discern the truth in Batty's words. Even if Janie were truly alive, Dean Boley could not fathom Batty's intentions amidst the chaos he had wrought. Batty's relentless path of destruction had thoroughly unsettled him. His gaze flickered towards Batty, who remained impassive, his eyes holding a faint expectation, as if awaiting a response, exuding an air of certainty and conviction. A chill ran through Dean Boley. If he failed to hand over the key, would death be his inevitable fate? Observing Batty's indifferent demeanor, he was loath to speculate further and equally reluctant to embrace death. He resolved to trust Batty's words, albeit with trepidation. "I shall fetch it for you." Upon uttering this, he stepped away from his desk. Batty's expression shifted from indifference to a subtle smile as he rose, nudging his chair slightly backward. The scraping of the chair startled Dean Boley. His body trembled slightly, fearing that Batty might intend to act against him. Yet, seeing Batty merely seemed to wish to accompany him for the key, his heart eased somewhat, though he remained tense. He clenched his fists within the pockets of his white coat, unable to suppress the urge to say, "Please, remain seated for a moment. I will retrieve it for you." With those words, his heart raced to his throat. He stifled the impulse to leap away from Badi, his body stiffening as he darkly pondered. If he truly does not intend to kill me, I will retrieve the key for him, but if I perish, he shall never possess it. The underground laboratory, neither grand nor diminutive, housed a cylindrical object smaller than a pinky, cleverly concealed from discovery. Digging 3 feet into the earth requires time, particularly in the absence of Bart's vision, rendering the task even more arduous. Bart smiled faintly, adjusted his chair, and settled down. Dean Boley exhaled softly, loosening his clenched fist within his pocket, only to realize, upon opening the office door, that his palm was drenched with sweat. Chapter 35. Bart's words must hold truth. He would not meet his demise. Dean Boley closed the office door, releasing a deep, suppressed breath filled with fear. He was afraid of death. Humanity's fragility is stark. Once life ceases, all is lost. In this moment, he possessed everything: reputation, wealth, and the admiration that graced the faces of others when they spoke of his achievements, including the Nobel Prize in biology and his various contributions to the field. Though much of the research belonged to Jenny, it was he who basked in the glory, and that was sufficient. With the office door shut, it felt as though a world had been closed off, a barrier against death, though this was merely an illusion. Dean Boley's gaunt, aged face tightened as he clenched his teeth, his pupils dilating and refocusing, ensnared in a mental struggle. As he began to move, the pungent scent of blood invaded his senses, and he beheld Wendy, a middle-aged woman, sprawled on the ground, her forehead punctured by a bullet, her eyes wide with terror. She was the closest person to the office who had perished. Despite having cowered beneath his desk, Dean Boley had still heard Wendy's desperate cries echoing outside. "No, you cannot kill me. Jenny is my friend. She even invited me to her wedding." The moment he first observed Bart's expression while speaking, fate had sealed her doom. Bart's words echoed clearly in Dean Boley's mind as he hid under the desk. When Bart first spoke, it was to engage with Jenny. While Wendy regarded Bart not as an intelligent being, but merely as a biological specimen, akin to a frog for study. Bart had always been adept at capturing the expressions of those around him, etching them deeply into his memory, leaving no one overlooked. Dean Boley shivered involuntarily at the sight of Wendy, recalling Bart's indifferent demeanor as he fired upon her. His polished shoes pressed into the blood-soaked floor, each step intensifying the metallic scent that filled the air, revealing the lifeless bodies of his colleagues sprawled upon the ground, blood staining the earth. This brutal scene filled Dean Boley with terror. He had dissected human bodies before, remaining unfazed by the sight of corpses. Yet, witnessing familiar faces lying lifeless, with bullet wounds leaking crimson and milky fluids, and their terrified expressions seemed to reflect his own potential fate, causing his heart to race and his breath to stutter. Upon exiting the office, a trail of corpses lay scattered along the way, and this cold, white steel underground research facility seemed to be reduced to the solitary presence of the elderly Dean Boley. It exuded an expansive, frigid atmosphere, reminiscent of a morgue's chilling silence. The echoes of his footsteps reverberated through the desolate corridors, creating an unsettlingly eerie ambience. It felt as though he were traversing a deserted hallway from a horror film. As he walked down the corridor, an uncanny atmosphere compelled Dean Boley to quicken his pace, his face betraying a tense sheen of sweat, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. After navigating 2 intersections, he arrived at a white room. Yet, he did not enter. Instead, he concealed himself behind a metal pipe, thick as an arm, and, with his fingers pressed against it, he rubbed until they were raw and bleeding, desperately extracting a key. The key was not well guarded, but under ordinary circumstances, one would scarcely think to search behind the fixed pipes lining the corridor for such a treasure. Dean Boley's reddened fingers clutched the key tightly. Suddenly, beads of sweat increased on his brow, and his gaze darted about erratically. He found himself uncertain whether handing over the key would guarantee his survival, questioning whether he could trust Badi. Nervously, his lips quivered, his eyes flitting about, still undecided. He instinctively began to retrace his steps. Upon reaching a junction, his gaze became even more restless. The fear of death imparted by Badi urged him to flee. Returning seemed fatal. Yet could ascending the staircase from the opposite direction offer salvation? He was uncertain. However, the overwhelming fear of Badi consumed him, compelling him to abandon the path back to the office in favor of one leading to the stairs. Meanwhile, inside the office, Badi, eyes suddenly wide open, had perceived through his heightened hearing that Dean Boley had approached the white room, only to turn back and choose the staircase route. Rising from his desk, Badi retrieved a handgun, chambering around with a swift motion. He turned to open the office door when, abruptly, he halted, placing the firearm back on the desk and returning to his chair. The instinctual terror gripping Dean Borey propelled him to escape Badi. Even if it meant fleeing just a little further, a distance that might bring him solace. Fear had overtaken his mind, leaving him in a state of panic, devoid of rational thought. It wasn't until he caught sight of Slade's corpse, crumpled against the wall, that he trembled uncontrollably, realizing he had not strayed far from the office. He understood the underground facility was neither vast nor minuscule. The route to escape was deceptively close, extending only a few flights of stairs to the basement level. However, witnessing Slade's lifeless form snapped him back to reality, causing cold sweat to drench him as he slapped his own face twice in a moment of self-reproach. Had he been courting death? In a fit of anger at his own folly, Dean Borey struck his face with forceful slaps, fervently chastising his own foolishness. In a moment of contemplation, the old man pondered whether he could outrun Badi. If Badi were to pursue him upon his return to the office, it would signify a true dead end, with no hope of rescue. Dean Borey, after delivering 2 sharp slaps to himself, found clarity. He realized that his only recourse was to implore Badi for his life, to beg him to genuinely care for Jenny and entrust her to him. After all, was it not true that Jenny had survived? And he himself had never truly posed a challenge to Badi, given Jenny's existence. It was conceivable that he too might escape death. Had not Badi himself declared that he would not kill him? With this revelation, Dean Borey recognized a significant possibility of his own survival. To flee with Badi's key would indeed be the epitome of folly. Alternatively, he could divulge to Badi the whereabouts of the genetic serum, thereby augmenting his chances of survival. After contemplating these thoughts, he cast a glance at Slade's lifeless body before retracing his steps to the office. This time, he was imbued with confidence, assured that he would not meet the same fate as Slade. He had never truly impeded Badi, nor had he obstructed his basking in sunlight. In fact, he had facilitated the relationship between Badi and Jenny. Since Badi had deliberately spared Jenny's life and had entrusted her care to him, how could he possibly face death? Reflecting further, Dean Borey felt as though he were a significant benefactor in Badi's life. Whether in moments of leisure or in promoting their union, his influence was evident. Badi's words rang true. He would not perish. Bang. Chapter 36. Artificial Intelligence. The old man, Dean Borey, met his demise, clutching the key tightly as his talisman. He opened the office door. Badi, upon rising from his chair, turned and, upon noticing the key, swiftly grasped a handgun from the table. Bang. Badi's steps were deliberate, his 9mm pistol swaying in his hand, slicing through the haze like a blade, ensuring that blood and brain matter adhered to the weapon without staining himself. Badi's left hand reached for the key that Dean Borey clutched to his chest, lifting both the key and Borey's hand high. In an instant, Dean Borey, eyes wide with astonishment, collapsed to the ground, the key wrenched from his grasp. Even in death, he remained oblivious to the reason behind Badi's decisive and unwavering action. The key held immense significance for Badi. The artificial intelligence contained within transcended centuries of knowledge, and its loss would render Badi's ambitions nearly unattainable for decades. Moreover, it housed vital data on Kryptonian genetic technology. If Dean Borey had managed to extract this knowledge effectively, in a mere 5 years it could propel Earth forward by over a century in technological advancement, enabling humanity to soar beyond the confines of the solar system. Rubbing the key that still bore a faint warmth from Dean Borey, Badi let out a sigh of relief, his indifferent gaze betraying a hint of joy as a smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he tossed the blood-smeared pistol onto the corpse of the elderly Dean and stepped out of the office. After navigating through several corridors, Badi arrived at a transformation measurement room. Originally designed for computing the reactions of laser radio frequency transformations, calculating physical particle variable reactions, and addressing missile guidance errors. In simpler terms, Badi needed to utilize a rudimentary computer from the 1980s. This era was devoid of operating systems, and it was unclear which genius had devised a makeshift operating system that facilitated the operation of this military-grade high-speed computing machine. In Badi's eyes, it was riddled with flaws, akin to refuse. Furrowing his brow, he dismantled the main unit and connected 2 wires to the key's contact points. An operating speed of 80 million calculations per second? Badi's expression soured. This was not merely subpar, it was utterly abysmal. In 2010, an ordinary civilian computer operated at a frequency of between 250 million and 350 million calculations per second. In stark contrast, this military-grade technology, even after 2010, could not rival a household computer, underscoring the astonishing pace of technological advancement. On June 18, 2012, the International Supercomputing Organization unveiled the latest list of the world's top 500 supercomputers, with the American supercomputer Sequoia, achieving a sustained computing test of 16,324 petaflops per second, peaking at an astounding 20,132 petaflops per second, exemplifying the pinnacle of global technology. Were it not for Badi's artificial intelligence, capable of self-programming, he would have been compelled to resort to brute force against elite ground forces, seeing that he could barely connect his key to the control and status bus. Badi felt another wave of relief wash over him, almost believing that this subpar technology would render his artificial intelligence inoperable. With a mechanical sound that was somewhat loud, Badi's expression softened. As a black program window appeared on the slightly curved, dark gray translucent screen, a surge of excitement coursed through him, nearly compelling him to raise his fist in joyous triumph, a release of pent-up exhilaration. Even after a relentless onslaught, he had never experienced such a moment of thrill. Basking in sunlight was a worthy occasion for excitement. This moment, however, was even more exhilarating, igniting his hopes for the future. Badi's eyes sparkled with intensity as he pulled up a chair and seated himself, his fingers dancing over the keyboard as he swiftly input the pre-prepared startup program. Once the program was ready, he pressed the enter key, and the main unit erupted into a loud hum. The once silent room was suddenly filled with the sounds of mechanical loading, striving to exceed its inherent operational speed, as if the internal components were trembling, exerting their last ounce of strength. As Badi listened to the sounds, his heart raced with trepidation. Not even during his fierce confrontation with Zod had he felt such anxiety. He was genuinely fearful that this so-called advanced technology might suddenly ignite in flames. The computer screen flickered incessantly, automatically loading and generating a series of software, while the backend was under direct control, shattering the entire operating system and reconstructing a new one. In a matter of mere seconds, the screen abruptly refreshed, and the mechanical whirring of the overclocking gradually subsided. Success! A wave of relief washed over Badi. Thankfully, the overclocking had not caused the computer to explode, and the heavy burden on his heart finally lifted. Beep. The first stage of artificial intelligence awakening. Please enter the password. Ah, the password. Badi's expression momentarily fell into contemplation, awash with myriad emotions regarding this code. This artificial intelligence had been a collaborative creation between Hale and Badi, with Hale providing the technical prowess and Badi the ingenuity. He distinctly remembered the password they had set. Even someone of Hale's extraordinary intellect had spent 3 long days and nights attempting to guess it, calculating various permutations and combinations, generating trillions of possibilities, only to ultimately concede defeat to Badi. Badi's lips curled slightly as he pulled his focus from his memories. Adopting a steely resolve before uttering the password, Zod has a mole on his rear. Password accepted. Was such a password truly of human origin? Regrettably, Hale had never been privy to this information, nor could he have ever guessed it. Otherwise, despite his lack of martial skill, he would have sought to challenge Badi. Yet, upon entering the correct password, the screen did not display completion. Please input the next login password. Badi pondered for a moment before conjuring another password that no earthling could ever decipher, entering it for future access. Password confirmed. Artificial intelligence liberated. Instantly, the screen revealed a woman of stunning beauty, exuding elegance and nobility. Greetings, my master. Hera is at your service. She smiled from the screen, regal and poised, though the electronic tone somewhat marred this grace. Hello, Hera. It has been a while. Badi's smile broadened significantly. He snapped his fingers, his mood evidently buoyant, and continued. Take control of this underground base, seizing all electronic network facilities above ground. Your command shall be obeyed, master. Hera nodded with a smile, though after a brief pause of 3 seconds, she added, control complete. In just 3 seconds, Badi had gained full control over the underground base and all electronic network facilities above ground. Had the computer's processing speed not been limited to 80 million operations per second, it could have been accomplished even more swiftly. The artificial intelligence was overwhelmingly superior in the face of contemporary technology. Badi's gaze sharpened, a cold smirk forming as he prepared to issue a command to Hera. However, she preempted him. Master, there is an incoming communication request from the outside, with the target located at Washington, D.C., latitude 3891, longitude -7701. Badi raised an eyebrow slightly. Establish the connection. A grim voice resonated through the air. It was I, General Vic. Chapter 37, General Vic. The surveillance system of the underground research facility was interconnected with the surface base, providing Bart a significant opportunity to exploit artificial intelligence, controlling their electronic networks, weaponry, and more. Just as he had commanded Hela to take control of the surface military base and the underground research institute, General Vic sent a request for communication. Was it mere coincidence? Or did he possess timely knowledge? Or was there something unnoticed by Bart that General Vic had discovered? Bart pondered this intricately. After executing Slade, he had essentially obliterated the surveillance on the 4th level, rendering it impossible for the surface base to monitor him. The technology of this era could not swiftly detect the presence of AI Hela. Slade? Dean Borey. Bart did not respond immediately, and General Vic's voice echoed again. Bart smirked coldly. It seemed to be mere coincidence. They are already dead, Bart stated coldly, as he utilized Hela to access all the surveillance from the underground research facility. Discovering that soldiers from the surface were advancing, having reached the 2nd level. The soldiers were equipped with more extravagant gear and possessed formidable firepower. Evidently aware of the events transpiring within the underground research facility, the carnage wrought by Bart. He further accessed the footage regarding Jenny, revealing that while he battled Slade, elite soldiers from the surface had already infiltrated the 1st level, discovering 31 soldiers and Jenny alive, subsequently rescuing them to the surface medical facility. Upon witnessing this, Bart's eyes narrowed. Bamuelodi. General Vic's voice became grave. Bart replied coolly. General Vic was at a loss against him. At most, he could only command soldiers to their demise. Bart awaited the moment he would order soldiers to descend into the underground base, where he could unleash toxic gas to eliminate them all. Wearing gas masks would be futile, as there were still secondary gases that could act swiftly through skin contact. This underground research facility housed 3 classes of toxic gases: the tertiary gas hydrogen cyanide requiring inhalation for toxicity, the secondary skin contact toxin dichloroethyl sulfide, the king of poisons, and the primary nerve agent neurotoxin. Bart suspected he might not endure for long, hence his hesitation to activate it. Bamuelodi, your ability to endure this moment signifies you are no fool. Let us cooperate. General Vic's tone was laced with suppressed fury. The death of his confidant Slade, Dean Borey, and over 300 fatalities within the underground research facility were burdens difficult to bear, even for a general. Should the true purpose of their research be exposed, he would face considerable trouble. However, events had unfolded, and there was no turning back. What mattered now was whether they could salvage their losses. Speak, Bart replied coldly, dismissing the gravity of the situation, while reviewing the terrain map of the surface, preparing to devise an escape route from this predicament. The military base is situated in Nevada, not far from Utah. Badi gazed at the map, his eyes sweeping to the right, traversing Colorado, and finally resting upon Kansas. Kryptonian family members, such as Kal-El, Clark, Superman. Are you present on Earth? Badi's eyes glimmered with a cold light. I can offer you everything you desire, become a researcher under my command, assist me in gene engineering, and enhance my military might. What you gain will surpass your wildest imagination. General Vic spoke with a grave tone, for he had lost everything and felt no sorrow. Names like Slade and Dean Borey were mere pawns in his game. Anyone with value could be replaced. The worth of Badi was unparalleled. Should he indeed secure Badi's assistance, it would surpass the value of 100 Dean Boris. Very well, come here now, let us converse. Surprisingly, Badi readily acquiesced, though his acceptance seemed devoid of sincerity. General Vic fell silent for a moment upon hearing Badi's words, a surge of fury building within him as he coldly bellowed, Bamelo, do you think you can escape? What belongs to me, General Vic, shall forever remain in my grasp. Above you are 15,000 well-equipped soldiers, armed with heavy-caliber machine guns surpassing automatic rifles and tomahawk missiles capable of reducing you to ashes. Your so-called power is insignificant. General Vic's countenance darkened with rage at Badi's lack of appreciation. Badi scoffed, General Vic, you should be grateful not to be at this military base. Otherwise, you would share their fate. The fury Vic had amassed erupted, his voice a deep and primal roar. Bamelo, you must choose, life or death. His tone resembled that of a furious beast. The research he had painstakingly developed in this underground facility was now threatened by Badi's actions. If he could not extract greater value from Badi, he would prefer to possess only his corpse. General Vic, you will be thankful one day that you were not here. Badi replied coldly. Vic, in a fit of rage, snorted heavily through his nostrils and abruptly ended the communication. At the ground military base, within the command center overseen by Brigadier General Cargill, it was evident that although Cargill held a higher rank than Slade, in Vic's eyes, he was still inferior. This was apparent from the fact that he had never set foot in the critical underground research facility. Cargill harbored grievances about this, yet he acknowledged that aside from rank, Slade excelled in every aspect: appearance, height, command, combat skills, and marksmanship, outshining him in every regard, which only fueled Cargill's discontent. At times, Slade could even issue commands to the ground military base from the underground research facility, reducing Brigadier General Cargill to a mere puppet, much to his vexation. As Slade caused chaos in the underground research facility, allowing extraterrestrial beings to escape and wreak havoc, Brigadier General Cargill felt a twinge of satisfaction. Today, Slade reaped the consequences of his actions. However, as the barbarous slaughter escalated, Cargill's heart grew increasingly cold. The burden of responsibility weighed heavily upon him, and he realized he would inevitably bear some blame. Damn Slade, he cursed, acknowledging the loss of 300 to 400 lives, a burden too great for him to shoulder. Thus, he had promptly notified General Vic, vehemently criticizing Slade's incompetence before him. "Cargill, it's General Vic on the line," a soldier reported. Cargill's demeanor shifted, and he answered the phone. Immediately sensing Vic's suppressed fury, "Cargill, eliminate the aliens by any means necessary, heavy machine guns, missiles, even reduce them to ashes. I refuse to hear of your failure." Slade has already perished inside. Cargill's pupils constricted at the realization of Slade's demise. "Yes, General." He paused, grappling with the acceptance of Slade's death. In the underground research facility, Badi's eyes gleamed with menace, a cold smile gracing his lips as he issued commands to Hela. "Activate the toxic dichloroethyl sulfide on levels -1, -2, and -3. Hela, outline the ground military base facilities. Control all signal networks. Open the missile silos, 109 Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles, 104 Patriot surface-to-air missiles, short-range, medium-range, and all ground-to-ground and air-to-ground missiles, all aimed at the ground military base. Calculate the explosion radius of the missiles, ensuring that all areas except the medical building and helipad are targeted. The underground research facility above should receive a milder impact while the rest is obliterated." Chapter 38. Comparison. The surface of the underground research facility featured a stark, white laboratory building, modest in height at 3 stories. Its sloped surfaces adorned with extensive high-strength composite glass. The building, though white, bore marks of age, suggesting a blend of antiquity and renewal. The experiments conducted here were quite ordinary, resembling merely a storage area for equipment and supplies. Yet the very existence of the underground research facility elevated its significance to the highest echelons of the military base. Now, the atmosphere was tense. The sun beat down mercilessly on the ground, distorting the air with waves of heat, imbued with the palpable sense of impending warfare emanating from the heavily fortified laboratory. The 7th Squad, armed with the Fire God heavy machine guns mixed with 8-barrel cannons, encircled the White Archive building. With a combined height of 20 vehicles, their rotating barrels fired at an astonishing rate of 5,000 rounds per minute, transforming them into formidable instruments of destruction capable of easily annihilating 72 tanks and 48 armored vehicles, all under the stern command of vigilant soldiers. The ground vehicle-mounted TOW anti-tank missiles, with 13 elevated launchers, stand poised to unleash their devastating power upon any target that emerges, capable of tearing through armored tanks as though they were mere playthings. Hundreds of manually shouldered javelin missiles are ready at the command of soldiers stationed throughout the vicinity, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Furthermore, substantial explosives have been strategically placed within the White Archive building, situated at the sole exit of the underground research facility. Close range. Soldiers wield automatic rifles and grenades, while mid-range heavy artillery in the form of Gatling guns is at the ready. Slightly further afield, 6 M1 Abrams main battle tanks are meticulously aimed at the White Archive building, their cannons locked onto their target. In the distance, over 20 soldiers armed with Barrett 50 caliber sniper rifles lie in wait on the rooftops. This lethal weapon, capable of inflicting catastrophic damage, renders even the most fortified defenses impotent against its might. A single shot could obliterate a target beyond recognition. This elite armed force, totaling merely 2,000 in number, surrounds the White Archive building with an impenetrable barrier. Should the target appear, it would be met with a relentless barrage of ammunition, a ferocity that defies description. Additionally, nearly 10,000 soldiers remain on standby, ready to provide continuous support to the battlefield. Each soldier senses the impending storm of war that lingers in the air. It is unfathomable that such a formidable assembly of troops and armaments is dedicated to the annihilation of a single individual. The sheer might of the weaponry deployed here transcends the skirmishes of the underground research facility. It represents a true and overwhelming force poised to crush its adversary. General Vic was not jesting. If the target were to charge forward, it would indeed mean certain death. This place is a veritable tempest of gunfire and chaos. In the command center of the ground military base, the 7th Squadron has successfully deployed the heavy Gatling machine guns. The TOW anti-tank missiles are operational, and the M1 Abrams tanks have been calibrated. Snipers are in position. An assault team has encountered a gas attack within the underground research facility, with toxic gas released on levels 1, 2, and 3. Initial assessments based on surveillance and the soldiers' contaminated skin indicate the presence of a highly volatile, modified form of dichloroethyl sulfide, commonly known as mustard gas. Reports of the ongoing deployment flood in. Brigadier General Kegel decisively orders the assault team to retreat, instructing them to lower the manual barriers. He commands the heavy fire team to don their protective gear and gas masks, advancing cautiously, without haste. Records indicate that there are 100 sets of protective clothing and masks capable of withstanding level 2 gas. The heavy fire team acknowledges the orders and anticipates entering the underground research facility within 3 minutes. After a moment of contemplation, Brigadier General Kegel's eyes glimmer with deep thought. Brigadier General Kegel stood half a head shorter than Slade, his figure somewhat lean. Although he lacked the multifaceted prowess of Slade, his ascension to the rank of Brigadier General suggested he possessed commendable capabilities. Most striking were his eyes, which perpetually reflected deep contemplation and a glimmer of wisdom. Could a battalion armed with heavy machine guns transform extraterrestrial foes into mere sieves in such urban warfare? No, they could not. In the subterranean laboratory, nearly 300 individuals had perished, including over 200 elite soldiers, with even Slade meeting his demise below. Kegel harbored a sense of resentment towards Slade, both vocally and internally, but he could not deny the stark reality. Slade excelled in every conceivable aspect, not merely by a small margin, but with a level of excellence that evoked a sense of helplessness and despair. It was akin to being a struggling student. Even if one exerted immense effort to match the grades of a top scholar, one would still remain inferior. Achieving the same score of 100 was the utmost limit for some, while for others, it was merely a superficial ceiling. Certain individuals are endowed with innate talents, destined to shine, leaving others to merely accentuate their brilliance. Yet, within the heart of Brigadier General Kegel, the demise of the unparalleled Slade in the underground research facility sent shivers down his spine. They had traversed the battlefields of Vietnam together, and he had felt the sting of Slade's unreserved disdain. If one day he were to fall at the hands of another, it would not be due to carelessness or misfortune, but rather because that individual surpassed him in strength. Kegel narrowed his wise eyes, gritting his teeth. It was only upon Slade's death that he found himself compelled to acknowledge the truth. His passing served as a stark reminder. A tinge of regret washed over him at the loss of such a remarkable figure, yet his countenance grew solemn, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Slade, the feats you could not accomplish, allow me to undertake. Let me vanquish this alien foe. A fervent blaze ignited within his heart, reminiscent of the moments during the Vietnam War when he and Slade had competed in their hunts for victory. Yet, back then, he had tasted defeat. Now, with a fierce demeanor, Brigadier General Kegel's gaze burned with intensity, his voice icy. Heavy fire teams, halt your advance into the underground facility. Seal all ventilation shafts. If any cannot be closed, block them entirely. Every 2 minutes, dispatch a soldier in a gas mask to the underground laboratory to deploy incendiary grenades. Kegel issued his commands resolutely. This unjust war would not be fought in the confines of the underground research facility, where Slade, the mightiest of soldiers, had perished. Kegel harbored no illusions of victory should he send his troops into such a hazardous locale. The might of his forces lay above ground, with missiles, tanks, and an army exceeding 10,000 strong, wielding overwhelming firepower that was unmatched. In the underground research facility, there was but a single entrance and exit. Just as Brigadier General Kegel completed his directives, a soldier, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "Brigadier General Kegel, the missile silo has activated." "What did you say?" Brigadier General Kegel felt a chill deep within. Chapter 39, Do Not Return. A soldier gaped at the screen, incredulously exclaiming, "Brigadier General Kegel, the missile silo has activated automatically." "What did you say?" A wave of cold dread washed over Kegel, his limbs freezing as the ambitious resolve he had just summoned was extinguished in an instant. Like a flame snuffed out. The missile silo housed 17 missiles, 5 of which were primed for launch, meaning that 5 warheads, equivalent to 30 tons, 70 tons, 300 tons, 6,000 tons, and 10,000 tons, were now beyond their control. To put it simply, the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima had an approximate yield of 13,000 tons. 5 missiles filled with conventional explosives, totaling around 16,000 tons, had the potential to wreak havoc far greater than that of Hiroshima. These missiles could utterly obliterate the military base housing over 10,000 personnel, reducing it to rubble. The surveillance from the underground research facility was severed. The control systems for the missile silo showed no response. Numerous Tomahawk cruise missiles, Patriot surface-to-air missiles, short-range, medium-range, surface-to-surface, and surface-to-air missiles all failed to react. Some vehicle-mounted networks controlling the missiles were also unresponsive. Kagel's pupils dilated. At that moment, no wisdom could save him. A chill crept up his spine, causing his body to stiffen. The missiles in the silo, along with those mounted on vehicles, had entirely lost their electronic control. Should these missiles detonate, they could level the entire military base. Brigadier General, someone has infiltrated our control system from within. A soldier shouted, panic rising as they pounded the keyboards, yet achieved nothing. Kegel felt the soles of his boots dampen with sweat as he exclaimed in horror, "Is there any way to regain control?" "There's no way. The intruder is stealthy. We can't find any trace. Their computing skills surpass those of anyone we know. We're completely incapacitated." A specialized computer soldier shouted in disbelief. This felt less like a mere technological defeat and more akin to a supernatural event, with no evidence to trace. Kegel's countenance darkened, his fists clenched, palms slick with perspiration. This was despair, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. He suddenly recalled Slade's demise, wondering if Slade had ever faced such despair, such crushing hopelessness. Beneath the missiles, was there any hope left? At that moment, all strategies, all tactical plans, crumbled. Once the missiles were launched, there would be no turning back. Cut all power, shut down the reactors, prevent the missile silo from launching. Brigadier General Kegel's eyes widened in horror, blood vessels bursting in his sclera as he shouted in a frenzied rage, as if that might grant him a semblance of courage. After all, a computer merely relies on electricity. Without it, there is nothing to anchor it. His shattered mentality trembled with uncertainty. Soon, the command room was filled with the mournful wail of machines, their cacophony echoing as the lights gradually dimmed, instilling a sense of both relief and inexplicable panic in the soldiers and Brigadier General Kager. In the enveloping darkness, every soldier exchanged apprehensive glances, gripped by fear. The devastating power of a 16,000-ton equivalent missile had already been witnessed during the Second World War in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Such instruments of annihilation instilled dread in the hearts of all. Despite the power outage, Brigadier General Kager remained tense, his heart clenched, struggling to breathe, requiring deep, labored inhalations. Did this method truly provide solace? It did not. Suddenly, the overhead lights crackled to life, and the mechanical hum of computers resumed, screens displaying loading programs. Every crucial location possessed backup power. The missile silos had it, the underground laboratories had it, and the surface military bases were similarly equipped. To mitigate potential damage or attacks, power could be rerouted from the other two sites. This restoration was made possible by Badi utilizing the power from the underground research facility. However, the rekindled light did not illuminate the hearts of the people. Instead, it reflected the bewildered and helpless faces of the soldiers exchanging glances. Brigadier General Kager's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, a rumbling sound reverberated from beneath their feet, and a fine dust began to rise, dancing in the air. Everyone sensed the abnormality of the ground, as if a primordial beast were about to break through the surface. What was happening? An earthquake? No, the missile has been launched. Some soldiers stammered, their voices barely audible. At the missile silo, a 30-ton equivalent missile roared as it expelled a fiery tail, shaking the air as it ascended majestically into the sky. The soldiers surrounding the experimental building instinctively turned their gazes toward the soaring missile, their eyes filled with confusion. The thunderous noise enveloped them, compelling thoughts of impending threats. What enemy warranted the use of missile silos? Had the enemy's forces arrived? Brigadier General Kager's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead and cascading down his face. His legs weakened. He stumbled out of the command room, just in time to witness the 30-ton, 10-meter-long Patriot missile erupting into the sky with a roaring tail. The scorching flame seemed to burn through the sun, drenching him in sweat. Behind Brigadier General Kager, a throng of soldiers surged out, their presence rendered futile as Badi had severed their communications, leaving them powerless under computer control. "That is a Patriot ballistic missile," one soldier exclaimed, revealing the missile's identity. So it was a ballistic missile. Soldiers expressed relief that it was a ballistic missile. A group of them, including Brigadier General Kager, exhaled softly, grateful that the missile would not immediately descend upon them. A ballistic missile, by definition, flies according to a predetermined trajectory propelled by rocket thrust. And once its engines cease, it follows a parabolic path dictated by gravity. In essence, the missile would continue on its course, and while they could ascertain the direction it was heading, they were powerless to intervene, although they were thankful for their lives. A heavy silence enveloped them as they pondered where the missile might land. Regardless of the destination, it seemed their fate was sealed. Soldiers of faith drew crosses upon their chests, praying for the lives that were about to be lost. The atmosphere was steeped in a mournful reverie, an unspoken grief for lives that would soon be extinguished, leaving some with tears glistening in their eyes. This somber mood, however, was abruptly shattered. "What is happening with that missile?" a soldier suddenly cried out. To their astonishment, the missile executed an enormous turn in the azure sky, altering its trajectory and tracing a white arc against the pristine backdrop, now heading back towards the military base. Panic gripped the soldiers, tears forgotten as the weight of dread replaced their previous sorrow. "How is this possible? This missile is defying all logic," they exclaimed, bewildered by its unexpected maneuver. "Why is it turning? Why is it coming back? This is inconceivable." The very notion of a ballistic missile altering its predetermined flight path was an affront to reason. The soldiers were on the brink of madness. Although they had reluctantly accepted the idea of the missile targeting elsewhere, the prospect of it returning was far worse. Their recent mourning for others now felt futile. "This is the end," Brigadier General Kager thought, sweat pouring down his face, amidst the horrified gazes of over 10,000 soldiers. The Patriot missile arced back, plunging directly into a 7-story soldier's dormitory, embedding itself into the wall from the rooftop. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, suspended in silence. Chapter 40. Boom, 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 boom. If the Patriot missile possessed emotions, it would surely be filled with pride, for it had captured the attention of the masses. As it pierced the 7-story dormitory, time appeared to freeze, hearts racing to their throats, rendering them voiceless, their eyes wide with terror. The sky, the ground, the air, everything seemed to heighten the tension, and for an instant, the world fell silent. The anticipated explosion loomed before them. The 7-story soldiers' dormitory first cracked, and then the concrete walls crumbled into dust, a process so swift that the human eye could scarcely perceive it. The onlookers were taken aback as the dormitory transformed abruptly into a swirling cloud of dust, which coalesced with the heat energy from 30 tons of explosives detonating within, forming an irregular fireball that ascended, entwined with the dust. This fireball consumed all particles of dust, and with kinetic energy propelling outward, larger fragments of stone and steel, along with the earth beneath, were violently ejected, creating a fierce shockwave that swept outward, displacing the dust. A resounding roar reverberated through the air, striking the ears of the spectators. They felt the ground tremble beneath their feet, as if the very earth were about to upheave. Witnessing this spectacle, they experienced a slight delay in sound, which accompanied the gale force shockwave that rushed toward them, dislodging soldiers' caps and clinging their clothing tightly to their bodies. The blinding light and overwhelming sound compelled the soldiers to squint, shielding their eyes against the brilliance, while the tumultuous sand and black smoke enveloped them, stirring their innermost fears. Positioned at a considerable distance from the military base, many soldiers were fortunate enough to witness the entire event unfold, leaving them in stunned silence. They were gripped by terror, their ears ringing as if struck by thunder. What was happening? Had their own missiles turned against them? The very place where they rested had been obliterated. As the flames subsided, a thick plume of black smoke ascended into the sky, leaving behind a vast crater devoid of any evidence that a 7-story dormitory had once stood there. What could possibly be the cause? An enemy attack? Were the Soviet bears preparing for war? But this was their own missile. The soldiers were genuinely alarmed and exchanged bewildered glances. They had witnessed the missile fired from their own base, which had inexplicably veered off course, demolishing the dormitory and creating a massive pit. Nearby buildings had also succumbed to the tremors, tilting and cracking, reduced to rubble. Majors, lieutenant colonels, and colonels began searching for answers, ultimately discovering the source of the calamity among the soldiers who should have been at the command post, as well as the ashen-faced Brigadier General Kogel. The base's network facilities had been compromised. Those who heard this news felt as if struck by lightning. The severity of the situation was overwhelming, bordering on absurdity. How could the facilities of a military base be so easily infiltrated? The loss of control over the missile silos, capable of yielding megaton explosions, evoked chilling memories of tragedies akin to those endured by the Japanese islands. Instinctively, they turned their stiff necks toward the direction of the missile silos. The missile that had just launched was the one with the least yield. Far more powerful missiles, capable of delivering tens or even hundreds of times the force, were poised for launch. It was as if their ominous premonitions were being validated. The ground trembled once more, and the dust began to dance and quiver. The 70-ton equivalent Annihilator missile roared upward, its crimson tail flame blazing against the sky. The terror instigated by the recently launched 30-ton missile had yet to subside when another 70-ton Annihilator was unleashed, causing armed soldiers to lower their weapons, mouths agape, eyes bulging in disbelief, their hearts sinking ominously. This missile, under the gaze of the masses, carved a white trail across the heavens before commencing its turn. Brigadier General Cargill, torn between fear and fury, bellowed hoarsely, "Run for your lives. Everyone evacuate the base. All soldiers flee." His face flushed with rage. It seemed as though he might expel all the blood from his visage. His heart was a tumult of shock and anger. He screamed with every ounce of strength, his throat ablaze as if on the verge of explosion. This extraterrestrial menace sought to obliterate the 17,000 soldiers stationed here. He possessed the means to annihilate this base. Or rather, could do so with utter ease. The beast. Brigadier General Cargill bared his teeth, his eyes aflame with wrath, his searing throat emitting a deep growl, reminiscent of a ferocious beast in its most furious state. 17,000 lives, his own soldiers, were poised to be extinguished in an instant. Such sacrifice was utterly meaningless. Cargill's teeth ground together in fury, his gums bleeding from the pressure, crimson trickling from the corners of his mouth. His voice, amplified by sheer desperation, resonated within the minds of every soldier present. In an instant, the entire military base erupted in chaos, each soldier displaying an expression of disbelief tinged with terror. The missiles from their own arsenal were set to rain down upon their comrades. Had their commander lost his mind? Flee! What madness was this? Why unleash missiles upon the base? Curses erupted from the terrified soldiers, their anger directed at their commander. The call to arms had gathered them, equipped with the finest gear, missiles, and tanks. Yet they faced not an enemy, but the imminent threat of their own missiles descending upon the assembly of troops. How infuriating! As soldiers cursed and frantically sought escape, the 70-ton Annihilator missile loomed above like the sword of Damocles, poised to strike. Those quick on their feet had already commandeered vehicles, jeeps or missile transporters, any mode of transport that could outrun their own legs. Chaos ensued as drivers recklessly sped away, disregarding others' fates. Those unable to secure a ride bolted in panic, blindly fleeing while casting fearful glances back at the sky, where the missile had executed a wide arc, now hurtling toward them. Yet, just as the soldiers were about to flee the military base in a cacophony of alarm, a thunderous roar erupted. A relentless volley of missiles ignited, not the sword of Damocles from the sky, but the vehicle-mounted missiles operated by the soldiers themselves. In an instant, nearly 70 ground-to-ground and ground-to-air missiles were unleashed upon densely populated areas. Panic-stricken soldiers were hurled into the air, wailing in agony as limbs were torn apart and scattered. Explosions erupted from missile transport vehicles and jeeps, sending numerous individuals flying. The military base was swiftly transformed into a desolate ruin, a scene of utter carnage akin to a hellish battlefield, shrouded in black smoke, dismembered bodies, and a gruesome stench of blood that tormented the senses of all present, driving them to the brink of madness. Close to 1,000 soldiers were rendered deaf by the proximity of the missiles. The brutal reality of war was laid bare once more. The missile's impact and the ensuing debris caused the cries of nearly 1,000 soldiers to resonate in despair, with hundreds already having perished within mere moments. 70 tons of annihilation descended from above, targeting the previously pristine white laboratory where troops had assembled. Chapter 41. It is time to leave this place. The underground research facility trembled violently. Even on the 4th sublevel, the intense vibrations were palpable. Badi directed the 70-ton missile straight towards the white laboratory on the surface, obliterating the soldiers encircling the lab, coupled with the volley of vehicle-mounted missiles. The death toll on the ground surpassed 1,700, with injuries exceeding 2,000, and many fleeing the military base. For the next wave would bring a bombardment of 300 tons, and no one wished to meet their end. The explosions around the laboratory, particularly the 4th, sent shockwaves through the firmly fortified underground facility. Yet fortunately, its 2 layers of metallic reinforcement provided adequate defense against such external tremors, though exits might be obstructed. Badi maintained his composure, pondering over the retrieved map of the Nevada region. It revealed nearly 132 military bases, a staggering number for a single state. Yet given that the Cold War remained unresolved and the United States and the Soviet Union vied for global supremacy, this figure may not seem excessive. The United States had established approximately 5,000 military bases worldwide, rendering these 132 bases relatively modest in comparison. One might argue that these bases likely served as steadfast guardians of Area 51 under the pretext of the Cold War. The military base above Badi could be considered a peripheral, small-scale installation not far from Utah and Idaho. With a keen gaze fixed on the map, Badi meticulously plotted his escape. The abundance of missile silos and military bases in Nevada during this period was overwhelming. Some were established in preparation for confrontations with the Soviets, while others were intended to protect Area 51. However, this only compounded Badi's predicament. Even with control over nearly 16,000 tons of missile power to obliterate the military base, it would be of little consequence, as a larger military base lay 500 kilometers away, equipped with the latest fighter jets, including the F-15 Eagle and F-16 Fighting Falcon. The military base above Badi's head is equipped solely with helicopters. Even if Badi departs via helicopter, within half an hour, fighter jets will arrive from 500 kilometers away to strike him with missiles. Badi does not mind performing aerial acrobatics like in the movies, leaping onto a fighter jet to obliterate the cockpit and drag the pilot out. However, the uncertainties are numerous. After all, he cannot pilot an aircraft himself, and opportunities at several thousand meters in altitude are limited. Badi pondered, Hera, launch cruise missiles with yields of 10,000 and 6,000 tons towards the military base 500 kilometers away, targeting their helipads to obliterate all the fighter jets. My master, when we launched the first missile, other military bases will already have detected the missile's trajectory. At a distance of 500 kilometers, there is a 90% chance it will be intercepted and detonated mid-air, Hera replied. Badi nodded. No matter, time is of the essence. Continue to detonate the 300-ton yield missiles at this base, then launch the 10,000 and 6,000-ton missiles towards the base 500 kilometers away, dispersing them in different directions to buy some time. Understood, master. In 1 minute and 20 seconds, the 300-ton yield missile will explode at the ground military base, while the 6,000 and 10,000-ton missiles will launch towards the fighter jet hangars of the base 500 kilometers away in 2 minutes, Hera responded. Badi acknowledged with a sound, confirmed the planned trajectory, and then closed the screen before standing up and departing. He had one final task to undertake, erasing any traces he had left behind. The genes of Krypton are far too powerful. Badi would not permit humanity to exploit his DNA for any purpose. Before he could bask in the sun, Ginny had successfully synthesized the genetic serum. Although he was unaware of the serum's efficacy, it was prudent to eliminate any potential misuse of Kryptonian genes. Badi had ordered Hera to delete any experimental records stored on the computer. After monitoring Dean Bory's movements, Badi, using his deductions and Hera's calculations, had a rough idea of where the vial of serum was located. The corridor was dark and foreboding as Badi returned to the stark white room where he had once been imprisoned. He gazed into the one-way mirror, observing the still pristine environment within. The shackles that had once bound him had long been removed. This room was now intended for genetic experimentation. Unfortunately, he had not been able to put it to use, and it was now rendered pointless. As he passed through the white room that had once rendered him immobile, he realized that he had triumphed in the end. A cold smirk curved his lips. Those who had been involved in his experimentation were nearly all dead. Ginny was the only one he had deliberately spared. Slade was deceased, Dean Bory had perished, and the middle-aged woman was gone. He remembered each individual who had regarded him as merely a subject for research, akin to dissecting a frog. Once, he exhibited an exceptionally gentle demeanor towards them. Each researcher who had delved into the studies of Badi on level -4 was remembered by name, and he personally escorted them to meet their fate. As for General Vic, Badi was convinced that his demise was imminent. Upon reaching Ginny's laboratory, a flicker of warmth passed through Badi's gaze. Here, perhaps only Ginny genuinely wished him well. However, had he not captured Ginny's heart, he feared he would remain merely a subject of experimentation within these confines. With this thought, the warmth in Badi's expression dissipated, reverting to a cold demeanor. The genetic serum that had once been housed in the laboratory was now missing, secretly collected by Dean Bory. A peculiar little mouse, grotesquely deformed and riddled with tumors, occupied a space half the size of a cage. Its frantic attempts against the tempered glass resonated ominously, as the narrow confines drove it to madness. This creature, it seemed, had mutated. Was it a test subject from the genetic serum trials? Badi shook his head slightly. Choosing to disregard the tumor-ridden mouse, the evidence suggested the serum had utterly failed, and this mouse would yield no Kryptonian genes. After a cursory glance around the laboratory, Badi departed. Ultimately, during the moment Dean Bory vanished from the surveillance while handling the serum, Badi discovered the serum concealed beneath the black garbage bags in the laboratory's abandoned waste bin, accompanied by a violent tremor. The seismic shock dislodged some sand from the crevices of the steel-framed underground research facility. A missile with a yield of 300 tons had exploded. Badi felt a quaking beneath his feet, prompting an immediate return to the transformation chamber. Master, the launch preparations for the 6,000-ton and 10,000-ton missiles are complete and ready for firing, reported Hela. Very well, take a moment to rest. Hela, Badi replied, removing the key and fastening it around his neck with a cord, his eyes glinting with determination. It was time to depart. Chapter 42. The choice at the military base. On the surface, smoke billowed, yet war had not yet erupted. The scorching sun distorted the air above. Wisps of black smoke spiraled upward amidst the wreckage of vehicles, and charred limbs lay scattered, their mournful cries resonating in a continuous, haunting echo. Following the final missile strike, a 300-ton yield, the wails crescendoed, becoming the dominant sound in this desolate landscape. The military base lay in ruins, the acrid scent of smoke marking the end of days. The white experimental building, the exit of the underground research facility, was marred by a massive crater created by a nearby 70-ton missile explosion. The structure had been obliterated, leaving the ground scorched and pockmarked, with collapsed debris obstructing the exit. The rubble trembled slightly, quaking, and after the third rumble, a resounding bang echoed through the air. Amidst the chaos, debris erupted and soil scattered as a towering shadow leaped forth, soaring several meters above the ground. The sun illuminated his silhouette, casting a majestic and elongated figure against the backdrop. Badi descended heavily upon the charred earth, his shoes sinking slightly into the ground, knees bending ever so slightly to absorb the impact, while his spine stood erect like a pillar, surveying the apocalyptic scene with a gaze of indifferent detachment. The wails of agony surged through the desolate ruins, yet he appeared as a mere passerby, his cold eyes drifting over the devastation without concern. Once more, the sun's rays enveloped him. The dormant Kryptonian genes within Badi awakened, akin to a lid being lifted from an empty vessel, pouring forth an endless cascade of solar energy. He tilted his head slightly skyward, basking in the warmth of the sun, reminiscent of luxuriating in a hot spring, or the sensation of nourishing sustenance filling a famished belly, fortifying his body bit by bit. He could almost perceive each sunbeam penetrating his skin, pores, and the deepest cellular layers, all eagerly absorbing the light. As his cellular structure strengthened with each ray, bringing forth a soothing yet powerful transformation, Badi narrowed his eyes slightly against the sunlight, feeling a prickling sensation from its direct gaze. He foresaw that with a brief period under the sun, he would effortlessly attain microscopic vision, X-ray sight, and store a considerable amount of energy, ultimately unlocking thermal vision. It was merely a matter of accumulation. A faint halo began to emanate from his visage amidst the searing sunlight, the ruins, the acrid smoke, and the distorted air, bestowing upon him a sense of the divine. A subtle smile graced his lips, resembling a celestial being, ethereal and transcendent, though his military garb grounded him back to reality. After pausing to relish the sun for but a fleeting moment, the surrounding cries of despair jolted him back to his senses. He began to stride towards the helipad, disregarding the anguished pleas echoing around him. Help me, my leg is crushed. My arm is broken. Save me. Don't go, return. I command you as an officer. The soldiers capable of uttering such calls were but remnants of their former selves, mutilated bodies, severed limbs, crushed beneath vehicles, or buried under heaps of rubble, their cries resonating with pain. Those with the ability to escape had long since fled in vehicles or by sheer will, sprinting with desperation from the military base. In a mere minute or two, the instinct for survival compelled the soldiers to flee with fervor, panting and gasping for breath. Yet, over 7,000 soldiers had perished in this place. Suddenly, as Badi made his way forward, a bloodied, filthy hand, skeletal and rigid to the bone, emerged from the wreckage of a flipped vehicle, its fingers pale with fury and resentment, grasping at Badi's boot. The hand sought not merely to clutch the surface of his boot, but rather to seize his ankle, lacking the strength to reach higher. The hand clutched the surface of Badi's boot, fingers straining with exertion, the veins on the back of the hand prominently visible even beneath the dark, murky soil. Yet, Badi paid him no heed, resolutely continuing on his path, his determined strides rendering the grip utterly ineffective, casting the hand aside. It fell onto the charred ground, fingers curling into a fist, seething with rage. Brigadier General Kagel lifted his head from the earth, the viscous blood encrusting the darkened mud upon his face. His eyes ablaze with fury, veins standing out against the whites of his eyes, his visage contorted with rage and grotesque distortion. You. It is you. He spat through gritted teeth, his face a macabre tableau of blood and grime. A jeep had crushed his lower half, blood oozing forth, revealing glimpses of white bone beneath. Kegel had arrived here after a 70-ton missile had obliterated the White Laboratory, creating chaos and deep craters, debris blocking the exit of the underground research facility. Enraged, his face flushed with indignation, he manned a heavy rotating machine gun, aiming at the exit, poised to shoot Badi the moment he appeared. Yet, alas, fate often plays cruel tricks. An AI-controlled missile unexpectedly detonated beside his vehicle, flipping it over and subjecting him to the full force of the explosion, sending him crashing to the ground, the vehicle landing heavily upon his lower half, shattering it and exposing the stark whiteness of his spine. In truth, his reasoning was not misplaced. After the 70-ton missile had devastated the White Laboratory, he had intended to lay an ambush for Badi here. Having discerned that the missile was under control, the missile's flight path had been altered, ensuring it would not strike the White Building again. For Badi was destined to emerge from this very spot. One detonation was deemed sufficient, rendering further destruction unnecessary. Thus, he lay in wait, but regrettably, the AI needed to clear the area of threats in 2 waves, and he found himself caught in the second wave of missile fire after having arrived following the first. One missile, launched from a vehicle, overturned his own, pinning him in a state of impending demise. When Badi finally emerged from the underground facility, Kegel was already on the brink of death. He caught sight of Badi as he suddenly sprang forth, momentarily regaining clarity, yet Badi remained oblivious to his identity, dismissing him as merely a soldier pleading for rescue, kicking aside his hand and continuing on his way. The world is indeed merciless. Brigadier General Kegel lay like a small stone in Badi's path, easily dislodged by a careless kick, regardless of the magnitude of his fury and resentment. Unable to impede Badi's advance, Badi did not even recognize him. Kegel's face twisted in agony, with his final breath affirming that this was the individual responsible for the destruction of the military base. His blurred vision began to fade into darkness, the scorching air around him warping, tendrils of black smoke swirling like serpents, as Badi's silhouette receded into the distance. Despite his immense resentment and fury, it was of no avail. Ultimately, his contorted and grim visage became fixed, his eyes bulging and lifeless. At that moment, Badi paused. To his left lay the helipad, while to his right stood the medical building. Chapter 43. Stepping out, Badi halted his steps, a foul stench carried by the wind. Amidst the ruins, he stood alone, resolute. His once cold gaze softened, shimmering with a hint of warmth. With a subtle motion, Badi's left hand reached behind him, where he felt the cool touch of Jenny's genetic serum nestled at his lower back. The test tube, glimmering under the sunlight, contained a crimson liquid that swayed like a ruby. This serum was crafted by Jenny in her desire for him to rise again. Though termed a genetic serum, it was somewhat of an exaggeration. Badi had perused Jenny's experimental records and understood her intentions. This serum would not imbue one with immense power. Rather, it aimed to stimulate the neural action potentials, seeking to restore Badi's mobility. To him, this vial represented a fervent expression of her heart. Within the frigid confines of the steel-white room, it felt like the warmth of human touch. He gazed towards the medical building, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. Lost in thought, Badi's contemplations were elusive, difficult for anyone to comprehend. At that very instant, a resounding explosion erupted in the distant sky, a brilliant flash igniting the heavens, followed by a fireball mingled with black smoke. The violent blast sent the clouds soaring, creating a gaping hole that revealed the azure sky beyond. The reverberations of the explosion traveled for miles, a deafening wave of sound crashing forth, as shockwaves rippled across the ground, stirring up clouds of dust into tumultuous waves. The thunderous roar and gusts of air intensified the agony of the already grievously wounded soldiers, whose cries of suffering were drowned out by the cacophony of the detonation. Some, severely injured, succumbed to internal bleeding, while others perished from the overwhelming pressure. Badi stood steadfast amidst the tempest, the thunderous clamor akin to a storm's fury. The wind howled fiercely, whipping his garments into a frenzied dance. He resembled a solitary figure atop a mountain, unwavering against the gale, embodying an indomitable spirit. Gazing solemnly at the medical building, filled with an ineffable sense of reflection. This was the detonation of a 6,000-ton cruise missile. A military base, 500 kilometers distant, had detected the threat and, unable to establish contact, decisively intercepted and detonated it in midair. Concurrently, another direction harbored a cruise missile with a yield of 10,000 tons. There was no doubt that disaster loomed. A resounding explosion reverberated, as a 10,000-ton yield cruise missile transformed into a brilliant white flash in the eastern sky. Within this luminosity lay temperatures approaching 6,000 degrees, capable of blinding any ordinary observer. Those that caught at the epicenter of the explosion would disintegrate as if subjected to atomic separation. Fortunately, the missile detonated several kilometers above the ground. Nevertheless, a far more formidable shockwave erupted from the heavens, sending forth a tumultuous tsunami of dust and air, enveloping the surroundings in a haze of gray. The yellow sand danced wildly in the air, accompanied by anguished cries. In the wake of this cataclysm, Badi stepped forward against the raging sandstorm. His countenance transformed into a frigid resolve. The fierce wind clung to his attire, outlining his formidable figure. He advanced to the left, facing the stinging sands that lashed at his face like a barrage of knives. Upon reaching the helipad, the wind and sand had nearly ceased. There remained a helicopter, a solitary machine amidst the chaos. As the missile rained destruction upon the military base, soldiers had attempted to commandeer the helicopter, eager to escape swiftly into the sky. However, the explosion of a helicopter launched into the air by a ground missile instilled a sense of dread among them. Following the detonation of yet another helicopter, the grim reality set in. To board meant certain death. Consequently, they fled from this direction, abandoning the option of flight. This proved to be the prudent choice. Those soldiers who escaped on foot from the helipad constituted a fortunate few. Among the remnants was a Boeing AH-64 Apache attack helicopter. Badi needed to pilot this aircraft to the junction of Nevada, Utah, and Idaho. If fortune favored him, he could navigate this Apache to a concealed location, where he would tend to the helicopter and embark on his journey. Should misfortune arise, he had a backup plan to plunge into the Snake River, traversing its course through several regions, thereby eluding detection. He could emerge from Utah, cross through Colorado, and reach Kansas. Yet, he pondered whether Carl E.L. had been sent by his father. Badi had significant unsettled matters with the E.L. family. He gazed at the helicopter, his posture remaining erect. Though an air of silence enveloped him, his body was rigid, unshaken by the gentle breeze, yet there was an underlying struggle within him, a desire to turn back. Nevertheless, his movements were swift and resolute as he boarded the helicopter. Badi's limbs moved with purpose as he opened the cabin door and took his place in the right-hand pilot's seat. With his left hand, he elevated the collective pitch control, maximizing the rotor blade's angle for optimal lift. His right hand gripped the control stick, engaging the throttle. The sequence of operations was executed with urgency and precision, his expression calm, as though someone were hastening his actions. In truth, it was merely he who urged himself onward. The propeller began to rotate slowly, then accelerated, stirring up the yellow sand beneath, forming a towering column of dust that reached for the heavens. Accompanied by the deafening roar of the propeller, the heavy Apache-armed helicopter swayed slightly before being lifted effortlessly off the ground, swirling upward and transforming the sand below into a whirlwind. Badi deftly maneuvered the control stick, casting a fleeting glance of tenderness towards the medical building, before increasing the helicopter's speed to its maximum. Like a dragonfly, it dipped slightly and surged southward, leaving a trail of swirling dust in its wake. The military base had been reduced to ruins, while the medical building stood forlorn amidst the black smoke and yellow sand, abandoned and desolate. Nevada is the driest state in the United States, with a significant portion characterized by a desert climate. After 27 minutes of flight southward, the landscape remained unchanged, a monotonous expanse of hills and rocky terrain, until a distant glimmer of green appeared on the horizon. The sight of trees signified proximity to a water source. At that moment, an F-15 fighter jet soared through the sky, piercing the air with a sharp shriek as it approached from behind. Badi's gaze sharpened, yet he breathed a sigh of relief. Not having brought her along seemed to be the right decision.